To the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 19th of December 2012. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. Please, the roll call and TV coverage announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV, Channel 20, at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV, Channel 20. Now for the roll call, Commissioner Blau.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner Valencia.
Here.
And Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Thank you.
This morning, everyone, we have a bittersweet opportunity at the outset of our meeting to bid farewell and recognize the long and faithful service of our fellow Commissioner, Joe Valencia. And as is our custom, we've prepared a resolution of the Planning Commission, which is part of the official record of today's meeting, and if you'll bear with me, I'd like to read it out loud so that everyone can understand the great scope of Joe Valencia's contribution to the County of Santa Barbara. Whereas at his first meeting, Joe Valencia reviewed his first cellular communication facility and served on the County Planning Commission during the majority of the community plans in the county, including the original Los Alamos Community Plan, the Toro Canyon Plan, Carpinteria Greenhouse Study, Isla Vista Master Plan, Santa Ynez Community Plan, and updates to the Orchid and Los Alamos Community Plans. He also served on the County Planning Commission through a myriad of development projects in the North County, including Rice Ranch, Stonegate, Vintage Ranch, Clubhouse Estates, Providence Landing, the Bluffs at Mesa Oaks, Creekside Village, Harp Springs, Legacy Estates, Old Mill Run, and Mesa Verde, as well as the Lompoc Wind Energy Project, Tranqueon Ridge, Line 96, terminating the barging of oil offshore Santa Barbara County, the Orchid Marketplace at the gateway of Orchid, and about 25 wineries in Santa Ynez and Santa Maria. We're just estimating the number of wineries, but there are more to come. Whereas Joe Valencia has always come to each hearing prepared to ask technical questions, with the Commission as a whole benefiting from his engineering background, noting that he's actually a rocket scientist. Whereas Joe Valencia carefully reviewed plate heights and lot sizes in every project that came before the Planning Commission. And whereas Joe Valencia has always exemplified the highest standards of civility in his dealings with others, whatever differences of opinion might have arisen on specific issues over the years. And whereas Joe Valencia will always be remembered for showing up early to each hearing to review material received past the submittal deadline, while enjoying his cup of coffee and packet of Fig Newtons. And whereas Joe Valencia is a traditionalist in the truest sense of the word, foregoing the passing fad of electronic mail in favor of hard copies of documents and snail mail. And whereas Joe Valencia has continued his excellent service to his community as a member of the County Planning Commission, formerly serving on the County Civil Service Commission, the Lompoc City Council, and even as mayor of Lompoc, with the building of City Hall and the widening of H Street occurring during his time. And whereas Joe Valencia has quite the institutional history and collection of colorful stories after serving on the County Planning Commission for 14 years through several boom and bust cycles. And we express our gratitude for Joe Valencia's dedication to the public and being ever the gentleman during his tenure on the Commission. Now, therefore, be it, and it is hereby resolved, that the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission, and on behalf of staff and the citizens of Santa Barbara County, present this resolution to 4th District Commissioner Joe Valencia, passed and adopted December 19, 2012.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I remember the day I came on and I see Lansing Duncan up there. He was on the commission at the time. And I remember Joni Gray when she called me and she said, would you serve on the Planning Commission? I said, well, does it take much time? And she said, no, not really. She says, you know, you go down there, you say, yes, yes, aye, and you have a cup of coffee and a donut and you come home. So I came in the first time and they said, are you the new commissioner? Yes. That's $14 for coffee. And so I shelled out $14 and she said, and then it's $10 for the gift for somebody. So it's all $24. And I had $25 with me. I had $1 left for lunch. And so it's very memorable. She said, you'd be home by 10:30. She didn't tell me at night. That meeting went till about 9 o'clock that night. And so in those early days, I think the record meeting was 11:15 at night, you know, so there were times when we got home after midnight. But it's been a pleasure working with about 23, 24 commissioners. It's been a pleasure always working with the staff, Diane and David and all the members and county council and the planners who have done an outstanding job always on answering my questions. And all the commissioners who have been, I've just learned so much from them. Every time I leave home, my wife says, learn to listen and listen to learn, you know, and I try to forget that, but I still remember it. But it's been a pleasure serving, and I'm looking forward to taking it easy. I was looking at how many years I've served in the public and various commissions and so on, and I've done 45 years, and I think I've served in the community, the city, the state, the federal government, Army and National Guard, and so I'm ready to, the next I guess would be the United Nations, and I think I'm going to skip that, and I'm going to take it easy. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and my fellow commissioners. It's been a pleasure working and serving with you.
Thank
you. Joe, your vote is still going to be recorded all day today, into the night, so stick around. We next have the agenda status report and the projection report from Ms. Black. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you for reading that resolution. As you know, I typically do, and I wasn't sure I would be able to make it through that one, so I really appreciate it. This morning we have 4 items on your agenda. We have recommended that your Commission continue item number 1. That is a request for continuance by staff. We weren't able to complete our staff work in time to meet this December 19th hearing, and so our recommendation is, and you'll, I think, hear from some people, to continue this item to January 9th, the next available hearing date. Other than that, the other 3 items are ready for your Commission's consideration today. Do you want me to go ahead and
Please.
Go into the projection report? And then, Mr. Chair, I think we should go back after we finish the administrative agenda and address the continuance on agenda item 1, because I do expect that we'll have some public comments. With respect to the agenda projection report, our next hearing will be on January 9th. We have canceled the January 2nd hearing because that is the day that department staff return from furlough. Just a reminder, this Friday is the last day that will be open to the public until January 2nd, Wednesday, January 2nd. On January 9th, your Commission has several items that you'll be considering. An item that is on the projection report that I know will not be on your agenda is the TTT Winery. We have not completed our staff work on that, and so we will be bumping that to a subsequent hearing. The T-Mobile Friendship Manor item, the appeal of the mining and, sorry, I skipped a page. The jet lot split and the appeal of the Silver Project as well will be heard. The special events ordinance, we are going to recommend that you bump that until January 30th. We do need to go back to, that's why it shows us 5 minutes, because we'll take it up and continue it. We need to go back to the Montecito Planning Commission because we never did return to them with their formal language, and they make a recommendation to your commission on the Article 2 amendments. So we'll be going back to them on January 16th and then back to your commission on January 30th. So on the 9th, expect 3 items: the T-Mobile project at Friendship Manor, the jet lot split, and the Silver appeal, pending your decision today. The next hearing will be January 30th. As you recall, your commission requested that we schedule hearings the first, second, and last Wednesday of the month, and this month January has 5 Wednesdays, so January 30th will be a hearing date, and I expect that we'll have an appeal of mining and reclamation project, as well as the special event ordinance and perhaps other items that get moved to that day. Nothing of particular note past then, but we are scheduled to meet on January 6th or February 6th and 13th. We don't have anything projected yet for those dates, and I'll let you know at our first hearing in January if we expect to have items.
Commissioner Blau has a question.
Yeah, just what's your best guess on having a hearing on the March 6th, or having any items for March 6th?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, I would expect we would have a hearing on March 6th, unless the commission wants to take some action in advance of that. Are you planning on being out of town?
Yeah, there's an opportunity for me, and I have to let them know next week if there is.
I know that we have a project that we're trying to get to hearing either on March 6th or March 13th. The applicant obviously would like March 6th. It's the Paradiso Del Mar project, the 2
Okay, and I'm not asking you to change it. I just, if there was a strong likelihood that it wasn't going to happen, I would take advantage of this. But if there is any chance that we've got someone that needs a hearing, I'll skip the
I think
invitation.
We have, Mr. Chair, I think we have a chance.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the projection report? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Monday night, I attended the department's community meeting on the La Galita storage field enhancement project, and just based upon public comment, they're requesting an extension for the time to comment by 2 weeks. So I would expect that we may not be hearing it by the end of February, just as a heads up. I don't know what staff has decided, but in talking to them, they seem to think that maybe that might be a possibility. So just to let you know that we might be hearing that sometime in March. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, thanks for pointing that out. And I don't know the status of that request. If we do grant a 2-week request, I would expect we'd probably have about a 2-week slippage, so that'd be either March 6th or 13th.
Okay, any other questions on the projection report? That brings us to the point in the meeting where we invite the public to address the commission on matters not on today's agenda. We have a speaker slip on public comment and a second one. Okay, so let's turn to, and if you would like to address the commission on general matters not specifically to be discussed in our agenda today, please submit a speaker slip to Commissioner Blau. Lansing Duncan is first up, and he'll be followed by Jim Lonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I just wanted to personally recognize Joe for his many years of service. And Joe, I do remember that first hearing. You gave me a really hard time, as I recall. And in fact, Mr. Chair, I see you keep him in line a lot better now than he did at that first day. I do want to say that it was always a pleasure to work with Joe because of his good humor. Okay. He was an excellent humor and was very polite to, after that first day, to all the other commissioners and staff. And it was the sort of thing where we might have serious disagreements, but when we went home, we knew that there was no personal animosity that extended beyond the day, which allowed us to come back and work together the next Wednesday. And I do want to say that it's been 12 years since I left the commission, and to see Joe there still smiling is amazing. Okay. I salute you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan, and let's recognize all your good service to the county while we're at it. Mr. Lonis?
I'm here to speak on the Maddie's.
Okay.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry. All right. Anybody else for public comment? I don't see anyone else here for public comment, so we'll move to Planning Commissioner informational reports. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as sort of a follow-on to a project the Commission saw, golly, I guess earlier in this year, the Christmas Tree Farm project. I was talking to the developer yesterday, and he told me, if you recall, going across the project site are these KV 66 electrical lines, and the developer has decided to underground them. So that will really enhance the project, and I know that was one of the considerations by the community and some discussion by the Commission, but developers decided to do that. So I think that's a benefit, not only for the community, but for the project as well. And I thought you would like to know that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, let's keep moving through our administrative agenda. The next matter is the minutes of November 14th, which were before us last week. Staff has incorporated a number of amendments to those. So, Commissioners, let's see if there are any other changes that you would like to make. And then we have several speakers wanting to address that set of minutes. Commissioner Brown.
Well, first of all, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve those minutes.
Second it.
Okay. And my comments are on page, well, it's the conditions of approval for Vincent on B2. I just wanted to ask staff about their correction to kind of highlight this 13 or more attendees or fewer than 12. To me, as I read it, the second line on that, where it says with a maximum of 17 and 13 or more attendees, I'm wondering if in the midst of time that a little addition in the parentheses won't be confusing, because you've really described the presence of 12 people or less within the winery would not be considered an organized gathering.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair, I had the pleasure of reviewing the, can somebody turn their mic off? Because
oh, sorry.
Dinging, thanks. Of reviewing the tape this morning, and I think we've tried to capture what the Commission intended. At your last hearing, you asked us to clarify the 13 or more. So we added that since your last review of these minutes to try and address an issue that you raised last meeting when you were reviewing the minutes. So we're happy to do whatever you would like. I think either way it works, either with the paren or without the paren. Well, but the intention is it counts if it's between 13 and 75. That's a special
right. But it's, to me, gathering. If I'm going to read this 2 years from now, I'm just thinking the context will be lost. And I think you've said it, is that the presence of 12 people or less doesn't constitute it. And I just want to make sure it's clear. And to me, when I read this, I'm going, well, I understand that because we went through the discussion of it, but I'm not so sure. So I want to get the Commission's comments on that.
Yep. Mr. Chair, I leave it to the Commission. We added it upon your request last time, and we're happy to take it out. I think either way it's clear.
Anybody else want to comment on that particular issue? Okay, Commissioner Brown, continue.
And I just have one more. And this was in, excuse me, let me find it. It was on the, on page 3, of the minutes of November 7th, and it was concerning para number 2. While I concur with this is what was part of my motion, there was another piece that wasn't captured, and that was to ensure that there was an explanation by Dr. Russell concerning, this is on November 7th minutes, page 3 at the top, okay, in item number 2 at the top, that I had asked that that Dr. Russell did some explanation to us concerning what was being proposed by Ms. Collins-Burgard, and I wanted to make sure that that piece, what his explanation followed on, that when it gets to the board, if the board asks for explanation about this, that he be able to provide that. Because it does take the county in a different direction from sort of what your current processes are and standards.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I think you're talking about item number 2 under the special events. So that, what we were trying to incorporate there was the Planning Commission's recommendation that we forward consideration of a work program item to the Board of Supervisors that would look at a broader scope for the special event ordinance. And I can assure you this will not be the only paragraph that goes to the board when they consider our work program. We will provide information about what would be encompassed in that kind of work plan. So I think
that doesn't quite capture, because I don't want to put words in Dr. Russell's mouth, but I got the gist is that the direction would be significantly different than your current way of considering this ordinance. And that's the only thing I wanted, that piece, when I made that motion, to make sure that that was included in there.
Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure if you want some alternative language. I think the intention of the Planning Commission was we want you to go forward with this narrow scope of ordinance revisions that address the issues that we were initially trying to address, and then further and separately take to the Board of Supervisors this broader approach and see if the board wants to prioritize that as an item for the department to work on. I think that's what you're asking for. That's what we mean by this, but if you don't think that's clear, I'm happy to change it.
I understand that's what it means, but I think, as I said, Dr. Russell gave an interesting presentation that said this would be a different direction for, and I want to make sure that that piece gets in there, and I'm sure it will be, but it's not captured in these minutes.
It absolutely,
okay,
Mr. Chair, would move forward to the board in that light. You will have an opportunity to further provide comment to the Board of Supervisors if you'd like. We will be coming back on January 30th, and if you want to provide some further clarification to the board on the work program item, we could do it then. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown, anyone else? The agenda speaks to the minutes of November 14th, and that's what I called out, but it's actually the meeting of the 7th that we're discussing and have been discussing, so just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, the agenda was updated. And so the updated agenda does have November 7th on it.
Okay.
The one in my packet has November 7th, and Mr. Villalobos just told me he updated it, and I believe that's what the agenda says in the back of the room. In the posted agenda.
Okay. At least I have the agenda for the right day, so it's just the old version. Let me know when I call out something else that's been updated. Okay, as I indicated last meeting, I have a number of little typographical errors that others who I'm sure have reviewed this have caught as well. I won't take the public's time to look at those as I don't think they're material, but there are a couple that I think might be material. If we could turn to page B2 of the conditions to the Vincent Winery. The last portion of that first paragraph on page B2 refers to organized gatherings. and says catered food prepared off-site would be provided for organized gatherings. And I think it's important to emphasize, and it's certainly my recollection of our meeting, that was only for the organized gatherings. That is catered food related directly to the organized gatherings, not to the day-to-day wine tasting or anything else that might be conducted. So I inserted and would like to have these minutes reflect the word only in front of the last use of organized gatherings right at the end of the sentence. Is that acceptable, Commissioner Brown? Okay. Let's see. I just have a question which I'd like to raise for the memory of others to see if I misunderstood this. On page B8, item 16 of these minutes, it refers to a special condition, unrestricted road rights-of-way, and it's referring to the future on-road trails along Roblar Avenue as depicted on the Sandy Nez Valley Community Plan, Figure 15. I know we had discussion of similar concern with the frontage of the property on Refugio Road, but I don't know if that was a separate matter, and because it's not necessarily depicted on the Recreation and Trails map, it may be, but if it's not, then it doesn't belong in there. But otherwise, I was looking to include the frontage on Refugio as well. Anyone have a recollection about that?
Mr. Chair, I recall that the applicant showed us a photo of I think the shrubs that were planted on Roblar, and how they didn't really impede or obstruct that particular area. But I think the one on Refugio was a different matter just because of the topography, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
That horses could access that, but maybe someone has a different recollection.
We don't have the map in front of us, and so you know, I'm content to have whatever is reflected on the trails map be the only frontage. So let's leave it the way it is. If it turns out that it's different, staff can make that correction. Commissioner Blau?
That's fine with me. My recollection is that what we discussed was that the current landscaping doesn't impede the equestrian use of the property, and that the owner agreed they wouldn't do anything to modify or change that. So if you want that language in there, I think it'd be appropriate, because that's actually what we discussed. We determined that what was there now did not impede an equestrian, and but it's okay the way it is. That doesn't matter to me.
There are other references to interfering with equestrian use, so I'm satisfied with the minutes the way they are for the time being. We do need to hear from the public on the minutes. Susan Petrovich has asked to speak, as has Mike Lunsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Susan Petrovich, appearing on behalf of the applicants. I'd like to first say that, Joe, we're really going to miss you. It's been a long time, and it's been an interesting ride, but I guess you're going on to even more fun things than what we do here. I would like to clarify on Refugio. We showed you the photo, and I clarified for you that the landscape plan was actually dictated by the county. So what's there is what the county required. And frankly, after that, Mrs. Vincent sent me a photo of a person on a paint horse riding right through that landscaping on the trail that's there on Refugio. There's no trail presently on Roblar unless people ride in the street. So if that puts your mind at ease on that, I think it was already covered through earlier county conditions. I just wanted to address, it appears at A5 as well as B2. I had the same concern about that language about 13 or more and less than 12. being clear enough for someone in the distant future, because it seems like we're more and more coming back to you or coming back, we're dealing with staff on things that just weren't clear, and now there's a whole new staff or a whole new set of neighbors or whoever, and no one remembers exactly what that was all about. And that's why I had suggested last time we talked about this, that there be a sentence that is, gatherings of 12 or fewer people are not subject to regulation as to frequency. That was what Mr. Blau, Commissioner Blau, I think it was originally, when he's the one who suggested, I think it was 20 first, and then we ended up with a dozen, but he's the one who suggested it originally. But I think that would tell anybody for the future, okay, if you got 6 people there, you're not going to get a call from the neighbors that you've got a bunch of people at the winery. So I would ask that that be clarified in both those places, so that someone reading this in the future will know what we're talking about. So that was, other than that, I caught several typos, but I think the staff has fixed all of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petrovich. Mr. Lunsford, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Mike Lunsford for the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. I'm here to comment specifically on the minutes of November 7th, page 3, item 1C on top of page 3, and item 2. This is an item that that we're keenly interested in because of its impacts to the Gaviota Coast, and I would ask the commissioners to reflect on their intention here when we began to talk about this 1C, this idea of the meanings and the definitions. The discussion centered on in this incidental item as to how to measure whether or not it's incidental or not. And we specifically, at least I specifically asked that you consider, and I believe that you did, using an economic test, because all agriculture, and these are events on agriculturally zoned lands, the motivation is the economics, the return on investment and so forth. So I would ask you to consider whether or not you intended to put an economic test in there, and I believe in the language of the discussion you did. And then on item 2, this whole thing about a recommendation to the board was more seeking guidance, according to my notes, from the board, because there was a strong push after Director Russell said, we need to bring this back to the original scope of closing the loophole in the ordinance, and there was this push about doing another, like a major overhaul of the ordinance, and the idea was we can't do that, we need to get guidance from the supervisors. And I wouldn't say that this was a recommendation that the Planning Commission is recommending we do a major overhaul, but rather the Commission is asking for guidance from the board as to whether or not they want P&D to engage in a major overhaul of this nature. So please consider, the importance but slight nuance difference in those two approaches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lunsford. Commissioner Brown.
I appreciate Mr. Lunsford's comments, but I defer to Ms. Black, because I think what will be important is what is in our meeting for the 30th. That's where we're going to make whatever the recommendation or the forwarding or whatever it is we specifically do. This is just very broad in scope.
Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I can tell you, you will see these words again, because I've already seen the staff report, a draft of it. And this is going to be the summary of what your commission directed, and then you'll see how that translates into ordinance language and further explanation. So there'll be a much deeper opportunity to address this at our hearing on June 30th. We intend to, January 30th, sorry. We intend to address more than just those two definitions. Mr. Lingle just put those in as examples, but I think you went through several others. If we don't get it right and the commission wants us to do something else, believe me, you'll have that opportunity on June 30th and January 30th. I don't know why I keep saying June. On January 30th. So I think this is adequate direction for staff to come back to you on January 30th, and you'll obviously have more opportunity then.
Okay. Commissioner Brown, what about Mr. Lunsford's comments? Do you recall that we, yes. The issue is whether we defined the term incidental in some way. I don't have a recollection.
I don't recall. I don't think so.
Mr. Chair, I've not had an opportunity to review that particular tape. I can tell you that I walk by Mr. Lingle's office many times a day, and he's usually sitting there like this, trying to come up with definitions. So if you had defined incidental, I don't think I would have seen him struggling with how to define incidental.
I think the comment from Mr. Lunsford was about the economic piece. And I don't, I really don't recall our discussion on that specifically, maybe.
Okay, so we don't have the basis to amend the minutes at this time. The third question was whether you wanted to consider the comments of Ms. Petrovich to add a sentence regarding gatherings of 12 or fewer, not subject to regulation as to frequency.
Well, I was hoping that after I made my original comment that some on the commission would weigh in, and I took it they were satisfied with the language herein, but maybe with Ms. Petrovich's comments, there's some change of opinion, so I need to hear from my fellow commissioners.
Mr. Chair, if I could just make one comment. I think the condition says it about every way you can say it. It says the presence of 12 people or less within the winery would not be considered an organized gathering. I can see that same clarification has not been made in the findings, and there is that language in two places in the findings. If you'd like us to make that language in 2.1.5 on page A5, that first full paragraph on A5, and on A7 in 2.1.7, the third paragraph, we could duplicate that language to make it very clear in the findings. I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but if that would make the commission feel more comfortable, we could do that. But I think the condition makes it very clear.
Well, Commissioner Brown made it her point to begin with that it was a little confusing to her the way it was described in the findings. So let's leave to her whether she would like the minutes to be amended to include that in the findings, what is in that condition.
Well, I think it does, the findings do need to be changed to include the language so that there is some clarity about that it's 12 or fewer aren't counted as a gathering. And I think that will
So,
that may help.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I'd suggest we just add that same sentence, the presence of 12 people or less
Correct.
within the winery,
Right.
into the findings in those two places as well.
Right, correct.
Okay, before we vote, we've had a late submission from Mr. Field. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'd like to sort of concur with what Mr. Lunsford said. It was clear in my memory, and I did go back and review the video of the November 7th meeting. And you may recall this was that meeting with the events ordinance in Vincent is what caused us to call for the, would you put the motions on the board, please, so that we know afterwards what they are. It's very clear in my memory, and I believe if you watch the video, you'll see it's very clear there too, that the idea was to add an economic test to the definition of incidental. It was expressed by Dr. Russell, who was the kind of the lead staff person talking to it. And it's not to say exclusively an economic test. The other issues that have traditionally been used should be retained. They're undefined. Time, footprint, impact on ag operations. But there was an absence of an economic consideration, which was part of the discussion and part of the motion. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I promise I'll watch the special events discussion at the Planning Commission before we finalize the staff report, and we'll incorporate anything in the discussion that the commission had into that. That's the best I can do unless you want to continue these minutes again, and I really don't recommend that.
If I could.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, relative to that issue, there was no, although there was some discussion about that, there was no decision or direction given to staff to create what that definition is or how it's to be applied or even it's applicable to special events. So they don't need to be in the minutes. I mean, it's an issue that we're maybe going to discuss, and we had some discussion there, but there was no direction, no conclusions given to anybody on that. And relative to the other issue for Ms. Petrovich, I don't care how you do it. Clearly, as long as you understand that 12 or fewer people are not a gathering or not subject to limitation, and if that was what I discussed and what I thought clearly in my mind that's what happens. So however you use it, whether you use her language or other language, as long as it's crystal clear that 12 or less is not a gathering, not subject to any kind of restrictions, then I'm good to go.
And I understand Commissioner Brown has suggested we do that, that we conform the findings where it isn't clarified to what is stated in the conditions.
Great.
So we clear it up for everybody.
Good.
Okay, and it'll be in the minutes of this meeting that's what we did, right? So so it's very clear. And thanks to all the public for nailing us down on these details, because as everybody knows, what's clear today will be subject to memory loss in the very near future. Okay, we have a motion. Does the seconder agree with the changes we've made since the motion was first offered?
Yes.
Any further discussion from other commissioners? All those in favor of adopting these minutes as amended today and as before us indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
I abstain.
Oh, of course. Commissioner, we have one abstention from Commissioner Hartman, who was not at that meeting. Okay. I think that takes care of the minutes of the 7th, so it brings us back to the agenda, and we are at the director's report. And you're going to give that, Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair, actually, there is no director's report this morning. So I'm available to answer questions. I think Dr. Russell, maybe he left. He was here, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from commissioners for Ms. Black on, I assume there was no board meeting yesterday?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay. No questions. I don't see any. So we'll now move to our standard agenda and read into the record item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following is a hearing on the request of Steve Oquist and Michael and Mary Lou Vankowski to consider case numbers 12 APL 16 and 12 APL 17, respectively, applications filed on October 15, 2012, and to determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines sections 15301 and section 15303.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder, as I indicated when we went over the agenda, the staff has requested a continuance from today's hearing to the first available hearing in January, which is January 9th. We had agendized this item for a hearing today. We understood that the appellants weren't going to be able to make it, and we weren't able to make it through our staff work. So we're recommending January 9th, and I know there are several people who want to speak to you.
Okay, before we start, I need to disclose that I met yesterday with Susan Silver at her property We discussed more than the continuance. We also discussed the merits of the project, as I didn't feel I would be back before the meeting, whenever the meeting does occur. But as a reminder to everyone, the only issue before us is whether to continue this. So the speakers and the commission will just be addressing the continuance issue today, unless we decide to go forward today, in which case we'll move on with that. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like you, I made a site visit, but on Saturday, and discussed not only the the appeal of what I knew, the material that staff sent me, as well as the continuance.
Commissioner Blau.
I was going to go ahead and make the motion for the continuance, then you could second it and have the discussion if you want, or I'll wait if you want to have.
Why don't we hold off just to hear from the parties involved? The proposal of staff is to continue this matter to our first hearing in January, which is our next hearing. We have requests to speak from 3 individuals. The first is Susan Silver, the second is Mary Lou Mankowski, and the third is Susan Petrovich.
Good morning. I am Susan Silver, the owner, one of the owners, my husband is the other, of 351 Ridgecrest. I flew out here last week from New Jersey to attend the appeal hearing that was scheduled for today. Upon my arrival, and I don't need to tell you expenses of flying back and forth from the East Coast, upon my arrival I found out that the staff was not prepared to hear the appeal today, and that they were asking for a continuance to January 9th. As a result, my husband had been planning to fly out the next day. I had to cancel his flight and to add additional expense, reschedule it so that he could come for the January 9th hearing. I am not able to attend that hearing for personal health reasons, and as a result, I would very much like to request that the hearing do be held on the 9th as the staff is recommending. This matter has been delayed for quite a bit, and we just want to be good citizens of Santa Barbara and move here. And I think that that is basically all I need to say. Thank you so much for hearing this.
Thank you.
It's good to meet you all.
Ms. Mankowski.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us talk today. I'm representing Mr. Oquist also. Since we did clear our calendar for the appeal today, and I don't know whether you got my information, but I gave up being with my daughter, who had major surgery on Monday, and made other arrangements so I could be here. And now I find out we don't have the appeal. I was unaware of this until I got an email a few days ago, after I canceled everything, that the appeal date was going to be put off till the 9th. And quite frankly, I told Mr. Oquist not even to come because I didn't see any point. He's so busy too, and I'd cleared the calendar. Anyway, it's hard to get everybody together. And unfortunately, my husband and I had made arrangements on August 10th with our business to attend a major show. It's an electronics show, and it is a tool that we use for our business. There's in fact, it's not even, this show is not open to the public. So it's something that is very important for us to attend. There are meetings that are set up and schedules, and this was done in August. And I think I submitted to you my badges, so you would believe me that it is going on. Although I'm getting very used to having to reschedule things and making things work so I can be in places, I didn't realize I was such a busy person. We are requesting that if at all possible, we'd like to be able to put it off to your next available meeting. I was under the impression it was the 16th, because when I'd originally called about this 19th date, when we did not Actually, it started when Mr. Oquist called me and said, do you know when the date of the appeal is? I said, I have no idea. I hadn't heard anything. And then I called, it was the end of November 30th, and received the date of the 19th. And that's when I went, oh, no, I'm scheduled to be with my daughter with surgery. So we all ran around and redid things so we could open up the state today. And that's why I told Mr. Oquist, just go ahead and do your business, because he had to rearrange his business, too. We were working people. So if at all possible, I would like to request that the date be put off so that we can go ahead and do the business that we need to conduct for our livelihood at the show. If not, I will have to deal with that too. So I will have to accept whatever decision you make on the appeal date, and Mr. Oquist will go along with whatever. He will make his arrangements also. And thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Mankowski. I just wanted to assure you that we have received your 2 emails to staff and have those before us as well.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Petrovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Susan Petrovich on behalf of the applicants who, as Mrs. Silver indicated, are trying to move here from the East Coast, the devastation of New Jersey. And this project has been delayed quite a bit already. In fact, we had to have 2 SBAR meetings because the staff had misnoticed the hearing. So this has just been a delay, one delay after another. And this delay really is not the fault of the Silvers. We were supposed to be heard today, but the Mankowskis and Mr. Oquist essentially filed an application for 2 appeals with only 1 appeal fee, which sent everything into total confusion. It appears that they are still going forward with 2 appeals for the price of 1, but that's really why we had the delay in the first place. We should have been heard today. I did take up Mrs. Mankowski's offer to Google this trade show. It's a 4-day trade show in Las Vegas, which is an hour away by plane. It's quite a bit different from flying all the way from the East Coast. And I guess she would miss part of 1 day of 4. I also Googled both Mr. Mankowski and Mrs. Mankowski and found that it is Mr. Mankowski who is in the investment business that's related to the electronics show. And I'm sure Mrs. Mankowski wants to be there too, but it's not her business and she could be here for this hearing. I guess I would just close by saying that justice delayed is justice denied, and the Silvers should not be submitted to any further delay. So we would ask that it be continued to the January date, and we certainly wish we could have been heard today, although from the rest of the agenda, I see you're probably glad we're being continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petrovich. All right, Commissioners, on the matter of the continuance, both sides are disappointed we can't go forward today. I'm assured by Ms. Black and staff that whatever the cause, staff is not prepared to proceed today. So today is out. The only question is, do we go forward as staff suggests on the 9th, or do we look beyond that for a date to hear the matter? Commissioner Blau, you offered a motion. Are you still prepared to make one?
I'll make the motion. We continue to the 9th.
And I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of continuing item number 1 to the Commission's agenda of January 9th indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? None. So it's 5-0, and it will be on the 9th, and we very much hope you can join us on that day, Ms. Mankowski. Okay, so we're ready to go to item number 2, but before we do that, let's take a 5-minute break to set up. We are back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of December 19, 2012, the last meeting of the year. And we have reached item 2 on the agenda, the Inn at Maddie's Tavern. Before that is read into the record, just for the benefit of those of you who may be here on matters other than the Maddie's Tavern application, that is the inclusionary housing ordinance amendment and the ag buffer ordinance. Those items are very unlikely, in my estimation, to be heard before we take a break somewhere between noon and 1 o'clock. So I invite you to leave if you are concerned with only those matters, but to check in so that you know when we take our lunch break exactly what our updated estimate of time will be. We will go as far and as fast as we can on this matter, but it is very substantial. We may not even be able to conclude it today. We'll see better as time goes along. So, Mr. Villalobos, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Matthew Allen on behalf of the owner, Santa Rita Land and Vine, LLC, to consider the 09 DVP 19 application filed on June 1st, 2009, as well as 09 CUP 23. Also, the hearing on the request of Mr. Jeff Havlick, agent for the Department of Public Works Transportation Division, to consider case number 12, GOV 28, for the determination that the proposed vacation of a portion of the Railroad Avenue, Santa Barbara Avenue, and an unnamed alley rights-of-way are in conformity with the comprehensive plan of the County of Santa Barbara, including the Santa Ynez Community Plan pursuant to Government Code Section 65402A, and to certify the Environmental Impact Report 12 EIR 1 pursuant to the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villalobos. Commissioners, ex parte declarations. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we had done our conceptual review of this project, I've made several visits to the site, one to go to the restaurant there, one to do an actual site visit where I walked around. And every time I've been to Los Olivos, I'm either driving by the site or in the vicinity. So I've made several site visits. And I've spoken with the agent for the project, Mr. Allen, and also with the community member, Mr. Duncan. That's it.
Commissioner Hartman?
On December 7th, I spent around an hour and a half with the applicants Matt Allen, Evans Jones, Charles and Allie Banks, Puck Erickson, and Derek Eichelberger, and Hadi, and I won't pronounce his last name, I'm afraid. As well as I spoke with Bob Field for about an hour on this, and Lansing Duncan for about an hour.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I visited the site on several occasions. Plus, for this occasion, I made a special trip.
And Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I had a discussion with Mr. Duncan, and I've been to the site dozens of times.
And I also visited the site on previous occasions, but specifically this past Monday, 2 days ago, for a meeting with Mr. Allen, the applicants, Mr. Jones and Mr. Eichelberger and others, and spent about an hour there. In addition to that, I heard from Mr. Duncan. I didn't actually have a conversation with him, but did listen to his message on my voicemail, and I think that's everything. Commissioner Hartman.
I left out that I did have a follow-up conversation with Matt Allen on the telephone and this morning. Also, I live near Los Olivos, so I'm there quite a bit.
Okay. With that background, we're ready for the staff report. Mr. Zorovich, welcome. It hasn't been frequent that we've seen you lately, but we look forward to what you have with us today.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you. It has been a while. It's nice to be down here. Just a couple of brief introductions of roles. John Zorovich, the project manager and planner for the Maddie's Tavern project. With me today is Ms. Pam Reading of LSA Associates Incorporated. LSA was the consulting firm selected to prepare the environmental impact report for the project. She will be available here to answer questions, and will be given a portion of the presentation summarizing the findings of the environmental impact report. Just briefly here, I know many of you know where the site is, but for those that may not be aware, the site is located in the northwestern corner of the town of Los Olivos, just south of Highway 154. The eastern portion of the project site is fairly well developed. It has the Maddie's Tavern, obviously. There are five cottages on site, 4 along Nahoe Avenue and 1 towards the center of the site. The site also includes another historic landmark. Both Maddie's Tavern and the Keenan Hartley House located on site are designated county landmarks. The western 2/3 of the site are essentially vacant. The western boundary of the site is bordered by the Alamo Pintado Creek, which traverses through the town of Los Olivos. Immediately east of the project site is a vacant piece of land. That's the location for the Stage Stop Plaza project. If you recall, your commission made recommendations to the Board of Supervisors to approve that project in roughly 2008, I believe. That project is yet still to go before the Board of Supervisors, but there is a application for that vacant land. Zoning on the site is located roughly in this location right here, is C2, retail commercial with a mixed-use overlay. Parcels to the immediate east of that site have the similar zoning of C2. The land use designation for the site is general commercial. Zoning south of the project site and west of the project site is residential. You have 7R1 located immediately south, and that's actually the location of the St. Mark's Episcopal Church, and then 15R1 across Alamo Pintado Creek. To the north of the project site, it's kind of split. You have Ag 120 on the west side of Calkins Road, and on the east side you have this RR5 residential ranchette 5-acre minimum lots. Before you today is 2 entitlements. We have a proposed development plan application, a request for a 64-key cottage-style hotel, including amenities such as spa and gym and swimming pool. Also, there's a request for a minor conditional use permit, which allow for an alternative wastewater treatment system in a special problems area. And in addition to that is a government code conformity determination that is in the request as a result of an application to abandon 3 county road easements. This depicts the proposed project site. The existing development on the site, the Maddie's and the 5 cottages and the Keenan Hartley House, consist of approximately 16,600 square feet. Under this development plan proposal, development would include a gross of 49,617,000 square feet of development. The figures that are somewhat more dark shaded, those represent the existing structures on site. These are the cottages, Maddie's. One of the structures, cottage number 2, was proposed for demolish. It has no historical significance. Cottage 1 would be relocated to where cottage 2 exists. In the center of the site roughly is the cottage number 5, and that will be retained for some cottages and the registration, excuse me. And then we also have the Keenan Hartley House located down here, which will also be retained. The rest of the development, just summarize, consists of 1- and 2-story structures, cottages, and a large spa. That's kind of depicted in a red color are the 2-story elements of the structures. The tallest structure on the site will remain Maddie's Tavern at 30 feet. All other structures will be less than that. With regards to parking, the project proposes a total of 156 parking spaces. 62 would be located along the railway parking lot area. 63 are located along Hanada. There's a road that connects the 2 parking spaces. This western road along the western side of the proposed development includes 10 parking spaces. And then there's a provision, or the applicant has roughly 21 valet parking spaces that would be used during the peak evening periods. So it consists of a total of 156 parking spaces. And there's also 3 additional loading spaces located, one here immediately south of the Keenan Hartley House, and then one located in this area. Access to the site would essentially remain the same. There's 2 driveways off of Nahoe, one that feeds into the Honada Street. That one's located in this location. There's another one here at Railway Avenue, and that would remain the same. There's also an ingress-egress access to 154, and that will be remaining as well. The applicant in their project description has proposed to allow the public to continue to use a portion of railway from Nahoe to this access through a 20-foot wide corridor through this area if the abandonments are approved, which would allow the public to continue to use that 154 egress. This figure here is to depict the landscaping plan of the proposed project. The Santa Ynez Community Plan includes some provisions for a landscape buffer for projects that abut Highway 154 in the Los Olivos area. The buffer requirement is it's 20 feet wide, and for the proposed project, in this portion of the project site, the northwestern corner, that does satisfy that buffer requirement. Essentially, from this point here to roughly located around here, the proposed buffer is only 5 feet in width, and in the area that's in front of Maddie's Tavern, right along in this area, there is no proposed additional landscaping. The provisions in the community plan also provide for that buffer can be reduced in the interest of good design. The applicant took this proposed landscape plan before the Central Board of Architectural Review in February of 2010, where they considered the proposed landscaping and their reductions. The CBOR found that the landscaping was adequate as proposed. Also on the project site, just to point this out, this is the location of their proposed septic system, what we call the aerobic treatment system, or ATS. Currently, the county is working on a study to provide a community wastewater system in the Los Olivos town, particularly in the downtown core area. That study is ongoing and is not yet completed. However, if a community system is built and constructed in Los Olivos, the project is conditioned that it would connect to the community system. If, or in the interim, till that gets developed, the applicant is proposing this advanced or aerobic treatment system. The environmental impact report evaluated the effects of an aerobic treatment system at 100% occupancy in the environmental impact report. What it found is that it did not have any significant impacts with regards to waste distribution, nitrogen loading in the area. In fact, the nitrogen loading satisfied or did not exceed the prohibition requirements of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Advanced treatment system, once the water is treated to a tertiary level, would disperse the water into two areas, primarily the landscaping on the site, and then also there's a large dispersion field underneath the Railway Avenue area proposed for abandonment. Just a side note, typically for conventional septic systems, the county prohibits putting a cap on top of the leach field, and that's the reason for that is the leach fields do a secondary level of treatment, and therefore it needs to have exposure to oxygen in the soil. If you cap it with a pavement, it prevents that oxygen from getting to the leach field. And typically those leach fields end up failing. In this case, why this one is designed and allowed is that not only does it do its initial treatment of the wastewater, it also treats it through the secondary process and tertiary process. So by the time the water is leaving the tanks, it has gone to a much higher level of treatment, and therefore the water that's being dispersed out doesn't need that aerobic or oxygen in the treatment to further do it. It's been done already in the advanced treatment system that they're proposing. So I know there's been some concerns or questions about how this can be done while others can't, and it's in the design of this system. The project, Environmental Health Services, has conditioned the project in which that the ATS system would be required to be operated and maintained by a public agency. Right now, one agency that has been is interested in the proposal, but no formal agreements, would be the Santa Ynez Community Services District. The project is reliant on 3 road abandonments, which you've probably seen in the staff report and heard about. One is the Railway Avenue, which the entire Railway Avenue, that portion that fronts the project site. The request does not go past Nahoy. Another portion is the Santa Barbara Avenue, which ties into Railway and goes all the way down to this portion of basically the portion where it ties into Honada, which has been abandoned. And the request actually would include this slight portion here if the abandonment is successful. My understanding is that there's an agreement with the owner of the church and that if the abandonments go forward, this property is in escrow, and escrow would close to the Maddie's developer. In addition, there's a third abandonment request, the 20-foot wide unnamed alley, which is perpendicular to the Santa Barbara Avenue. With regards to the Santa Ynez Community Plan and conformity, there's 2 action items which the plan talks about. One is the county shall prepare a separate parking inventory study for the Los Olivos Santa Ynez area. There's an additional action item in the community plan which talks about the county considering parking and access potential of existing right-of-ways and rights-of-ways prior to any abandonment. And currently, there is a long-range planning is doing a parking inventory study for the Santa Ynez area. However, there is not a study being conducted right now for the Los Olivos Township, and nor has there been any funding identified to do so. As a result, the applicant prepared their own Los Olivos parking and circulation demand study. That study was submitted and then reviewed by Planning and Development and Public Works staff, and the conclusions found to be acceptable. The study looked at essentially two situations. One is under the current, what is currently out there, and then also that build-out is envisioned under the community plan. Under the current situation, the study, I'll just get to the conclusions, found that there's adequate parking in the downtown area and broke the downtown parking area into several zones, the downtown core zone and then some other associated zones next to it. They took an inventory of what parking was available there, what the demand was, and that there's adequate parking right now. In addition, it looked at some of the traffic and circulation of these proposed areas of abandonment. I'll just go back to this slide. And what the study evaluated is that for several of these, even railway, is that at the terminus of each, both railway and this unnamed alley, they essentially terminate into Alamo Pintado Creek. And so they're not thoroughfares. They don't provide additional circulation into the community. And there's no plans by the County Public Works Department to extend those or provide an extension of those to tie into other adjacent lands or roadways. And then for Santa Barbara Avenue, it has a similar circumstance in a north-south direction where it ultimately terminates into the Hanada Street, which has already been previously abandoned. So what the study found is that the proposed abandonments would not change any of the community traffic patterns as they don't provide thoroughfares now, and there's no plans to have them provide as a thoroughfare in the future. The study also looked at, like I indicated, future build-out of the community plan, which contemplates approximately 680,000 square feet of commercial development in the area. Looking at what could be built in that area and the zoning requirements, and then what parking is available, the study concluded that there would be ample parking in the downtown area, even at build-out. So, as a conclusion, based on the studies or the findings of that report, staff believes that you can find the proposed abandonments in conformity with the comprehensive plan. At this time, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Reading, and she's going to describe some of the findings of the environmental impact report.
Thank you, members of the commission. It's nice to be here before you today. So as John mentioned, tell me if I'm short, so I'll try to get this. Closer. As John mentioned, I'm going to briefly review the findings of the environmental impact report, which we prepared for the project. And basically, the findings are the issues for which we identified that the project would potentially have impacts. And just to be clear at the start, for all of these impacts, we prescribed mitigation that would reduce these impacts to less than significant. All but one of the impacts could be reduced to less than significant. So again, I know it sounds like everyone's been to the project site and they're familiar with it, but just to get a sense, to establish how we looked at it from a physical environmental impact and how we environmental standpoint and how we determine impacts. The first issue area for which we determined there were potential impacts for the project was with respect to visual and aesthetic resources. So what you're looking at is a picture of the site from basically the northwest corner. So John just gave you a sort of a review of the Railway Ave, and so you're standing at the northwest corner basically on Railway Ave. The western portion of the project site is open, and although not currently under cultivation, it was under cultivation at one point, so it's considered agricultural land. Alamo Pintado Creek runs just sort of off this picture along the western and southern edge of the project. So you can see in the back some of the trees are associated with the riparian area of Alamo Pintado Creek. Again, as John mentioned, sorry, I have a mouse. Here, the eastern portion of the site is the developed portion of the site. It contains the historic buildings of Maddie's Tavern, the Keenan Hartley House, the cottages, the water tower, and a majority of the large trees that are associated with the project site. Looking to the south, you can see St. Mark's Church and the Santa Ynez Mountains in the distance. And Yonata Street runs along the southern boundary of the project site. You can see the Keenan Hartley House here. And then the northern boundary of the project site is Railway Ave. And then just off the slide, the very northern boundary is Highway 154, which is officially designated state scenic highway. Also, as you can see, the project site is predominantly flat. So the EIR concluded that the overall visual quality of the project site is quite high. This is mostly due to the intact historic nature and the memorability of these historic buildings. The landscaping, this open space along the western side, Alamo Pintada Creek and its riparian area, and the visual integrity of the development in terms of its contribution to the rural character of this Los Olivos township. Also, the views of the distant mountains are quite significant. Based on that conclusion, the EIR concluded there was a potential impact to the historic character of the project site, as well as impacts due to light and glare of the additional development. So, as mitigation to address these potential impacts, the project would be required to, okay, so we just talked about the impacts. You can see that the changes to the project from the new development, it blocks some of the views to the south, and it really changes the look of the agricultural field that now was right in front of you. Next slide. So to address those impacts, the project would be required to be reviewed by the Central Board of Architectural Review, and they, of course, would deal with the look of the buildings. And then to add to that, the applicant would also be required to prepare a landscape and irrigation plan. And you can see this is a view simulation of what the project would look like. So when you add trees and other landscaping features, it really starts to ameliorate some of the impacts of those buildings. Although you can't see it because it's a bright blue sky, to address light and glare, the applicant is required to prepare a lighting plan, and that ensures that lights, especially in the evening, are directed downward and illuminate only those areas that are intended to be illuminated. The Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan and EIR determined that the future build-out of the Santa Ynez Valley would result in a perceptible transformation of the visual character of the community, one that's predominantly rural to one that's more urban and suburban in nature. And when we looked at this project and its contribution to that cumulative change that was identified in the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan and EIR, this EIR found that this project would contribute considerably to that change, that transformation from a more rural environment to a more urban suburban environment. And that's the one area where the EIR found that it was what's considered a significant and unavoidable impact in CEQA language, and that was there was really no mitigation that was feasible to ameliorate that impact, because the impact is well discussed in the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan, EIR. It's basically the combination of all the new development that will perceptively change the character of this community, and there's nothing you can do short of not developing something to change that contribution. So this was the one area that there was a significant and unavoidable impact. I'm going to move on to biological resources. The project will result in a temporary and a permanent disturbance with respect to the removal of native riparian vegetation, and this is due to the construction of right here, construction installation of a portion of the storm drain system. And let me get what happened, there you go. What you have is a bioswale here that will collect stormwater from this side of the property, and it will drain out and be funneled out into Alamo Pintada Creek, out underground and through this storm drain. And this little tiny, so this the construction of this would have some impacts to the riparian area, and then you'd be left with this little pipe. And those both would have impacts to the woodland area. Mitigation was required basically to replace any native vegetation that is impacted. For temporary purposes, it's a 3-to-1 replacement, and for permanent impacts, it's a 5-to-1 replacement. Again, the impacts were very small. The EIR looked at this area in orange, which was identified by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as a wetland. And I just want to emphasize the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has a program called the National Wetland Inventory. And what they do is they basically fly over areas. This was many years ago, and they use infrared to identify areas that are potential wetlands. But they emphasize that it's important to do on-site field visits to confirm whether or not these are wetlands, because again, you're just flying overhead and you're looking at differences in colors that they think might represent moist areas. So the project applicant went out to do a field verification of this wetland and found no wetland indicators. Our firm also sent a biologist out and also did a field visit and found no wetland indicators. And then we also called the Army Corps of Engineers, who oversees much of the wetland program, and gave them all the information, and they concurred that this was sort of gross level mapping, and upon field visit it didn't look like this was a wetland. So in the although it wasn't a formal site visit by the Army Corps of Engineers, everyone agreed that this area was not a wetland, and so no impacts were identified in the EIR for this area that has been identified as a potential wetland. Let's go to, so the other area of, with respect to biological impacts, were impacts to native trees. And this is an image that was in your EIR. And the project could potentially impact up to 25 native trees, and you can see the outlines here. The dark red are the ones that are going to be removed for sure as part of the project. The other ones are those that, because of encroachment into root systems or drip lines, have the potential to be significantly impacted. As part of these trees, the project could also impact nesting birds due to construction activities. And this bridge is a location where there are potentially bats roosting, and the project also during construction could impact some of the pallid bats that are roosting under the bridge. All of these are impacts that can be mitigated. With respect to the tree impacts, the EIR prescribed a native tree replacement plan, and with respect to nesting birds and roosting bats, pre-construction surveys can be conducted, and those impacts can be avoided. Of course, this is a big one because of the historic resources found on site. The EIR looked at the potential impact to these historic resources. Really, the aim of the project is to build around these and to showcase these historic resources. But of course, in the process of rehabilitation and new construction, it's not always clear what the details of the rehabilitation and new construction will be. And so the EIR identified that there is a potential to impact these depending on the details of the architectural changes. And so to address any potential impacts to historic resources, the project site would have to be reviewed by and approved by both the Planning and Development and the Historic Advisory Landmark Commission. And they would ensure that new construction and rehabilitation would not impact these existing resources. With respect to hydrology, the impacts identified with hydrology and water quality are pretty standard when it comes to EIR analyses. During construction activities, grading a site and removing vegetation often exposes soil and leaves it vulnerable to erosion, both wind as well as water. So the applicant would have to obtain coverage under the construction general permit and prepare a stormwater pollution and prevention plan, which is commonly referred to as a SWIPI, to ensure that their construction activities don't impact hydrology and water quality on the site. And then for the process of project operation, the applicant would be required to prepare a stormwater quality management plan to ensure that the new impervious surfaces and any other activities during the operation of the project wouldn't cause water quality impacts during stormwater runoff and other activities. With respect to utilities, the EIR noted that Santa Barbara County has established a threshold for the generation of construction waste and that the project would exceed this threshold. So the applicant would have to implement a solid waste management plan during construction operations to make sure they're under that threshold. So that's really the summary of the impacts with respect to the EIR. The other area, when CEQA requires that we not only look at the project before us, but we look at alternatives to the project. And in particular, we need to look at alternatives required by CEQA, but also those that would reduce the impacts that are found to be potentially significant. The first project, which is mandated that you look at by CEQA, is the no project alternative. The no project alternative really didn't meet any of the objectives of the proposed project, and therefore it was determined to be not feasible. The second alternative that the EIR looked at was an alternative that would avoid development on the 3 roadway corridors on which the county currently retains the easements. As John discussed, those are Railway Ave, Santa Barbara Avenue, and an unnamed alley that branches off Santa Barbara Avenue. And because this is a discretionary action, we thought it was an important alternative just to see if the project could move forward successfully without having the county abandon these road impacts. What we found is that this alternative would actually have more severe impacts to visual resources. By eliminating use of these roadways, you ended up having to cluster the buildings off of these areas, and it removed a lot of the open space. It caused the buildings to be a little denser and higher. And then it did cause more visual impacts, which is actually one of the areas we were trying to ameliorate, trying to reduce the impacts to. So the third alternative we looked at was really getting at the one significant and unavoidable impact that the EIR identified, and that was the cumulative impact to the visual character. What we did is we took a hard look at the site and what were the components that were contributing most to those visual impacts, and we determined that because the cumulative impact was related to the transformation of the project site from one that was more rural to one that's more developed, that agricultural field held a really important character attribute to this project. So we looked at what happened if we would remove all the development off that ag field and basically cluster it, not take all the development density and put it on the area of the project that's already developed, trying to keep a similar density as is proposed in the project, but take development off the ag field, which would, in essence, reduce the amount of development that the applicant would be allowed to develop on that other portion. The EIR found that in removing development from the agricultural field, it did in fact help protect that rural character that we identified as a significant impact. And the EIR did identify this without having any other additional impacts to any of the other issue areas. And the EIR therefore concluded that this alternative was the environmentally superior alternative. However, as is noted in the staff report, based on some comment letters, the staff looked at what the economic feasibility of this alternative was. Now, again, the EIR didn't look at the economic analysis, but the staff report did. An economic analysis was completed by the applicant and someone that they had hired to address this issue and to address this alternative. And what the staff report found and what the economic analysis found was that this alternative doesn't generate a rate of return that can support the proposed development, and therefore this alternative was determined to be economically not feasible. The final alternative that the EIR looked at was a different location. Could this project be developed in a different location? And there are no commercially zoned properties in the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan area that can contain historic properties that could be used for a focal point for a cottage hotel and a restaurant. Furthermore, again, one of the important aspects of the alternative analysis is trying to ameliorate or reduce the impacts of the potential impacts that are found for the project. And no matter where this project was developed in Los Olivos, it would still contribute to the perceptible transformation of the visual quality of the community because it would increase the urbanization. So for both the reasons that there's not another site that contains a historic building on which could be the focal point for a cottage hotel and spa, and because anywhere you develop in this area, it would contribute to a cumulative visual impact, the alternative project location was also found to be infeasible.
Mr. Chair, just a couple brief more comments and then we'll wrap up our presentation. This slide just talks to and addresses the modifications that the applicant is also seeking with the requests and minor modifications to parking and screening standards. The applicant provided us with a shared parking study under the mixed use overlay. There are provisions in the Santa Ynez Community Plan which allow for a reduction in parking. Again, through the zoning ordinance on the project like this would require 165 spaces. Their shared parking study did an analysis of it and came up with that there's 154 parking spaces would be needed at peak demand. They are providing 156 spaces, which would exceed the peak demand calculated in the shared parking study. As a result, staff believes that modification would be justified, as it would no sense in providing additional areas of pavement that aren't necessary for a project like this. With regards to parking lot screening and screening requirements, the applicant has also asked for a modification to the requirement that there be a 4-foot solid foot fence or 5-foot of landscaping in front of Maddie's. They're feeling, the historian felt that something this dense would be inappropriate for the area. It's normally in that area a split rail fencing. It's more open, more spacious. And again, that area is also buffered by the 154 already kind of landscape buffer, and so they felt that it's unnecessary, and staff feels that that's justified as well. In wrapping up here, just a couple of notes here. First, our recommendation is that you make the findings in attachment A and certify the EIR that you've been provided, approve the development plan and minor conditional use permit, determine that the proposed abandonments conformed with the comprehensive plan, and in so doing that you would retransmit the conformity report to Public Works and the Board of Supervisors. In our presentation, we touched on a lot of topics here in the EIR and various issue areas that were discussed in the staff report. I know the applicant is also going to provide a more detailed discussion, and they have technical experts to talk with the parking and wastewater as well. And I just want to point out, as far as county staff, we have Mr. Paul Jensen from Environmental Health Services here, Will Robertson from Public Works, and Jeff Havlick here too to talk about any real estate or abandonment issues. So we're available for questions, but I just wanted to let you know that we have other people discussing this and other people available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zorovich. Very excellent report, as always, and we appreciate Ms. Reading also coming today and outlining those questions for the county presenters that have already spoken, as well as any of the others regarding issues. Trying to keep in mind that we have a lot of public comment to come and a presentation from the applicants. Commissioner Brown.
I think Commissioner Blau was first.
Okay.
I just have a question about the abandonment of the 3 easements. How did the county originally acquire those easements? Are the applicant reimbursing the county or paying for them like we've done other ones? Or just give me a little history and how that's going to work.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I may ask Mr. Jeff Havlick to come up and address that question. He may be more suited to be able to address that.
Mr. Havlick had your ear to the door.
On the computer, so if you could repeat the question, I was running down when I heard abandonment come up.
Yeah, the question was, how did the county originally acquire the easements? Is it a fee ownership, or did they pay for them? And are we selling the easements back to the property owner, or is it just giving them back to him? Just want to know the history of that.
Understood. The county owns the right-of-way in easement, not in fee. In those cases, we simply abandon. We do not charge for the land. All we're doing is releasing our easement rights from the fee.
So it's not an offer to dedicate, it's an actual easement?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else while Mr. Havlick's here? Commissioner Valencia?
Mr. Chair, that was my question, so it's answered.
Okay. Just to clarify, the Railway Avenue is the fee ownership in the applicant then?
Yes.
Okay. So the county acquired, I assume that was originally a railroad right-of-way, and somewhere along the line the county came into possession of it?
Correct.
Okay. Great. I think that's it. Don't go too far away. I'm sure we'll
my
come up
desk
with
is one floor away.
Okay.
I'll keep monitoring just in case.
Great. Thank you very much. Other questions, Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, thank you, and this is for Mr. Zorovich. Through Railway Avenue, and I was trying to find it in the documentation, I can't, but is the proposal to allow the county a 20-foot wide easement through Railway so that the public can access Calkins? Is that, or did I make that up, or what's?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, yes, the project as proposed, the applicant would allow the public to continue to use Railway Avenue from Nahoe to the 154 Railway Santa Barbara intersection. And that public would be allowed to use a 20-foot wide corridor through the parking lot. So the easement now is 60 feet.
Okay.
Because of parking that's proposed, they would confine that a little bit to 20 feet.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Hartman?
Is there also a trail through that in?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hartman, there is a trail being proposed. The trail here is located, I'll try and illustrate it here with this mouse, comes in off of, in this northwestern corner of the site. However, rather than use the railway, the applicant is proposing that, consistent with the community plan requirements, it goes along this western road. So the trail would be traversing along here through this site, and then the applicant is also proposing a corridor here, which would allow for the public, not vehicles, but equestrians, bicyclists, and that to use this area to get out to Nahoe. In looking at the Santa Ynez Community Plan, the actual plan has depicts a trail going up Santa Barbara Avenue, which would essentially bifurcate the St. Mark's Episcopal Church, which is roughly around in this area, would come up this way, and it shows it depicting and going straight through the site and right up through this intersection and going to 154. So there has been a slight realignment of where the trail goes. There is no real opportunity at this time for the trail to continue south here, so instead, the applicant has suggested that the public would just continue along and go out to Nahoe and then maybe connect up at a location until some opportunity for an easement is obtained.
And then if they wanted to get across 154?
Right now, I think the allowance would be that they'd have to go up to 154 and across at the bridge. Commissioner Hartman.
Does that answer your questions?
Yes, I have another, but I can
Okay,
wait
go
my turn.
ahead.
I'm curious about the erosion to the creek. It's already it's incised and very steep. And what is the stormwater management? How's that going to affect erosion in the creek itself?
I can speak to that, or we can let Hadi, I mean, there's a small pipe. So the project isn't going to change the runoff into the creek from existing conditions. If anything, it's going to collect along this purple area. They're proposing a bioswale, and so much of the water will run off and be collected in this bioswale and be funneled through this pipe. Under the pipe, you can see this gray area is riprap, and it is intended to basically mitigate any of the erosive forces of the flow coming out, so it would sort of gently be flowing into Alamo Pintada Creek, and this would be the only place that there would have been any additional velocity erosive flows, but they're putting in riprap and other flow calming forces, if you will, to eliminate any potential for erosion. So really the project isn't going to change any other areas of the creek and the runoff onto the creek.
Through for the moment?
Well, I have a number of questions. I'm not sure if I should wait until the applicant makes the presentation or whether I should ask them of staff.
Well, keep them in mind. If for any reason you don't get the answer from the applicant, then you'll have an opportunity to ask staff before we begin any discussions. Ms. Black? Okay, Commissioner Brown.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zorovich, if you'd go back to the trail map, please. Okay, so the access would be from 154. Get my. I'm not sure how to use this instrument. Anyway, it'd be up from 154. Perhaps you have a pointer. Okay, thank you. So it would be coming here through this little access way here, right? From 154 for bicyclists or equestrians. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I believe that once that trail is provided, I don't think there's a trail currently there for it,
Right.
but once ultimately that would be the idea, is that bicyclists would travel through along that path, get to the project site, traverse down through a portion of that western
Right here, right. So it's a
road.
multi-purpose for hikers, bikers, equestrians, horses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one for you, Mr. Jensen, just at the outset. The crux of our concerns about this project have to do with the wastewater disposition, and we're being told about an aerobic treatment system. You've had an opportunity to look at that and study its effectiveness as applied to this property?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I've reviewed this thing on a number of occasions and made my comments and sent it on to the regional board for their review. This particular site is going to have 2 levels of oversight. The flow is going to be permitted by the regional board, and environmental health will be issuing the construction permit, but it'll be to regional board requirements.
Okay, so just to define that a little more clearly for us that aren't familiar with the system, you have the regional board has oversight for all of the liquid that's leaving the system, where it goes, how it's dissipated throughout the property. Do they have anything to do with the actual makeup of the hardware itself, or is that within EHS jurisdiction?
Environmental health would be reviewing, and we have reviewed systems like this enough for other projects. Most notably, Laguna Blanca School has a system that's essentially identical to this one. While it's a newer technology, considered state of the art, it is something we're familiar with and have permitted elsewhere. So while the regional board will be creating the criteria with regards to nitrogen loading and application rates, it'll be up to us to assure that the system is constructed that it meets those kind of criteria.
Okay. I have more questions about the system, but I assume the applicant will address it as well, and then perhaps I can follow up with you after that.
Certainly.
Anything else of county staff before we turn to the applicant? Let's see, we've been going a little less than an hour, so let's hear from the applicant, and then we'll take a very brief break and turn to the public.
Good morning, Chairman Cooney, members of the commission. My name is Matt Allen. I'm the agent for Santa Rita Land and Vine in the project, the Inn at Maddie's Tavern. Before I bring up some of the members of the team to give you a presentation, I thought I'd just introduce the whole team, as not everyone will be speaking, but that way you'll know some other people are here to answer questions for you as you go through as we go through. We have Charles Banks, the owner of the project. We have Evans Jones of Jones & Jones Architecture, who's the architect. Puck Erickson and Derek Eichelberger of Arcadia Studios, who are the landscape architects. We have Scott Schell for ATE, traffic engineer. We have Alex Cole, the architectural historian. We have Hadi Zadpana and Jeremy Saltz of the engineering firm Penfield and Smith. And we also have Jason Mooney of Economic and Planning Systems. And I also know that Hadi brought with him the representative of ATE, and I don't know his name, and I apologize, but he's here as well if there are really technical questions about the operation of that anaerobic system. With that, I thought I would introduce Charles Banks and let him tell you a little bit about his involvement in our valley and in this project and his goals for this project, so you have an overall idea, and then we'll go to Evans Jones to take you through the pieces of the project.
Let me ask you, Mr. Banks, have you estimated the amount of the time you will require for the entire presentation?
I can estimate, sir. I would say around 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
And if you'd like to right now, it's probably a good time to take a break if that's something that the commission needs.
Commissioners, are you okay do you want to take a break now or go through the presentation? Okay, let's just keep going. We're on a roll. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you all for having us here. I'll try and be very brief. I think that everyone actually knows a lot about this project. It's obviously been in front of everyone for quite some time. You know, we're looking forward to answering all the questions. We feel that we've invested an enormous amount of time, effort, and money to get to this point, so we're excited to be here. I think we have the right people to answer the questions. From my perspective, I won't bore you with the details of when I came to the Valley about 12 years ago, but you know, I'm a deep supporter of the Valley, of the community. I want to thank all of the people in the Los Olivos and the Valley community that have been so supportive. We've received overwhelming support for this project, and had we not, I probably would have abandoned it a long time ago. And so, you know, it's really, we're doing this obviously for ourselves, for an economic return, but also for the community. We believe that Los Olivos and the Valley in particular will benefit greatly from this project. The historic resources will be utilized far better than they ever have before, and we're very excited about that. So I won't take any more of your time, but we look forward to answering all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Mr. Jones, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Evans Jones, architect. Thank you for hearing us. It's exciting to be here after a long time. Also, thanks to John Zorovich and Ms. Reddy, they've made a very complete presentation. I'll try not to be too repetitious because some of the things that we were planning to go through have already been said. So let's see how fast I can go through this. This is the plan that we had back in 2009, which after meeting with the HLAC several times, working with our historian, working with the Central Board of Architectural Review, we've made many changes to this. We've highlighted the Hartley House. Originally, Keenan Hartley House we were recommending would be moved up here. In meeting with HLAC, they felt we needed more room around the Maddie's Tavern, keeping that the most important parcel on the site or building on the site. So we did return and move that back down to where it is. You see in a final plan in a minute, the Keenan Hartley house is remaining where it is today. Second thing was we had a large back of the house wing added on to Maddie's Tavern. It was requested that we keep that open space that's there now, and so that has been much reduced. Other buildings, to be able to keep this open space again here, the Keenan Hartley house, as I mentioned, moved down here. There were 2 buildings here that we removed out of the plan. That was talking about the opening. Originally, Caltrans requested that this opening at Calkins be closed. In talking with the public, it was insisted that we leave it open, and we're very open to that, so that this access through Railway and out on Calkins will remain open as it is today. This was another plan showing cutting back the back of the house here, removing those buildings, and the Keenan Hartley house again. Further reduction was a request that from the Maddie's Tavern, what we called the wicker room that views out towards this courtyard, be remaining as they are today, and vice versa from the public looking in towards that part of Maddie's Tavern, that remain. And so this area was reduced even more. We had a horseshoe drive in here for access to the back of the house. That has been removed now in our final plan, and we just have access off of the street there. Originally, we had the reception building located, there are 4 historic palm trees in that area. We had the reception building located between those, actually deciding that there wasn't space in there. And cottage number 5 exists right here now. It was a request then to save cottage number 5, which we have done. So we've combined, I think the next slide will show retaining cottage 5. We've gotten rid of the reception room there. Cottage 5 will have 3. We haven't gone through that. Oh, this was just back over here to retain that palm tree, which it will be retained. See if we can get to cottage 5. There's cottage 5 as it exists today. We're adding on a little bit to the front. There's a non-historic porch on it now that'll be removed. And what we'll add to it will be more in character with the existing building. Reception will be there, and there'll be 3 units remaining in that portion of cottage number 5. This is a historic picture. I just wanted to put this in to show that Maddie's Tavern has changed over the years. This was the first picture that I could find where the 2-story portion of the inn was built and a little low addition on the side. Then sometime later, there was another addition put to the hotel over to the west, and behind this cowboy is a vacant spot. So between the original hotel and that addition, there was a vacant spot in between. And also, go back one more. I'm sorry. That's fine. I wanted to point out that this addition, or the original building here, that the eave line of that flat portion was considerably lower than the eave of Maddie's. When they built this, they built that horizontal level spot up higher. So now let's go to the next slide. So they filled in this area in the center, putting the 2 buildings together, and at that time raised this up so that horizontal line is the same. And you actually, if you walk from the main area in the dining room here up through the bar, you have to go up a little ramp right there. So I can see where when they built this portion, they didn't quite get the same elevation as they had here. So in the future, they ramped it up. So you can solve anything with time. So again, we just point these out that there have been modifications to Maddie's Tavern over the years, and we are making some minor modifications too. This is the existing structure now, in the red. Actually, the whole thing is the existing structure. The red line indicates the portion that we are preserving. This area right here is not historic. This was built in the 70s, and that will be remodeled, but the basic area will remain. This area will be new, although the footprint goes there now. We're just rebuilding that as dining room. This area over here is going to be removed. It was added in the 2000, sometime 2001, 2000, that will be removed completely, and that'll go back to the open space around Maddie's. Next. The addition then to Maddie's for the kitchen and the back of the house, where this will become dining area, additional dining to what's already there, this will be the kitchen and the back of the house. I want to point out that in saving this courtyard as it is today, we're proposing to build the addition right where cottage number 1 is today, so that the streetscape along the Howey will remain basically as it is. There's a hedge right there now, and will not encroach any further than that existing hedge. So cottage number 1 is there now. Next one, I think it moves down to... Now, I guess we're going on with Maddie's Tavern. This is a view of what we're proposing then for Maddie's. This is existing today. This is where cottage 1 is, the dark line there. That's where the addition will be, and then we'll fill in here. Now, you need to picture that right there, this wing is way back from the front of that, so it doesn't, they're not in a straight line there. It's set clear back behind the courtyard. So, existing cottage number 1. This is then the side view looking from downtown Los Olivos. The side of Maddie's will remain exactly as it is today. The existing wicker room there. Again, the dotted line indicates where cottage 1 is today, and will build within that same confines. Next picture just shows the other side. So this is the existing hotel there. This is cottage number 1. We're just filling in between them right in there. But again, the same vernacular that the original building was built. This is just an artist rendition of what it would look like looking through the existing courtyard. This is existing Maddie's, the wicker room. This would be the addition there. So our proposed plan, here's cottage number 1 now. It's going to move down, and then so it ends up right there. Cottage number 2 is located there and will be moved off-site. But so cottage number 1 becomes there. Cottage number 2 will remain where it is and becomes 2 rooms. This shows the movement of where the reception was. This is the existing cottage number 5 right now, which will be converted to 3 keys, 3 rooms. Registration will be in this area, retaining the existing. This is existing right now, the old fireplace in there. That'll be part of the registration. So you'll enter through the 4 historic palm trees there. We'll have an entry through that into the registration. That's kind of the front view, which will be the same vernacular that the existing, the cottage number 5 is kind of a craftsman style building now, and we'll follow those same details. This is a side view of that. These are just views of other buildings, 2-story building. We're varying between 2-story and 1-story building. The basic character will be similar to what you find in Los Olivos, some horizontal siding, some board and bat, composition shingle roofing. They will vary, but again, we've designed, there are 29 buildings total, 64 keys, 29 buildings, 7 of which are existing right now. Again, Maddie's Tavern will remain the largest building. Maybe go to the, these are just additional buildings, different sizes, different heights, 1-story, a 2-story, 3-unit building. They're all different. This is the spa, the largest building that we are constructing, but still considerably less than Maddie's Tavern. Here, close to 7,000 square feet, about 4,000 square foot there. This is 30 foot tall, that's 26 foot tall, 2610, I believe. This will be designed as an agrarian building. It'll be board and bat siding with probably a metal corrugated roof, but look like the barns in the area. The idea is to make it color-wise and just look like a barn, like you do see across railway or across 154. This is this is one of the little 1-story cottages. There will be several of those around. This is a picture of the gym, which again will be an agrarian-looking building. One of the two-story, this is probably the largest unit, around 2,500 square feet of six keys, two-story. All of these buildings have been to the CBAR, Central Board of Architectural Review, and we've received good comments from them. Also, many times at the HLAC, and we've gotten good review from them. This is a little snack shop near the pool, which actually there's a little building on the site now that supposedly was the chef's quarters. We're going to move that and incorporate it, so there's a window here that can open up and serve sandwiches or whatever through that, but it'll be right adjacent to the pool. It's going to be located right there. These are some of the little one-story cottages. I think there are 6 or 7 of those. And one-story, one-unit cottages. It's another one of the four-unit buildings. Okay, so that concludes a quick overview of the architecture. And I think Scott Shell is going to come up and talk about parking.
I have a question. Could we just ask Mr. Jones a couple of questions before you start, Scott? Thank you.
Sure, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Either Mr. Zorovich or you showed a picture as you were coming from the west on 154, and I wonder if you could put that photo up again. No, it's the photo sim.
Well, I think that was part of Ms. Reddy's presentation.
Okay, well, if someone could bring that up, I'd appreciate that. Yeah. And in the interim,
it was one of the simulations.
Right. So I wanted to ask you the question, Mr. Jones, is how far off of 154 is that two-story building located?
I would estimate 60, 70 feet.
Okay,
because we've got the Railway Avenue right away, and then this is set back probably 30 feet from our front property line. So it is set back. The closest building actually is this one down here to the property line, and even it is back farther than Maddie's Tavern now. Okay. But I would estimate 60 or 70 feet.
Okay, and this is the spa building?
Correct. That is, well, probably the gym is right on the edge here, and then the spa is behind it, but that's the barn back in there.
In any of your design iterations, did you ever consider having this a one-story building rather than a two-story building?
Yes, we have, but then we have to make something more dense someplace else, so that's a question of where you want the density.
And when you did that, was there a view corridor through here?
No, there are other two-story buildings behind that.
Oh, behind it, so okay.
You still would not see St. Mark's Church or the mountain.
That's, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We'll have some more later, but sorry to interrupt the presentation.
Mr. Shell.
Well, now that we had all that fun looking at architecture, it's time to get into traffic and parking. Scott Shell with Associated Transportation Engineers, and I'm going to start by going over the parking statistics for the project. As we heard from Mr. Zorovich, the current project includes 156 spaces. That includes both 21 valet and 135 marked spaces. The hotel plan is to utilize the back parking lot for hotel guests who would be valeted, and the front parking lot would basically remain open for public guests and self-parking for the restaurant. Next. The EIR conducted an analysis of parking demands. We had provided some information, and the consultant did some supplemental work. The model that was used was based on a lot of input provided from both planning staff and transportation staff. The parking demand analysis found that for weekdays, the daytime demand was 108 spaces and the evening demand was 133. And for the weekend period, the demand ranged from 131 to 154 spaces. So essentially, the EIR analysis found that the parking provided for the project was adequate. Matthew? In order to validate the analysis, we also looked at some other industry standards. So you probably heard some of these. The Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Report was looked at. It recommends a rate for hotels with restaurants and conference facilities of 1.54 spaces per room, which would yield a demand of about 100 spaces. We also looked at the ULI, or Urban Land Institute Parking Generation Report, looking at the various hotel and conference components. Its rate came up to 1.89 spaces per room, which would yield a demand of 121. And for comparison, the Inn at Manny's provides a ratio of 2.44 spaces per room, which is actually a pretty high number. I went back in my files just this morning before coming down and looked at my work for the Biltmore Hotel, which of course has many restaurants and conference facilities. And that ratio runs about 2.2 spaces per room. So the Maddie's 2.44 and the Biltmore, which I'm sure some of you are familiar with, is around 2.2 spaces per room. Mr. Zorovich had touched on the study that was done for the community parking within Los Olivos. He talked about the zones. Here they are. So the Zone A was focused on the downtown core, about the 4-block grid, about 1,000 feet or so, 900 feet from ground zero here at the flagpole. The outlying zones, about 1,200 to 1,500 feet out. So the study found, well, it was done on a Saturday and a Sunday, peak times. The peak was in the afternoon, about 2 o'clock. In the downtown core, the occupancy was 69% full, and in the outlying zones, the occupancy was 41%. And of course, this study was done to really give us some input on the potential loss of parking for the abandoned sections of Santa Barbara and Railway. So during the study, we also looked at how many cars were parked up there in that area, the areas that are proposed for abandoned. When Maddie's wasn't open, there were only a few cars. There was maybe 3 cars on each street segment. Again, this was in the 2 o'clock in the afternoon during the peak time. It was also noted that the walking distance from this area up here to the downtown core was over 1,600 feet, and our parking survey showed that there was a lot more available parking much closer into the core. So I think that was the information staff was able to use to make their findings for policy consistency. Moving on to traffic, there was a lot of discussion in the NOP and the scoping about the intersection at Calkins and 154. The EIR and our analysis provided a detailed operational assessment of that, particularly to address the comments we got from Caltrans. It was done for both the weekday AM and PM peak hours as well as the weekend afternoon peak hour on a Saturday. So what did we find? For existing conditions, the intersection operates at a good level of service B. When the project is added in, it stays at B. With the cumulative additions, and that was for a robust list of projects in the community, it stays at B. When we got out to the 20-year build-out, it got into the C, B range for AM and PM. Same findings for the weekdays. So the analysis in EIR found that the project, based on county thresholds and operational standards, wouldn't impact that intersection. There was also a request by Caltrans to look at improvements at the intersection, particularly left turn channelization. So I wanted to share this slide. This is the cumulative forecast volumes that includes the project. So the mainline left turns, this is coming from Route 154 up to Calkins, and this is coming from 154 down to Railway Avenue. 2 peak hour trips and 9 peak hour trips. The level of service models predict delay for these movements, and both of those movements were forecast to operate at level service A, so that's a delay of less than 5 seconds, essentially. We also went through a detailed left turn warrant analysis where you look at the amount of left turns and the conflicting volumes. The county has this in their engineering design standards manual. And those warrants found that these volumes would not rise to the level of warranting the left turn lane. So that information was provided and I think formed the basis of the conclusions within the EIR for the project's findings of not a significant impact at this location, and really was put forward to answer the questions from Caltrans. So that is going to conclude my presentation, and I will be here to answer questions.
We have one right now, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Scott, where on the site will you park oversized vehicles, buses, vans? This is probably going to be a destination. and you may have these stretch limousines coming. How are you going to accommodate those on the site, or where?
Just back up to L1. As I said at the introduction, the valet program is going to control the parking, particularly in the rear. And so if there was a need to store a vehicle, it could utilize the valet parking spaces that are down here.
But these are regular parking spots, are they not?
Well, the valet, the way it would work is you would actually park parallel behind the 90-degree spots. So if a car was longer, you can't quite see it here, but there's 90-degree parking that comes up this way. And then the valet actually parks another row of parallel vehicles behind the 90-degree stalls.
So if this were an afternoon, for instance, where the trail would be going through that parking lot, or is the trail proposed to go through northern edge of the parking lot? It just seems to me you're going to have some conflicts there with valet parking jamming up this parking lot. How is it proposed to handle that?
I am not real familiar with the trail aspects of the project, but I'm assuming that there's either opportunity through the parking lot, or there's also a sidewalk system on the north side of the parking lot.
So buses could be accommodated in the valet parking area as well?
They could, and the bay width was designed to make sure that there was at least 20-foot clearance, even with the valet parking, to ensure fire access. And so in the event of valet parking, there still would be a 20-foot clear zone within the parking lot for two-way traffic.
So that would mean that if cars parked in the northern section, in the perpendicular in that parking lot, right? And if there were oversized vehicles parked on the south, there would still be 20 feet between. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
That's kind of a fire department. Obviously the valet would be controlling the rear lot, and when a car was double parked and had to move, somebody had to get out, they'd have access to the keys.
Right, understand. Okay, and then the other question is, isn't it sort of unusual, and I realize the community plan says that for any new projects that there would not be direct access with 154. That's the standard, or some such language is. So isn't it unusual to have a project have traffic come directly off of 154, which is, I guess, a major roadway through the county, into a parking lot?
There have been some questions that were raised about how the parking lot was going to interface with the intersection. So careful design was given to the radiuses and the entry of the parking lot and the Railway Avenue section to 154, both for vehicular movements as well as larger vehicles. I think we had comments about cars with trailers. It really isn't a lot different than it is today, where this basically serves the parking lot for Maddie's now. You come in and you park in the dirt. So there isn't a big change to how this is going to really serve the.
And it seems to me, as I just sort of look at a Google map, that there isn't any other sort of similar access to 154 into a parking lot. Is there along 154? Maybe Los Olivos. I'm trying to think of how well, maybe there is. Okay, I don't live up there, so.
I hear some audience murmuring back there, so they may have some. I know that there are some off of 246. I can't think of one off of 154 at the top of my head.
Okay. Right, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so anything else for Mr. Show? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I had a couple of questions. The first deals with you analyzed the Calkins Road intersection. I imagine, given the activity in Railway, that the horse trailers or people going to the dump or something, the public that's telling you really that they want that intersection open, may in fact, given the level of activity going on at the hotel and the resort, may actually use Grand. And I'd like to know if you did any analysis of the Grand intersection.
The volume slide, the very last one. One more. So let's just start with the traffic volume picture and the busyness that we're talking about here. So this is the entrance, assuming cumulative volumes and the project is built. So this is what we're predicting for the intersection. We of course went out and started with some counts. So we counted it, and you know, there's only a handful of cars that are using that intersection now. I know that the community has made comments that they use it, but the counts are on the order of 20 to 30 cars per hour that go through that thing right now in terms of turning to and from Railway. So in the future, we're still not going to have an intersection that is super busy. So in terms of this situation becoming such that it causes a great deal of diversion to Grand, I don't see that. We don't see that. And I think the volumes bear that out. The Grand Avenue 154 intersection was included in EIR. It did go through a formal operational evaluation for levels of service. The project traffic was added in, and of course, impact determination was made based on county thresholds of significance. And the finding was that the project wouldn't add enough traffic to exceed thresholds at that location.
But these are both unsafe, or they have higher rates of accident than the state average. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your parking study in Los Olivos, that was done on a Saturday at 2? I mean, tell me more about your methodology.
Sure. Yeah, we worked closely with county staff to develop the methodology and the scoping for the study. The study was actually done throughout the entire day, and it identified 2 o'clock as the peak time frame for parking. It started at 11 in the morning, and it went till 5 at night.
And what month?
It was done in September and October. The Saturday was in September, and the Sunday was in October the following week, so towards the end of September.
Was there more you wanted to say about the methodology, or that's it? Okay. Yeah. My fellow Commissioner Brown asked you about large vehicle parking that would serve the project. But what about buses and large vehicles that park along Railway now that are bringing people into the Los Olivos commercial area?
We did not observe any large vehicles parking on Railway or Santa Barbara Street when we did our surveys. I know there has been some anecdotal testimony to that, but that was not observed on either of the days that we did our work.
And one more question here. As I understood from Mr. and Mrs. Banks, one of the visions for the project is that, and one of the things that I really love about the project is that it's not walled off and exclusive to people within, but welcoming to the public. So there might be art exhibits or music and things that would bring people in. Is that factored into your parking estimates?
The parking demand estimates included measurements at Maddie's, so it captured sort of the peak demands for Maddie's Tavern based on actual studies there. Then it used demand rates from the Urban Land Institute Shared Parking Manual to look at what hotel demands would be. So it sort of compartmentalized specific local information for Maddie's and more national data for the hotel. The hotel data incorporates studies of other hotels that have certain amenities. So from that perspective, it could have included some public visitation to the hotel, but not likely. I think that, I guess to address that point, I would point out that the peak demand for this project is really driven by Maddie's Restaurant, and it really peaks at about 8 to 9 at night. If we go back to the slide, Matthew, that shows the parking demands by day and by evening. I think we can see, next one down. Yeah, we can see that during the daytime, we have significantly less parking demand than we do at night. So if you're asking, could there be some reserve spaces for 15 extra cars coming in because we put up a nice artwork for the weekend? My answer would be during the day, yes. There would be some surplus spaces that could handle that sort of public visitation. It's the evening period, and again, the evening period when the hotel is 100% full, the restaurant's totally full, the conference facility is full, and the spa is full, that we start hitting up to these numbers. So That would be my answer.
Mr. Shell, when you took into account the future demands on those intersections, did you build in the estimated traffic attributable to the development immediately to the east, which at least at the Planning Commission has been approved?
I believe that the Stage Stop Plaza project was included in the cumulative project list. It's listed in the EIR. There's a page within the traffic section that lists every single cumulative project. I don't have that right in front of me. Maybe the staff can just confirm that, but I do believe that was included.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much.
With that, we're going to back to some fun stuff and have Puck Erickson come up and talk about landscape.
It's 2 for 1.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Derek Eichelberger with Arcadia Studio, and Puck Erickson will be following me up. I'm just going to discuss first the protected trees. As part of our work, we interfaced with the County Historic Landmarks Commission, both on the Maddie's Tavern itself and on the iconic nature of the existing landscape. Landmarks worked directly with members of our teams to determine what parts of the existing landscape as perceived from the public are the most important. What are the trees that represent the Maddie's Tavern character? So it's determined by this group that there would be 13 trees that were going to be landmarked as part of the process. So this is the Quercus agrifolia and the walnut at the entry to the project. The large incense cedar, also, oh, that's all right, keep going. Yeah, this Canary Island palm is also part of that group. This is the valley oak that's behind Maddie's Tavern. This is the other incense cedar that sort of bookends the courtyard at the corner. 2 canary palms along Nahoe, and the 5 canary date palms that are at the front along Railway. You've probably seen this diagram. This shows the existing trees, trees to be removed, trees to be saved and relocated. The yellow represents the trees to be removed. At first blush, it looks like a significant amount of trees, but in reality, this group, this group, this group, part of this, and part of this group here are all privet. They were obviously planted as hedge material between the buildings, which have now overgrown to be overgrown hedges. In addition, there are also a number of locust trees. There's some 1, 2, and I think there's a couple here, which are short-lived trees that we don't really have the flexibility to relocate, so those will be demolished. There's 2. This was in the EIR report. There's 2 trees down here. One's the poplar, and there's also another walnut that are both, well, they're native. They are fairly disfigured. It's obviously that the poplar just sort of was a volunteer which popped up there in the middle of the parking lot. The blue represents trees that are on site that'll be relocated, and the red represents where those trees will be relocated to. So I can answer specific questions as we go. All right?
I have some questions.
Yeah.
Commissioner Brown has a question.
Yes?
Thank you. In the EIR, there's a development standard that discusses the use or not using non-invasive, or the use of non-invasive plant species describes the Cal EPPC exotic plant list and so on and so forth. And I know in your landscape plan, there's those wonderful California pepper trees that are existing.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, you're not planning to remove those?
No.
And that's because it sounds like that, I don't know whether or not those trees fall under this particular standard.
Well, I would answer that by saying, while the HLC has steered us towards identifying what is the most iconic aspect of the landscape, some of those trees, specifically these peppers right here, and there's a pepper here, also represent part of the image of Maddie's Tavern. We don't feel it's appropriate to just remove those for no reason. We do, as part of our landscape plan, also add additional pepper trees. We'll have to identify whether that's appropriate going forward. But the right-of-way, the Caltrans right-of-way and our buffer between railway and 154 is a combination of the Quercus lobata and a large number of the Shinus mole, including a huge stand that's down in this area.
Well, I just wonder if it meets this test in the document for you to use those trees. I don't know. Maybe they're not in that listing, but I just asked that question of staff.
Right. We do have a biologist on our team. He's not here today, but he has not made any comment about our use of the Shinus.
Well, there's this particular development standard, and I didn't know whether or not those trees were excluded.
Nobody's said anything to us
Well, they
so
may
far.
not have said anything, but you know what's happened with all these pepper trees in our landscaping. Anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand it over to Puck to talk about
Thank you.
landscape.
Okay, next slide. For the record, I'm Puck Erickson from Arcadia Studio. I just wanted to concentrate briefly on the context of the project. I'll just say briefly, I feel like I've been working on this project for about 30 years. I worked, we actually removed some lawn along the cottages along Nahui about 25 years ago, added lawn back here in that same era, and then developed St. Mark's Church, did some Caltrans right-of-way work in this area, and also the Victorian House across the street from St. Mark's. So I've been working with this landscape for many years, and actually started when I was in school with a tree survey of Los Olivos, because it's a very special town in that it has a wide variety of trees, to the extent that we even do tree walks. And so I wanted to comment on this edge and the perceived relationship of the landscape in terms of where the town of Los Olivos actually begins or ends. To the west, I can't remember exactly when it happened, but I know it was part of the discussion in 1982 when around that time when we did the first general plan. What I would contrast as more of a slightly suburban edge of town is to the west of the creek, and that ends at the Foxen Canyon Road intersection. And I think as the town developed, when St. Mark's was built, when the Victorian House was improved, when these houses were built, this was the perceived edge of town. So we began our design of the landscape for the addition to the Maddie's Tavern project with that in mind. And we wanted to incorporate the kinds of trees and feeling of landscape that the town has evolved over time. In this area, we, as it was noted in the general plan, there is a requirement for a landscape buffer which we met in this area, incorporating Quercus agrifolia and coast live oaks and olive trees, since that was the olives were some of the historic original plantings of the town, hence Los Olivos. This shows this area. And also in this area, and we'll be working with the biologists to your point about the pepper trees. Frankly, I believe they're a scourge. However, some of the larger peppers on Maddie's were noted as being important to the existing historic landscape. I think that's certainly open to discussion. And this entire area, if you actually go down into the creek, there are a huge number of invasives and exotics in that area that we really look forward to removing and restoring the native vegetation in that area of the creek. And so this area is really a series of layers to buffer the view from 154 to those buildings that you noted before, particularly the two-story building. You want to go back to that? We're maintaining, one of the key elements of the landscape was sort of maintaining this green sward that surrounds Maddie's. Right now there is a giant sort of hedgerow of privets that years ago actually were hedges. They were planted as hedges, and they got away from the gardeners and are now trees. But they are privets, and then of course since they were there, then the birds scattered them throughout the remaining area. So we're planning on removing all of the privets. And this will really open up the view of Maddie's, further opening it up to the public. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we had a lot of discussion about this, of moving the existing parking to the 154 side. And so instead of the kind of condition we have right now, which is where we have all of our cars parked immediately in front of the building, you'll have a better view of the structure as you move through. But essentially, the public aspect of Railway won't change. It's just flipped to the north. The uses remain the same. The predominant landscape around the exterior will all be natives, and then as we move into the interior, it will be more exotics and plantings that are in character with the period of the buildings. I also worked on the Hartley House when the Keenan Hartley House when it moved to this location. So the plantings around that area were done when the building was moved to that site, and they'll be preserved. Getting back to the trail, I just wanted to say, as somebody that walks this a lot, because I live several blocks away, we come in on this path, walk by the Keenan Hartley, come over here, and then over here you cross the bridge. There's a little dirt path that goes under the peppers and oaks and comes out at Fox and Canyon. And that's probably, in terms of this side of Los Olivos, the most appropriate spot to cross 154. I think this area too, I wanted to just touch on briefly. Originally, when the Chart House started, I think that was 1975, this was sort of a rose garden area that they did as part of the improvements. Then it became lawn, and so we're suggesting that there might be a small outdoor dining terrace out there, but with a very low hedge that would not impede the view, and the basic landscape and lawn that exists now at the corner would not change. I don't want to take up any more time with more landscape details because we have a lot to cover, but if you have any specific questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Commissioner Valencia has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All these walkways, driveways and walkways in between here, what is the composition of that material?
We're looking at a number of materials, but some of the smaller ones might be gravel. The main, there are functional requirements. Some might be sort of enhanced concrete. And then the other material we're looking at is the organic paving that is somewhat similar to asphalt. It is uses organic binders rather than petroleum-based binders. The pathways at San Ysidro Ranch are all constructed out of that material. So we're looking at that material as well.
Are any blacktop?
No.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed there's different shades of pink and all. That's why I asked. But I want to make sure. This one right here, do you know what that one is?
That would be an enhanced concrete and stone.
Okay.
Primarily stone.
All right. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hartman.
I was just curious about the plantings on 154 to the west side. That's one of the key visual areas. On the simulation, are those trees fully grown, or would you expect those to block the view of the houses?
I believe, because we did that, this project has been going on for a while. I believe when we did the simulation, we were asked not to show them at full height. I think it was.
We were showing it, I think 7 years.
Yeah, it was less than 10 years, as I recall.
Over the 20 years, will those block the view of the structures, or are they designed to do that?
Yes, and I have to say I can say that with confidence now that an oak tree that I planted at Buttonwood Farm is now 50 feet tall. So I think they'll do the job over time. Yes.
Commissioners, we have a problem in terms of time. I know our questions will get answered before we get back. They may not be right with Dr. Erickson here now, but you're not going to go away. We'll be able to ask you questions later. We have a large number of speakers that need to address the commission that may not be able to be back to us this afternoon. So let me ask you, Mr. Allen, what else do you have in your presentation?
That was the end of our presentation. I would just ask that after the public comment, we reserve a few minutes to come back up and address any of the comments we feel are necessary.
Absolutely, and we'll have more questions.
I'm sure. I don't think this is going to wind up in the next 5 minutes or anything.
Right. All right, we have, as I said, a large number of comments. I need to give the commissioners 5 minutes. That will be 5 to 12. During that 5 minutes, if you could decide whether it's possible to come back after a brief lunch break of 40 minutes or so, and only those who cannot come back be given priority, will go until we cover that group that needs to speak to us and can't come back. So I'm projecting that we would go at least till 12:30 to get all those people covered, and then, as I say, a relatively brief break, and then we'll come back and finish the public comment.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes.
We had one speaker that has to leave here before noon, and she promised me she was very, very short. The first one on your list. Maybe we could do her before the break.
Okay. All right. Even before we break, Sarah Chamberlain.
Thank you very much for making time for me to speak first. I am looking at a lot of my friends and fellow Los Olivos residents in the room. My name is Sarah Chamberlain. I thank you for letting me speak today. I was born and raised in Los Olivos, and I bought my house that I live in right now in 1980, and it's on San Marcos and Olivet, so right downtown Los Olivos. One of my concerns, or several of my concerns, are you've mentioned equestrians and equestrian use of trails, and slowly the equestrians are getting crowded out of the valley, and it's harder and harder to find places to ride. I'm lucky I can ride on my family's ranch, but I also live in Los Olivos, and my horse barn is on the north side of Highway 154, so it's kind of scary crossing that highway. We choose not to cross at Grand Avenue and Figueroa Mountain Road. That would be the most direct route on horseback. But we choose to ride from our barn on Figueroa Mountain Road down to North Street, cross North Street going west, and then come across the highway at Calkins, and therefore into the Maddie's Tavern property, and then make our way over past the church to get downtown that way. I will be doing that later this afternoon, actually, because there are the annual horseback caroling event in Los Olivos this afternoon with about 50 riders. I am one of the people that has encouraged using the Calkins Road access to Maddie's Tavern for this project, because I think that's the safest way to access Maddie's. It's a view. One of the reasons we cross our horses there is because we can see up and down Highway 154 much better than at Grand Avenue and Figueroa Mountain Road. And I would like to see turn lanes there also for safety. So I'd like to see the turn lane there, and to have the least amount of traffic coming in off of the Figueroa Mountain Road, Grand Avenue access, because along with that railway avenue on each side, there's one off of Figueroa Mountain Road, and then kind of kitty corner, the one that goes in front of Maddie's. That intersection is really terrifying, and I think a roundabout or something would help mitigate that. In fact, I'd like to see roundabouts all the way across the valley, and it would slow down traffic and help. So that's basically what, oh, and I wanted to say one more thing if I have time. Thank you for having that slide shown again of the drawing of what the buildings would look like from 154. I kept hearing this project called Cottages, and to me that drawing looked like Motel 6. It's tall, and from the drawing, I hate to say the word, it's ugly. So very small cottages would be far more appropriate, I think, to Los Olivos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain. Okay, we'll be back at noon and pick up right there with the rest of our speakers. If we could take our seats again. I'm going to call names out in the order in which we have your speaker slips submitted. And the first question I'm going to be asking is whether you cannot return. I estimate we'll be coming back between 1:15 and 1:30. If you can't wait for that time frame, we want to hear from you now, and we may have to cut down on the amount of time you have, but we will at least give everybody an opportunity to address the commission. So I'm going to go start with Mary Harris. Okay. Mike Hendrick. Kelly Gray. Before the break, okay. That's 3. Evan Lash. Now would be good. Mark Oliver. Okay, we're cutting down to 30 seconds each. It looks like Rower Higgins. Mr. Roger Higgins. Okay, Randall Day.
After is fine.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Lori Owens.
After is fine.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. Mr. Firestone.
After is okay.
Great, thank you very much, Supervisor. Lee Rosenberg.
After is fine.
Thank you, Lee. Kevin Gleason. Kevin? Jefferson West.
After is fine.
Okay. Jim Lonas.
After is fine.
Thank you. Michelle DeWord. Thank you, Mr. Word. Steve Pepe.
After is fine.
Great. Keith Sarlus.
Before if I could.
Okay. Lansing. Thank you. Brandon Sparks Gillis. Here? Not here. Mark Hertel.
Before if there's time, I can go after if you need to.
I'll put you at the end of the before and we'll see where we are. Doug Hertel.
After is fine.
Thank you. And CJ. Okay. All right, that's great. Thank you all very much. Let's, I'll call three names if you can work your way over to the far wall there and be ready to come on. We'll try and get everybody at least a couple of minutes. Kelly Gray, Evan Lash, and Mark Oliver. Those are our first three. And then Mary Harris and Mike Hendrick. Ms. Gray.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you for accommodating my request to speak early and for allowing me to speak. My name is Kelly Gray, and I'm a resident of Los Olivos. I live approximately half a mile from Maddie's. All four intersections that are used to enter, exit, or cross Highway 154 are very dangerous, as is evidenced by the fatality statistics in the area. That said, the Calkin Road intersection near Maddie's enjoys the best sight distance in both directions on a flat roadway. Many locals prefer to use this for safety reasons, especially when they're pulling horse trailers. Delivery trucks use it. The Fox and Canyon intersection is dangerous because of limited sight to the west, and the access to the site, to the intersection, is sloped from the southern side. An off-duty police officer was killed at this intersection within the last 2 years. Grand Avenue is extremely dangerous with virtually no sight distance to the east, and that is why the accident rate for this intersection is twice the statewide average. I do not allow my 16-year-old daughter to access 154 at Grand Avenue. 3 to 4 women died in one crash fairly recently at this intersection. Alamo Pintado intersection has limited sight distance to the west. This was the site of a fatal accident approximately 3 years ago. The Los Olivos School is located right next to the intersection, so it is not a good idea to divert more traffic there. Again, I do not allow my daughter to use this access at all because you cannot see cars coming from the west, from the east heading to the west. Other way around, west. Adding traffic to any of these intersections increases the hazards for residents and visitors, and it would be particularly irresponsible to divert the existing people who use Calkins to the more dangerous intersections. There will be conflicts not only with the use of the hotel and the current users and drivers. Look where the reception area is sited. On Railway, there will be guests and staff pedestrians loading baggage. Maybe there are going to be golf carts. Groups are going to be gathering to head into town. Will Railway at some point have to be excavated to maintain that water waste disposal field that was spoken about earlier? And will we need to put speed bumps? We don't know when the accident rate will trip the county's obligation to improve any of the 154 intersections to make them safer. But until there's a safer place to cross or enter 154, it'd be foolhardy for the county to divest control of this specific access point, particularly to private development. The narrow 20-foot right-of-way encumbered with regular guests and staff is not the same as what it is today. They are not keeping it the same as it is today. And there are presently no guarantees that it will be adequate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Thank you for hurrying. Okay, I have Evan.
Good afternoon. My name is Evan Lash. I'm representing my family as well as LOBO, the Los Olivos Business Organization, of which I am a board member. My family owns a few commercial properties in Los Olivos as well as a home. We also operate a business, the Corner House Coffee, the only coffee house in town. We've lived in the San Ynez Valley for almost 30 years. And we as a family support the Maddie's project because we believe it will help sustain and grow business in Los Olivos. And it will also allow this historic property to be tastefully restored and enjoyed for generations rather than falling into disrepair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lash. Mark Oliver.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. If I could have the first image. I'm Mark Oliver. I'm president of the San Ynez Valley Alliance. As we said before, the Valley Alliance recognizes the benefits of developing an appropriately sized cottage hotel consistent with the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. However, as proposed, the inn project is too large, a development shoehorned into a heavily constrained site. The project is not consistent with the community plan and other sections of the comprehensive plan, and the impacts of the project are not fully mitigated. The findings of the development plan, conditional use plan, or permit, and conformity determination cannot be made. In fact, the proposed project has potential to seriously compound three of Los Olivos' worst problems: highway and road safety, parking, and groundwater contamination. The project will triple the amount of development on the site by adding 21 buildings. Not surprisingly, the EIR determines that the project will contribute to a Class 1 impact to visual resources. Although Maddie's Tavern, could I have the second, please? Although Maddie's Tavern now is a county historic landmark, potential impacts to historic resources remain a concern. We have discovered that the plans for the on-site wastewater management system show the disposal field in Railway Avenue extending beneath the second-story porch and arbor of the tavern. The fact that this issue is previously red flagged fits a larger pattern and is not an anomaly. The undisclosed impact is typical, just one of many unpleasant surprises in this project. Our perspective in this project is one of careful study, not uninformed prejudice. It has been formed by attendance at a variety of meetings, CBAR, HLAC, and others, but we have noticed that many of the concerns that we've noted before have not gone away or been addressed. Although the FEIR is huge, certain areas of the analysis are questionable, notably traffic and transportation, groundwater and waste disposal areas, adequate parking, impacts of abandonment, and policy consistency. I have more to say, but I think I'm out of time, so I'll stop at that. No doubt there's an approvable hotel project for the site, but it needs to be smaller with fewer visual and traffic impacts and room for prolonged peak flow wastewater treatment that is not buried beneath the public right-of-way, among other things. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Oliver. Next, Mary Harris. Mary will be followed by Mike Hendrick and then Keith Sarlus.
First, I want to say welcome to Commissioner Hartman. Mary Harris of San Ynez Valley Hotel Association Executive Director. My statement is to the addition of the Inn at Maddie's Tavern would be a welcome addition to our current 32 hotels in the San Ynez Valley. A beautifully designed and built luxury hotel in Los Olivos will add not only significant TOT and other revenues to the county, but many additional fine jobs in the important hospitality industry, one of the largest employers in our county. But it will also attract new and returning visitors to stay, eat, shop, and enjoy our beautiful valley, thus benefiting other businesses, other county residents, and other people who make their homes in this beautiful area. The Hotel Association looks forward to and would be proud to help represent the Inn at Maddie's Tavern through our worldwide marketing outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Mr. Hendrick, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for letting me go. Also like to welcome Commissioner Hartman. Congratulations. I'm speaking, I run the largest hotel in the Valley, which is the Marriott. I have over 25 years of hotel experience. I'm also a third generation Santa Barbara County resident. And I think some of those pictures were taken by some of my family members. Anyway, let's face it. The current use of the property is, or was for a long time, the initial use was a hotel and then a restaurant. They went through many different owners. I heard someone mention Chart House. So what's the best use of the property? I think the best use of the property is to expand on what is already there and reinitiate the hotel aspect of that land. The hospitality in the Valley is, as Mary had mentioned, one of the key sources of employment. In Santa Barbara County, it was more than 50% of the employment increase in the year 2012. This will also generate T-bid tax income, which is not on the initial impact report because we didn't have a T-bid when the report was written on economic feasibility. And that money is used to support our industry and support nonprofits in the area. The three things that make up a hotel or any business really is location, brand, and historical significance. They have a great location, they have great historical significance. And when you look at the buildings that are going there, what else would you want there? Because there could be other uses, and I think a hotel is the least impact. And the last thing I have is part of our requirement at Marriott for audit is to determine our peak check-in and check-out times so we can staff appropriately. Most hotels have a very defined check-in and check-out time. The assumption on traffic engineers is if the hotel opens at 3 at check-in, everybody shows up at 3, and if we check out at 12, everybody checks out at 12. My 3-month study has indicated for my hotel, on a percentage basis, that no more than 20% of my guests ever arrive at 1 hour or check out at 1 hour. So for a 64-room hotel, that's 12 vehicles in an hour, which is, what, every 5 minutes maybe? One extra car on the road? If they happen to go out to that same, if they all leave on the same intersection. So I think the traffic impact is blown up to be a little more than it actually is. And also consider what the impact was from the existing use, which was a restaurant, which was quite busy. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mark?
Someone else?
No, we have Keith
Oh,
first.
perfect.
Go ahead, sorry.
No problem.
Jumping
My name's
in.
Keith Sarlos. I live in Los Olivos. Both my kids go to school in Los Olivos. We own a few properties in Los Olivos. And actually, the Stage Stop project, right across the street from the proposed project, is our family as well. I want to just gain my support for this project moving forward. One of the things that I was struck by during the presentation was that Felix Matty himself constantly changed and evolved this property to encompass the traveler that was coming through. That's exactly what I think is happening here. We have a beautiful, well thought out project made by local people. All the local people are working on it. Everybody you see here primarily are from the township of Los Olivos. I'm sure there's small circumstances like horse crossings, which I'm a big fan of, that are sticky wickets. But in general, this is great for our community. Thank God we don't live in Dearborn, Michigan, and we're trying to figure out what to do. These are people that want to build something beautiful. They want to bring more people to our community and have it thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming down. Mark Hertel. Mark will be followed by CJ. And if we have time, we'll start on the other list.
Thank you for having us today. My name is Mark Hertel. I'm a lifelong Los Olivos resident. I'd like to commend the Commissioner Hartman on your efforts in Buellton. My business is in Buellton, and you guys have done a great job there. Like you, in Buellton, I've been very involved in Los Olivos since childhood, president of Los Olivos School Foundation and president of Los Olivos Business Organization currently. Growing up in Los Olivos, I have many fond memories of Matty's Tavern. 8th grade class graduation party, 16th birthday, wedding rehearsal dinner. It's been 4 years since I first attended a meeting, a county meeting on the proposed inn at Matty's Tavern. And I think today it's time to approve the project. I ask each of you planning commissioners to vote to approve the project this afternoon. You'll be bringing one of the classiest and most tasteful assets to this county. How do I know this? Track record. I think track record speaks for itself. The owners of this property, they purchased it because of its unique history and setting. They have a track record at the Blackberry Farm in the rural mountains of Tennessee, which is a world-class boutique property that families from all over the world travel to Tennessee to spend time at. San Miguel de Allende, a property in Mexico, and the Meadowood in Napa Valley, all very first-class properties that any county would be honored to have. There's tremendous support from the community. Over the past 4 years at these meetings, we've seen many people show up and support. From a raise of hands, it's usually 80–90% of the room. And our community is really looking forward to the support that this project will give the small businesses, our wineries, our tasting rooms, our jewelry shops, our galleries, our restaurants, our garden shops. And the Los Olivos Elementary School relies on the property tax, and this will definitely help property tax, as Santa Barbara County relies on property tax, things like the unfunded pension liability and the deficit, which are real problems, and jobs. A lot of kids that I grew up with want to move back, and this would provide a great place for them to work. It's true that there is definitely some opposition to this project. Typically, it can be counted on one hand. It's a minority, an overwhelming minority, and they're very vocal, and they have a track record too. Unfortunately, that track record sometimes becomes very divisive, and I hope that does not happen in this case. Very intelligent, smart people, but constructive is I think, the way we need to go on this. It's been 4 years in the process. It's time to prove it. I ask for your vote this morning. You'll be part of the legacy of Maddie's, the continuing legacy of Maddie's. And last, like many families, I grew up going to our annual family reunion at the Miramar, and had many reunions at the Maddie's Tavern. And I would hope that Maddie's Tavern doesn't take the path of the Miramar and end up something that none of us can enjoy. One or two quick points on the EIR. I'm a creek historian. I grew up on that creek, spent a lot of time walking up and down that creek, mostly poison oak, lining the banks of the creek. I don't know if you guys went down there and took a look, and that stuff grows back fast, unfortunately. But I've seen I spent a lot of time in that creek, and from what they're proposing here, I don't think it's going to affect it. And then the ag land that you mentioned next to the property, I also know about that property, and it's commercial zone property. And before it was that beautiful little pumpkin patch and flower field for 2 years, it was vacant, very unattractive lot. And so I don't think that should be considered it's not historical ag land. It was a very unprofitable agricultural venture for 2 years. And it was more just to beautify the town and to make sure a gas station or an AM/PM didn't end up on that corner there. So, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thel. I might add that the Miramar was approved by the county, so don't blame us.
Chairman Cooney, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. C.J. Jackson. I want to point out that I was involved many years ago on a Valley Blueprint project to inform the general plan. I share that with the members of the Valley Alliance. Many of them, we worked very hard to inform the community plan process, and like them, we all live in Solvang, generally. My purpose for being here today is to say that passionate minds can differ. I have been through much of the same work, the legwork, the long hours, evaluating the concerns and the issues that drive this community, and I differ with my colleagues on the blueprint as to whether or not this comports with the community plan. I believe it does. I believe staff has effectively demonstrated that. But more importantly, you have staff findings that recommend this project, you have a C-bar that supports this project, and an owner who has accommodated their requests. The HLAC supports this project, again, with an owner that has accommodated and been sensitive to their concerns. You have local residents in a large degree supporting this project. And I believe this project will inform the commercial core of Los Olivos in a positive fashion to diversify, which has been a concern of this community. So in closing, let me just say that with that much local support, Los Olivos is their town, and they are speaking loudly in favor of this project, and so do I. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. We have a few more minutes, so I'm going to ask if those who are in the audience and generously offered to come back in a few minutes, if any of you would like to speak now, just raise your hand and you can move up. Yes, sir. Dr. Hattel, by all means.
Thank you, and appreciate all the comments up to this point, so I'm not going to repeat any of them. Doug Herthel, and I'm a board member of POLO, Preservation of Los Olivos. Preservation means saving, and we obviously are very, very concerned about this building. And when we did the research into the people that bought the property, we looked at what they've done in the past. And I'll just give you a little rundown of a press release that just came out. It says, Luxury Boutique Hotel ranked #1 in Mexico by Condé Nast. Located in the heart of historic San Miguel de Allende, Mexico. Rosewood San Miguel de Allende opened in the early 2011, presented an entirely new level of sophisticated yet quaint elegance to the town, with respect and reverence for the history, culture, creativity of San Allende. The resort embraces Rosewood's sense of place, philosophy, and reflects the town's existing charm, scale, and architecture. I'm totally convinced that you could put Los Olivos in there instead of Allende, and that's what we're going to look forward to in the future. The overwhelming majority of the people in that town are very thrilled, and I think, as CJ said, it's going to add to the diversity in the center of town because of the fact that you're going to bring people from all over. So anyway, we are very, very excited about this, and thank you for hearing us.
Thank you, Dr. Herthel. Anybody else that would prefer to speak now, ma'am? You'll be our last speaker then before we take our break. And if you'll tell me your name, I'll pull your speaker slip out.
Julie Kennedy.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a 10-year resident of our family, has been a resident of Los Olivos for a little over 10 years now. And so we've definitely seen a lot of changes, all of it in keeping with the character and ambiance of the town. We support this project because we think it follows and honors in that the tradition and the history, the beauty of the town. I think the developer has shown extraordinary care in addressing all of the concerns from across the entire spectrum. The project would definitely add to the overall feeling for the town. I also wanted to just state, as a school board member, we're constantly dealing with budget issues. The benefit also from this project would have a lasting effect on the school and what kind of services we could provide for the children at the elementary school level in particular. So I'm pleading, imploring, hoping that you will approve this project for all of the good reasons that it represents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down. Okay, it's 25 after. Commissioners, what do you think is the earliest we could start again? 10 after 1? We'll start at 10 after 1 and pick up with Randall Day, Lori Owens, and Supervisor Firestone. For those of you who may be watching, as far as our other projects are concerned, I think that we'll start around 3 o'clock with inclusionary housing. Maybe earlier. Bearing with us, this is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 19th of December 2012, and we are in the midst of public comment on the Maddie's Tavern project, and we still have about 10 or so speaker slips. I think we can allow a little extra time if you need it, but obviously if you're just joining the comments of others, you could say that and it would be very helpful. So the first of the afternoon speakers is Randall Day, followed by Lori Owens, and then Supervisor Firestone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Randall Day, priest and rector of St. Mark's in the Valley Episcopal Church in Los Olivos. No entity in the Los Olivos community has a stronger interest in how the Maddie's Tavern property is developed than St. Mark's in the Valley Episcopal Church. We're the only immediately contiguous neighbor. We own the only property whose immediate ingress and egress will be affected by the abandonment of undeveloped Santa Barbara Avenue. In fact, we're the only property sharing the entire block with the proposed Maddie's project. No other single property will be impacted as much by any changes in parking or traffic that this project may bring. Still, we wholeheartedly endorse the application for development of this great historic community asset. We've always known that someday our vacant general commercial property neighbor to the north would be developed, a constant long-term concern of the parish. We've studied and discussed the EIR, the traffic, parking, water, sewage, density, landscaping, and architecture of this proposal at length. We were relieved to see the HLAC preserve the low-density, historic character of Maddie's, and we like the open space elements and architectural treatments that the project proposes, and believe them to be totally consistent with the rural character our church campus has created. We believe the Maddie's project to be the highest and best use for the property, and the one most consistent with our vision of what the development of the whole block should be. General commercial zoning, of course, has possible uses that would be undesirable, and we'd like to eliminate any possible negative outcomes from the future development of this remaining undeveloped real estate by deciding now in favor of this exemplary proposal. For that reason, we're strongly opposed to any suggestion that pushes all the project development to the east, eliminating open space within the project and leaving the large westerly parcel out of the project and open to less favorable future proposals. Additionally, it will be a travesty for the community as well as a hardship for St. Mark's if the project, as approved, does not have adequate economic vitality to support the preservation of the historic Maddie's Tavern structures. A robust project of the proposed scale and number of hotel rooms will be required for the property owner to be able to provide the long-term historic preservation funding needed to assure Maddie's Tavern and the Keenan Hartley House continue to be treasured community assets. Through the years, our support for this project has grown to the extent that the church has agreed to sell our vacant lot contiguous with the project property to the Maddie's property owner. Lot is currently in escrow, and the sale will be completed with the approvals needed for the proposed Maddie's project. The intended sale of our property is a strong sign of our support for this project. In summary, the real estate is zoned for the intended use. BAR has endorsed the design. Landmarking has preserved its historic nature and rural open space. EIR is complete. St. Mark's has no opposition to the abandonment of Santa Barbara Avenue. It's time to give St. Mark's what it needs in terms of having a neighbor with the rural character of its campus, the business community what it needs to upgrade the character and vitality of its commercial hub, the school what it needs in increased tax revenue, and the Santa Ynez Valley what it needs to create additional job opportunities for its citizens. This is the right project in the right place at the right time and for the future. And we at St. Mark's ask you to approve the application as proposed and moved along as necessary. Briefly, just adding in, we have been in conversation about an off-site parking agreement. We have an unused 70-car parking lot that is contiguous with the parking on the Hanada Avenue side of the project site. It is, as I said, virtually unused and is something that we could be able to share in the case of needing to ease parking at certain peak times. You'll probably be hearing more about parking from others. And the other thing I'd say, from living and working in Los Olivos, large vehicle parking almost all happens on railway between Nahui and Grand, or more likely on Hanada between Nahui and Grand. It almost never happens over in front of the current Maddie's structure and on that part of railway. I guess a concern was raised by somebody about an informal park and ride in town, and our parking lot is available for an informal park and ride. So if someone says they need a place for park and ride, our wide open parking lot is available for that. Thank you very much.
Father Day, we have one question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
I just wanted to pursue that about parking, and I'm glad you raised it.
Yeah.
Would it be available just to the patrons of Maddie's, or would it be available if, for example, Stage Stop gets developed and there's need, would the public be allowed, or would it be strictly in agreement with Maddie's? Or it's too early to tell?
I think we'd want to have the agreement with Maddie's just to assure that connection between the two properties worked well initially. But no, it's wide open, and I'd have to say that even on a day like Los Olivos Day in the Country, where we're intentionally drawing a lot of people into town, where we have street closures of Alamo Pintado and Grand Avenues, which takes out all of that parking, we put up temporary signs on those days and tell the street monitors, please tell people to park in that parking lot, and they still don't. And somehow everybody who comes to that event still finds a place to park. So there's a lot of extra parking around town that people will use, but the short answer is yes. We encourage people to use that lot for any kind of special events, any kind of peak days when we know that there are going to be a lot of people in town for, around the Christmas time or around a holiday. And even with that, and it takes maybe 30 seconds to walk from our parking lot to the flagpole, people still see that as distant. So it's a big parking resource, that would certainly be available to this project, but would be available generally speaking in town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Lori?
Thank you, Chair Cooney. My name is Lori Owens. I'm a member of the vestry of St. Mark's in the Valley, and I also have 25 years experience as a land use planner, both for the County of Santa Barbara and also for the City of Santa Barbara. I'm also a long-term Valley resident. I'd like to just take a moment and compliment staff on a very thorough staff report and environmental review. It was very well done. It's the view of St. Mark's that this is an appropriate use within the urban boundaries of Los Olivos. It's consistent with the historical use of the property and the 1- and 2-story structures, which are quite low in scale, height limit being 28 feet, actually quite low, are within the scale of the existing Maddie's Tavern structure and within the character of Los Olivos. I'd also like to point out that the lot coverage for the structures would be less than 1 acre over the entire 6.6 acres, just to give a little bit of perspective. Back when the restaurant was opening, parking along Railway was often pretty chaotic, and to bring some order to that would be a welcome addition. As one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is the existing cottages don't have dedicated parking, and they already park off-street along Nahui. So to have a site parking plan that would meet the project's parking demand would actually remove some of the off-site or the off-street parking that's already, or on-street parking that's actually occurring. As Father Randall noted, we make our parking lot, a 70-space parking lot, available during major community events such as the Jazz and Olive Festival, the Quick Draw, and the Day in the Country. And we provide signs and direct people to actually park in that lot, and yet, having parked in that lot myself during those events, it is very rarely, if ever, full. In fact, I don't think I have ever seen it full. Those are days when the town is quite impacted, and the impact is primarily in the immediate vicinity of Grand Avenue. I'd also like to point out that the peak parking demand along Grand Avenue is in the afternoon. And for this hotel and restaurant, their peak parking demand is going to be primarily in the evenings when the restaurant patrons are there along with the hotel guests. So there is going to be a difference in the time component. I can't foresee a situation where this project would in any way exacerbate existing parking issues where they exist in the town right now. With respect to historic preservation, I can speak to that a little bit from experience of being the planner for Santa Barbara Airport and having to deal with the historic terminal and several other historic structures on the airport property. Maintaining historic structures is an expensive endeavor, especially in California, where most of the structures are wood frame. you're dealing with rot, termites, lead paint, asbestos, weathering. It makes it very expensive to maintain these older structures and not have them deteriorate. Your plumbing and electrical systems age and deteriorate. We were holding our breath with the old terminal, that it wouldn't fall apart before we were able to get the new one built. The materials are hard to maintain, they're hard to obtain, and sometimes architectural features have to be custom made. It's expensive work. So to maintain historic structure, there has to be a real viable use for the building. And grants for rehabilitation of historic structures are not available. I can speak to that because we actually looked for them. We spent a great deal of time looking for them. I think all of us here in the room, the one thing we can agree on is that Maddie's Tavern is very important to the Valley, and we all have special memories of it. So to maintain it and rehabilitate it, there's going to need to be a source of revenue to do that work. And the tertiary treatment system, which is going to be a vast improvement over the septic system that's there today, even with additional development, is a costly system. So a financially viable project is really critical to the preservation of Maddie's Tavern. So as the closest neighbor, St. Mark's, and the one to be most likely impacted by the development, we feel that a viable, healthy, maintained Maddie's Tavern is the best alternative and most compatible with our existing campus, and that is the reason we are supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Brooks, Lee Rosenberger's on deck, and Jim Lonis will
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Firstly, I want to say to Joe, congratulations on your years of service. Man, you should be so proud, and your last day is a full day. But I'll tell you, I am here to tell you that retirement is not all bad. It's pretty good. I want to say, too, that the Firestone family has owned Maddie's Tavern off and on over the years. I've been associated with 40 years. We have no connection now. There's no connection to the present developer or the individually or personally or business or any other way. I'm really speaking for my father. In 1971, for no good reason, he fell in love with Maddie's Tavern, and he bought it. He brought in some partners, but it got so expensive that they all dropped out. And he refurbished it, and the place was falling down. The roof, the gutters, the foundations. I remember going in the water tank, and the builder showed me how you could put a screwdriver into the struts because the termites had eaten them so much. It was just soft. It was a dangerous place. He spent a lot more than he thought he was going to refurbishing it and rebuilding it. And I'm very proud of that. I believe in terms of planning, we should look into the future. And I'd like to kind of take a different twist on this thing. What will happen if this is not approved? If for some reason this project does not go ahead? And I don't think the EIR adequately addresses that option. It could be a Miramar. Now, Miramar's approved, but it's not going forward, and it's been there for a long time. And those buildings, such as they are, have deteriorated. Maddie's could deteriorate. We could lose that building. I saw it with myself. And also the historic elementary school that in the early 70s burnt down. That was an historic, beautiful building that could have been rebuilt and used for something important. But we lost it. It burnt down. And we'd never have that. So the possibility of not having Maddie's is a reality. And it's speculative, but it should be addressed in the EIR. And there's also something else. I look for some political change in the future because we're going to go broke. And the environmental community could very well be kind of pushed out by the economic community. People wanting revenue, wanting jobs, being quite desperate. And the political makeup of the county could change, not for the better, but a very pro-growth, pro-anything environment. If that happens, that zoning could accommodate something that would really change the character of the town. It could be a McDonald's and a Chevron. And something like that could conceivably happen. 10 years, 20 years. I think we have to look into the future. The EIR can't accommodate that, but a planning commission should think about what might happen if this doesn't go through. Briefly about the roads. When I was supervisor, we put in the stop sign at Edison, and I was worried about that. I didn't like it. I didn't like a stop sign on 154. But the Caltrans said that they had to do it because of the accidents. I think it's a very real possibility, and in fact, they told me that they thought there would be some more stop signs on 154. I don't think the traffic situation is any problem or ever will be a problem because it will be accommodated in a sensible way. I made a mistake earlier about access. I said that the Los Olivos Market had access, and I was going back 20 years when they did just go off the road. They have a street there now and a different entranceway, so I was wrong on that. There's nothing quite like Calkins Road, but we've lived with Calkins Road for our lifetime. When we opened Maddie's, my father came down on a carriage down Calkins Road and crossed 154 with a whole bunch of us on horses to go to the opening in '72 when he finished there. So we can live with that just fine. Well, I don't think the objections to this project are really that important. I'm mystified by the objections. We should be just so pleased that Maddie's Tavern will be there for all time and will be supported by this project. It's something that the community really wants and is important to Los Olivos. And just in closing, I know that if Felix Matty and Leonard Firestone were here today, they would be up here testifying in favor of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You represent them well.
And I will say, I've been associated with Maddie's for 40 years, and I will be here throughout the hearing if there's anything I can answer about it, because I planted some of those trees that we see on the plan.
The peppers. Mr. Rosenberg is next, and he'll be followed by Jim Lonis, and then Michelle DeWord.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney and Commissioners. If I could be taken off the clock for just a second to say a very nice welcome to Ms. Hartman, Commissioner Hartman, as they say, viva, and to almost Joe, rather than Commissioner Joe. Your decisions over the period of time that I've observed this process have been balanced, equitable, fair, and thoughtful. So I salute you, and as the Romans used to say, ave atque vade. Okay, now I'm on the clock. Prior to its closing, temporarily I hope, Maddie's has been a gathering place of friends who have enjoyed the classic ambiance of the bar and eating areas. It was and will be a very appealing social environment, accompanied by good food and excellent wine. I've also had the pleasure of enjoying a week at each of the two other similarly developed resorts under the same auspices, at Blackberry in Tennessee and Meadowood in Napa, and spent most of my time playing croquet in Meadowood. Both of those present superb taste, excellent facilities, and are tops in every respect. Unfortunately, for the past 4 years, I've witnessed unrelenting attacks on Maddie's Tavern development proposal. I believe these have been divisive, unreasonable, and destructive to the best interest of Los Olivos and the entire Santa Ynez Valley. Opponents have trespassed on the property to hold interviews with the media. They've used plagiarized historical material to make their points. They've forced the county into a costly process for historical landmarking, and they have written commentaries in the news media which contain numerous factual misrepresentations, and in general have pursued a course of delaying tactics and what I call crystal ball or speculative reasoning. Frankly, I've found all of this very unpleasant, very unnecessary, and really without regard for a much higher purpose, the best interest of the community. Any project of this nature, of course, requires changes, review, consideration of not only impacts, but also adjacent economic benefits. This has been chewed over and taken care of, in my opinion. Most of the residents of Los Olivos are in favor of the new Maddie's. And this is indicated by a town hall meeting some time ago at the local Grange, when approximately 90 or 95%, as has been mentioned before, raised their hands in support. So I ask you, please consider the great potential the new Maddie's can have for the community. It represents the highest and the best use of this commercial property. It brings into the valley high net worth visitors who will give support to art galleries, which we've lost, restaurants, retail stores, and other businesses, not only in Los Olivos, but also throughout the valley. It offers substantial TOT income and other economic benefits to the county. It creates not only construction jobs, but also ongoing employment. As to the traffic intersections, I agree that there are dangers there. 154 under CHP review, Sheriff's review, has a very poor record of accidents, fender benders, injuries, and some fatalities. However, at Edison Baseline, with a flashing red light and stop sign, those unfortunate results have been reduced by half. Perhaps the county should shoulder the responsibility, invite Caltrans to do the work, whatever the process might be, as it has been at Edison Baseline. Finally, I live within walking distance of Los Olivos. I'm there 7 days a week for a variety of different tasks, and I can't imagine any off-putting aspects of this development. And I ask you folks, please give it your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. I'm so grateful to those of you who were willing to wait and make your comment after lunch. I've been a little liberal with the time, but if you could pay attention to the red light when it comes on, it would be appreciated. We still have two big projects after this one. Mr. Lonas and Michelle DeWord, and then Steve Pepe.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jim Lonas. I live in Los Olivos, have for 15 years. I work in Los Olivos. I'm a member of the Los Olivos Rotary Club, the Los Olivos Grange, and a member of St. Mark's Church. I'm not speaking for any of those organizations today, but on my own behalf only. The people of Santa Barbara County have seen it fit to create this planning and approval process to carefully screen new developments for the common good. For in excess of 4 years, I've watched this elaborate process unfold. The applicant has demonstrated tremendous patience and flexibility, and we commend you for that. They purchased a property zoned for their intended use. They worked with and altered their architecture and landscaping treatments to please the BAR. They worked with and consented to the wishes of HLAC in landmarking their property, even though it greatly reduced their development flexibility. They closely worked with the State Water Quality Resources Board to satisfy that board's requirements. They incorporated a state-of-the-art water treatment system in order to reduce the current level of water waste currently exiting the property. They experienced the time-consuming and incredibly expensive EIR process. They worked closely with staff and with the public to satisfy as many concerns as possible. Now is the time to approve this application so the project can be constructed and the community can start enjoying the numerous community benefits provided from this project. That would have been my final comment, but I do need to add one thing to perhaps rebut something that was said before here in this room. For 4 years, I was Vice President of Real Estate for Motel 6 Corporation. I built Motel 6s all across the country. Believe me, I know what ugly is. This is not an ugly project. Evans Jones doesn't know how to spell ugly. Thank you.
Okay, Michelle, followed by Steve Pepe, and then Lansing Duncan.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I represent my family and my parents, and we are neighbors less than 5 minutes away, just north of the project, across from Highway 154. And just to add, I've raised 4 teenagers and taught all 4 to drive at the age of 16, and we've crossed the highway at Fox and Canyon, at Calkins, and Grand Avenue, all successfully. And they continue to drive and cross those roads regularly. We use Calkins Road to access the rear of our property. We are also an equestrian family. We eagerly support the project, and we await the opening of Maddie's again. This project fits well with our town, and the benefits are far-reaching, including educating our community's children. Jobs in particular. We have high school and college-age children who need jobs to help cover the costs of ever-increasing college education costs. In addition to Los Olivos Elementary, Santa Ynez High School is a basic aid school as well. And that school relies on property tax revenues as opposed to funding from Sacramento. So I respectfully request that, that you help allow this project to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Mr. Pepe?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, fellow commissioners. Steve Pepe, Clo Pepe Vineyards. Our vineyard is on 246 between Buellton and Lompoc, where we live. We've been regular attendees at St. Mark's since the late 1990s. My wife served on the vestry and was part of the negotiations with the current owners of Maddie's, and she was also the head of the vestry, senior warden for a number of years. We go there regularly. It's a good week when I only get there once a week. So we drive up 101 to 154. We come down 154, go right in front of Maddie's Tavern, drive down to St. Mark's, and we've been doing that for the last 20 years. One thing that struck me about the comments so far is all of the experts all are in agreement. The staff is recommending it, the architects are recommending it, the safety engineers are recommending it, the wastewater folks and environmental health are all in favor of it. So all the people who should know what should be done are in the affirmative. One thing that hasn't been discussed is the economic impact of this. Jobs in the county, unemployment's about 7.5, 49,000 square feet at $200 a square feet or $300 a square feet is a lot of construction money that's going to be spent. There'll be a lot of sales tax that'll go with it. Obviously, you've lost 4 years of property tax, you've lost 4 years of sales tax, and you've lost all the jobs that would be and should be there. And so finally, I would comment that delay is detrimental. It's not in the interests of the citizens, it's not in the interests of the county, and it's not in the interest of preserving this historic building. And I would urge you to go forward and approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Duncan, followed by Brandon Sparks Gillis and Kevin Gleason, if he's here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Lansing Duncan, and I'm speaking as a former planning commissioner and the former chairman of the General Plan Advisory Committee that worked on the community plan. Since the Miramar has been brought up, I can't help but see the comparison myself. I sat there on that dais and heard all of Montecito come out and say what a great project this was to rebuild the Miramar. And there was a very similar, very positive public relations campaign mounted by a well-known hotel builder, Ian Traeger, if you remember. I was the only commissioner who voted against that project because I felt it was being rushed through without careful attention to all the details. It's not that I couldn't see that rebuilding the Miramar was a good idea, but I wanted to get it right, that I wanted to do it right. I wish I could support the project before you today, because ultimately the right-size hotel project on this site could make real sense for the community. The impacts of this project, however, put too great a burden on the community to warrant its approval as designed. The requested wholesale abandonment of the county's valuable right-of-way puts the cart before the horse. This oversized project's need for more land to develop should not drive the community's planning decisions regarding access, parking, and safety. The public rights-of-way proposed to be abandoned amount to 24% of the project site. Abandonment requires a finding of conformity with the comprehensive plan and therefore that part of the plan that specifically addresses this area, the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. But the current project is inconsistent with a number of community plan policies, some of which have been omitted from the FEIR and the staff report. And it's my belief that the policy consistency analysis in the staff report and the FEIR is seriously flawed, most notably in the very community plan policies that address specific problems identified in the community. And I'm not alone in this, in that you probably have read that Caltrans has a different interpretation of one of those community plan policies. And in fact, if you read the study, which being cited as the justification for abandonment, that has a different interpretation of one of those policies. So if you were to adopt that study as justification for one policy, you would actually also be adopting an argument which argues that one of your other policies isn't consistent. That needs careful review. And I started to enumerate those numerous flaws, but I realized I would never have time in this context to relate them, but I will be submitting you with a memo. Okay. The provision of adequate parking and wastewater treatment continue to be problematic for this constrained site. And although Reverend Day has spoken to the use of that parking lot, the point is it's not necessarily available for the entire community, and that will not necessarily be sufficient in 20 years or 50 to 70 years, which is supposedly what the parking and access study. You have to remember also that with build out of the community plan, you're looking at 25,000 more ADT in Los Olivos. And we already have intersections which everybody acknowledges are dangerous. The projected wastewater flows for which the on-site system is designed are unrealistically low. The average daily flow, 6,300 gallons, is less than 1,000 gallons more than the existing restaurant and cottages, 5,333 gallons. The restaurant will be expanded, room service will be provided, and a 64-unit hotel and spa will be developed, but the average daily wastewater flow is projected to only increase 19%. This does not compute. And this is just one of many small undisclosed items, just like the wastewater system underneath the porch that Mark Oliver spoke this morning. And another example is the fact that the FEIR that you're supposed to certify simply falsely states that the community plan established a minimum service level of LOSD, which I believed we were going to get an answer for why that false statement was in the FEIR. If you do not have a clearly and appropriately established threshold for your intersection discussion, all the discussion that Mr. Schell had up here earlier falls by the wayside. Okay, that's a sort of a baseline thing that would need to be established. As it is, the findings for the development plan, conditional use permit, and conformity determination cannot be made. It's not clear that the site's adequate to accommodate the density and intensity of development. It's not clear that all the adverse impacts have been mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. The streets and the highways are not necessarily adequate and properly designed, and Caltrans itself is arguing that. The project may very well be detrimental to the health and safety of the neighborhood, and the project is not necessarily consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the project will conflict with an easement required for public access or public use. It's a major easement that we're being asked to give away, so it obviously needs to be looked at very carefully. And unfortunately here, I've devolved into a laundry list of problems that require your serious attention. Finally, I do have some thoughts about finding consistency with Development Standard LUT SYV 5.1, access from the highway, and they may be valuable for you going forward. So if at some point you wish to have those thoughts, I'd be glad to provide them. Because I think you've had a very confusing and inconsistent discussion. If you remember, at one point the project was being asked not to have that access, and now it's having that access. I think we need to get that straight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brandon Sparks Gillis, Kevin Gleason, and Roger Higgins. Any of you here? Anyone here that wants to speak that hasn't had a chance to do so yet? Okay, Bob? If you're in the room, I know you want to speak. I don't know why you don't.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to, but I'll put a speaker slip in. I'm Bob Field from Sandy Nez. I think a lot of the characterization here has been black or white. Are you for or against the project? And I don't think this is anything like a black and white issue, and I don't think anybody who has had suggestions is suggesting deny the project. So I will start off saying I hope this project gets approved. And if I have a minute left, I'll say it again. There's a few issues here that I think need a deeper look at. You know, it was said by a speaker that all the experts are in agreement, but I think that's really quite not the truth. I think the three issues are traffic, safety, and circulation, long-term parking for the town, and the environmental and public health issues related to wastewater. On the traffic issues, Caltrans is asking questions that other members of the community are asking. I think that deserves a deeper look. The Regional Water Quality Board has not signed off on this system, and there are multiple letters from them expressing concerns about the sizing, the assumptions, the disposal fields. That's not a done deal, and they are the only experts that matter in this case. And on parking, I think the study that's provided contains the data that should make you look deeper at that. It says that it's based on 1 day, which is questionable, that the town overall is about 55% full of cars. They have 70% in the core and 40-something outside. Well, the Sandy Ynez Community Plan EIR says that Los Olivos is 22.4% built out. So at 22%, we're using 55% of the parking. It doesn't take much of a crystal ball to say we've got a problem here. And that's why these three community plan issues, action items were put in to try to control abandonments. So I think this is a great project. I think it will be a better project if we deal with the traffic and safety issues, the parking issues, and the wastewater. And I hope you bring it back and then we get this thing improved and approved. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that's the last of our public speakers. So let's return to the applicant for any response at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I work the slides for a sec? I did want to go back to one of our slides. And what I really wanted to address is there have been some... Sorry. Can I take this up here? Probably can. There's been some comment that one of the buildings on this project was ugly. And I think what part of the problem is that when you're looking at the picture that they're talking about, it's actually a computer-generated image of a square footage that was given to the computer consultant. It's not the artist rendition that Evans Jones did and the detail and the feel that he's added to those buildings. So I really wanted to, I wish I could. No, I want to go back to the actual building that Evans has a picture of so that you can see that this building is actually dramatically different than what is being told to you all. Is that it, Evans?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So the building you were looking at from the road with a computer-generated image that looked kind of plain and big and gray actually has much more detail. It's a beautiful building, as all of the buildings Evans designed were. So I wanted to make sure you realized that just because the computer-generated image couldn't show the detail that is going to be in the eventual building, this building is a beautiful building. And if there were a problem with the building and the commission thought there was a problem with the building, I would urge you to put a condition in there to send us back to CBAR and let them take a look at it and try and handle any problems you have with the design of the building, because that's really their purview and that's really what they're supposed to be doing in this process. So if you did have input, I would urge you that that would be a condition. You might say that it would go back to the CBAR and be handled at that level. But I personally believe it's a beautiful building. The other thing I wanted to quickly touch on was that there was an indication that one of the design drawings showed the dispersal field underneath the building. That design drawing is not to engineering standards. It's just a drawing that was developed to show what it will eventually look at. The engineering drawings are clearly the HLAC, which will approve this project, they are not going to allow us to take down the front porch of Maddie's. That's a protected part of the historic landmark. And if there is a concern there, I'd again urge you to put a condition in that any septic system or the dispersal field would be approved by the HLAC as far as any impact on that front porch. Because again, that's really their purview and their jurisdiction. So if that is a concern of the committee, I would urge you to send that back to them. And then I wanted to let Scott address a few. He seems to be getting picked on.
Just a couple of notes that I made. Commissioner Brown had a question about the frontage and how Railway would look by Maddie's, and is that different than other places in town in terms of parking being served off a connection to 154. You know, in my mind, I've seen the plan for the stage stop, and I think we saw it early in the presentation where it was overlaid on top of the aerial next to Maddie's, and that whole section of Railway is essentially going to be the same. It's going to be a street that's going to have public parking on both sides. In the case of Maddie's, it's going to be parking for the hotel. In the case of Stage Stop, it's going to be parking for Stage Stop. But it's essentially going to be a street that extends from Grand to Alamo Potato Creek, and it's going to have parking on both sides, and cars are going to go up and down. So that was just a simple example of that. Mr. Fields had a question about the parking study that was done for the community and mentioned 22% build out, and then we're already half full. You know, the future parking analysis that was done looked at the building square footage that could be built, and then it said what's the parking standard in the county's code. And so let's say it's 2 per 1,000, so all of that building has to have 2 spaces per 1,000. And they said, well, what's the extra demand that won't be met by that two spaces per 1,000? And that was actually added to the public street system. So that math and that work was done to actually overlay the extra parking that would be needed for build out onto the downtown street system. With respect to some of the issues raised by Mr. Duncan about consistency with the San Ynez Valley level service standards, you know, the EIR used the county's CEQA standards to evaluate CEQA impacts, and that has a standard that says if you're at a certain level of service, you can have an increment of change before you reach a threshold. And those CEQA thresholds apply to all projects in the county. There are some specific policies of the community plan that apply to state highways and to local county intersections and streets. There has been some confusion as to which of those policies apply, and I can tell you that whichever one you applied to the intersections in question, the project would still be consistent. If you were to take the conservative view and say the community plan policy level service B standard has to apply to all state highway intersections, it then goes on to say, well, if it's level service B and we exceed that, and we saw at Calkins we did, if you remember, way out in 20-year build out, well, the next test for consistency says, does it meet signal warrants? And if it doesn't meet signal warrants, you're consistent. And I'm here to tell you that even with the 20-year or build-out projections for Calkins and 154, we don't meet signal warrants. So I think, you know, if we looked at it either way, we could still find consistency, and staff can maybe chime in on that. I guess one last issue in terms of the safety analysis, there was a discussion in the EIR about the accident history, particularly at Calkins. You know, I reviewed it. There were 5 accidents reported over the 3-year period. 2 of the accidents were hit objects. It's a car hitting something, a fence or a post. There was 1 broadside, that's somebody pulling out and getting broadsided. There was 1 rear end, and there was 1 other, which is not defined. And when we look at those as traffic engineers, do we see a discernible pattern that could be corrected? And with that sort of experience, I would say no. There isn't something you can just say these are continuing to happen in a certain pattern. The last point on that is the Caltrans thresholds of when do we need to fix something when we see an accident history. Well, the traffic signal warrant criteria, for instance, say you have to have 5 accidents in a 12-month period to consider corrective action. And as I just said, for the 3-year period that we got the records for Calkins and 154, there were 5 accidents in 3 months, or excuse me, 5 accidents in 36 months. Got that a little confused. So the threshold is 5 per 12 months. The experience was 5 in 36 months. So that can inform us as well. And those are my thoughts on some of the public comments.
Commissioner Hartman.
And can you talk about the road Grand? Again, I'm concerned that more people will be using Grand because of the congestion, because of all the activity on Railway.
The accident history is also in the EIR for Grand. It shows a higher accident rate than at Calkins. I believe the average rate that we would expect at these intersections is 0.30 accidents per million vehicles. That's kind of the formula that the Caltrans engineers use to evaluate. The reported history at the intersection was 0.58. So we hear it's twice as much, not quite twice as much, but it's 0.30 versus 0.58 as the experience. From what I read, there were 6 reported broadsides, so there is more of a correctable problem identified at that location than Calkins. I tried to address the issue about diversion due to congestion on Railway in front of Maddie's by saying it really isn't going to be that congestion. We looked at the volumes that I showed you on the chart. I think it was somewhat telling when we heard another hotel operator in the valley give us his statistics about sort of turnover and in any peak time, how many people come and go from his hotel, and it was something on the order of 12 check-ins or check-outs per hour. So we're not forecasting that level of congestion that's going to force people to go the opposite way to come back, to go back to, to 101 on the other side. So we don't see that as a problem. As a matter of fact, I was reading through the stage stop EIR this morning before I came down, and that EIR says, if you remember, they wanted to put a channelizing island at the intersection of Railway and Grand to keep people from going there. And what that EIR said is that it wouldn't create that much diversion by doing that because the surface streets that serve the area have a fairly limited volume, and the diversion wasn't really going to have a major effect. I think that sort of verifies or validates my thoughts, is that we're really not going to see significant diversion from the actions that we're taking along Railway Avenue, and particularly given the good level of service and sight distance at Calkins.
Commissioner, you have another? Do you have questions for this? Okay, keep going.
Yeah. Caltrans their preferred option was to close Calkins, and then their second option was to put in some striping, some left-hand turn, or what is?
Yeah, the history from what I can recall of this project was it came in with a proposal to close Calkins, and it wasn't necessarily from Caltrans or not from Caltrans, but when that proposal found the light of day, it was and I believe it came from an early county interpretation of that policy that Mr. Dunston spoke of. Any new development shouldn't connect to 154. So I think the early closure came from county direction, and that the public spoke and said, we want to maintain that connection. I think once that county and public position was taken, then Caltrans weighed in and said, if you're going to keep it open, we want to see some improvements to the intersection. Mm-hmm. And that was part of the NOP, and it was part of the scoping for the EIR, and every single one of the comments that was provided by Caltrans was addressed. I mean, Caltrans is, let me just say, known for requesting that the county do improvements to their state highway. And so our job is to say, well, what is the criteria, what is the nexus, what are the warrants that dictate that? So that is the analysis that we went to evaluate their request for those improvements.
Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, I just kind of following up, if I could, on this one answer. Would it enhance, your opinion as a professional traffic engineer, would it enhance the safety of Calkins and 154 if there were left-hand turn lanes on 154?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Brown.
Okay, thank you. Scott, just in looking at the EIR, it appears that, and I want to make sure I'm reading this right, that there's more traffic coming from, this is on page 4.6-27. It appears that there's more left turns coming from 154 at Grand than there will be at Calkins into the project site.
What page is it?
So that just says that there's higher volumes that they're going to be using Grand than there will be using Calkins. 4.6-27.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown, what figure is that you're looking at?
This is figure 4.6-6.
Okay, so that's the short-term cumulative plus project.
Correct.
Is that we're looking at?
Correct.
Okay. So the volumes that are represented on that figure are the total flows, including the project.
Right.
There are, coming into town, there's 26 PM peak hour left turns at Grand, and there are 9 peak hour left turns at Calkins.
Right, and 16 AM peak?
Yep.
Yep, okay.
I'm with you.
All right, thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Shell? Don't see anything right now. Thank you. Mr. Allen, any other response?
That's all we have for now. We're here to answer questions, obviously, and thank you for your time. And thank all the members of the public for coming down and making comments today.
Commissioner Blau, you have a question of Mr. Allen?
Yeah, I do. I'm just curious to know if you would have the objection to us having a condition where you had to do some restriping on 124, as Caltrans has maybe requested, to put in the 2 left-hand turn lanes in the middle of the road.
I can address that with the owners.
That'd be great.
But I think if we could do that in a way that would allow us to put up a bond or do something that wouldn't tie the project to getting Caltrans to move forward as well as the project. We've been at this for 4 years. The thought of spending 4 more with Caltrans.
As a developer having dealt with Caltrans, I really appreciate that. So the condition might be that assuming you could get Caltrans permission in a reasonable time, that you would be required to restripe the roadway. And if Caltrans doesn't get to the table, boy, I understand that, and I would never have you get held up by them.
Right. I think that would be something we could obviously look at if that were a condition, and we could address that.
Okay,
at that
thank
time.
you.
Commissioner Valencia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I had the same question as Commissioner Blau. We think alike. But in addition to that, is there enough room going easterly and westerly on 154 in the proximity of Maddie's Tavern for these collector lanes? Are the shoulders paved enough so that they could put that, actually the area that would need the collector lane more would be the one that going westerly, because it would be making a left turn. The one on the right would infringe on their property.
I think I'm going to have to give up on that as an attorney. That's not my ballgame.
Scott Shelligan. I had taken a look at the actual pavement width out there in anticipation of this question. The section of 154 up by Grand that has the left turn lane on it is about 12 feet wider than the section in front of Calkins. So to accomplish the installation of the left turn lane and to maintain the shoulders and the bike lanes that are out there, the roadway would have to be widened by 12 feet. There's a bridge that we've heard about over the creek to the west, and so the widening would basically start at the creek bridge and flare out to the intersection. You'd have the left turn lanes, and then it would actually be the same section all the way to Grand. So you would have that same width, basically a continuous left turn lane from the Grand Avenue intersection to Calkins, and then tapering back down.
Roughly how many feet?
12 feet widening.
No.
For about
that's the width, but how leg?
For approximately 800 feet.
Yeah. Do you have an approximation of a cost of something, of the grading and paving and?
$232,562.
Oh. No, you don't.
$250,000 would be, that assumes that the right-of-way is there, which I do believe it is, that the Caltrans right-of-way in 154 is sufficient to
Thank you
accommodate
for your
that.
response.
You're welcome.
All right, commissioners, now it's back to staff, and then we'll see where where we want to go with this project today. Mr. Zorovich.
Thank you. Sorry for that stumbling. I think we'll just leave it up to the commission if they have specific questions for us. There was a lot of issues raised, and some were somewhat vague, so I don't know exactly what you're looking for. So again, I'll leave that up to staff, and we do still have Paul Jensen here and Will Robertson if you have more technical specific questions.
Mr. Brown.
I wonder, we haven't heard from Mr. Robertson today, and I'm wondering if he has any comment on Mr. Schell's comment concerning the widening and striping.
About the language for the condition.
Good afternoon, Mr. Robertson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Actually, Mr. Schell has done an excellent job here today representing basically the stance of the department. We've worked 4 long years on this project, and although we may not agree on all the fine details, the end conclusion I think we do agree with. The one thing Mr. Schell did not mention, just for concern and consideration by the commission, is the bridge itself and the widening of the road. The pavement is there in order to put in the left-hand turn lanes, but I believe that pavement width is not adequate to support a left turn lane that would meet current Caltrans standards. So it would require more than likely a design exception from Caltrans in order to put that in the available pavement. If that design exception is not granted, then that left turn lane would actually push back into the bridge structure itself and may or may not require modifications to the bridge, which could be very costly. Adding to that, then it goes to the overall nexus. Is there a nexus to require this, even though the warrants do not show that this is required under the environmental document?
You want to continue, Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, I do. Do we have, by any chance, an aerial view so that we could get an understanding of the relationship of the bridge to Calkins and to Mr. Robertson's comments regarding that? And I guess the question while Mr. Zorovich is setting up is a design exception. Would it be obviously a narrower left turn lane, like 11 feet or 10 feet, or what would you envision there? I mean, I realize you don't know specifically, but just give us some ballpark of what that might be.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I think really all I'm getting at here is just an overall concern of a condition being placed simply because if widening of the bridge is necessary because of something Caltrans does not agree to, it could spiral. So what does it require? I really can't say, but it could take a $250,000 project and spiral it.
Okay, so what would it look like for the applicant if they agreed to such a condition? What would it look like in the form of a request going to Caltrans?
Maybe Mr. Schell can explain that a little better.
Somebody has absconded with the laser. Does anybody have one up there? That was a very good point that Mr. Robertson made, and it's a very close design issue with this particular. It's a pen. It's a laser. Not getting any.
There you go. No, the other way.
I had it. Excuse the technical difficulties. Okay, it's an inconsistent laser. Okay, I'll just talk through it. So the bridge to the intersection is about 400 and I'm going to say 10 feet. So that's the distance that you have to put the left turn lane in. Caltrans has a requirement based on the speed of the traffic on the road for a deceleration and stopping distance to get to the head of that left turn lane. Just for giggles, I measured the one over at Grand coming into town, and that one is about 350 feet long. So Caltrans has the ability for the speed of that road to put it in. It's just a question as to whether or not it needs a design exception based on the speed of the road and the amount of distance required. Caltrans does allow some deceleration of speed to occur within a through lane. And so I think it's likely that you could get the design approved by Caltrans without getting the exception, but it is still a little bit of an unknown. Given that we have one just down the street that's about 50 feet shorter than what we're proposing, I would guess that you would have enough ammunition to go in and say this should work here, particularly given the constraint of the bridge.
Let's see, I guess Commissioner Blau, you were first.
Well, so, Mr. Robinson, my question really is it possible to pose a condition that says, assuming Caltrans approves this left-hand turn lane and that no work to the bridge is required, that they would be required to restripe the highway and maybe add 12 feet of asphalt in the front of their property? If Caltrans were to say, no, we want the bridge, it's going to cost $1 million, and they're jerks about it, we don't have to put it in because we've just proved that, you know, it doesn't have the warrant. But clearly, using good common sense, we know that if that left-hand turn lane was in there, it would be a safer traffic movement. It may not rise to the level of danger that requires us to do anything about it, but it clearly would be safer.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to answer the technical aspect of that question because I think it's really more about can we condition a project that way and less about the actual condition. My recommendation would be that the applicant modify their project description to include whatever it is they're willing to seek out with Caltrans rather than have a condition that we have to evaluate and determine whether or not they've met it if, in fact, you want to provide them with some leeway. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, well, I think we're getting close to spending enough time on this one issue, but
well, that doesn't really answer the question. But the question is, if Caltrans were to come back and say, no, you can't restripe it, or we want it restriped to our standard of 4 to 50 feet, would the condition then be dropped?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, maybe I wasn't clear. I wouldn't attach it as a condition. I would put it in the project description and have the applicant specify the parameters they're willing to accept. So if they want, sure.
They could specify those parameters. So if Caltrans does something stupid, they don't have to do the striping. I'm good with that.
Your words, not mine.
I know. That's because you haven't done with Caltrans like I have. I mean, I spent 6 months getting approval to put 6 trees in their right-of-way for landscaping. It's dumb.
Okay, Commissioner Hartman.
This may be off the wall, but has anybody thought about Nahoe Street and making that the main entrance and keeping railway for both Stage Stop and the Maddie's project, that if those were abandoned, then they would be internal to the project? I mean, is that something that would be feasible?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hartman, Caltrans is very specific when it comes to new access points along the highway. And without a Caltrans representative being here, I can say with certainty that Caltrans would not allow another access point along the highway. Their goal is to preserve the free flow speed of their facility, and generally they look at agencies to close access points and not add new ones.
Even if you close the one on this side of Calkins Road as a trade-off?
Correct.
Okay. Other questions from commissioners? Anything else for Mr. Robertson or Mr. Jensen in terms of the septic system? Because if you don't have questions about that, I do. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Hartman.
I don't understand this very well, so I'll put that on the table to begin with. But I guess you're designing the septic, the disposal fields are designed for a different amount of wastewater than the pods and the actual sewage treatment. One is, let me see if I've got my numbers here. One is 6,300 GPD and the other is 8,400 GPD. And I just wondered why the difference there, why the disposal fields are designed for the peak flow and the pods, the other part of it, tanks, et cetera, aren't.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hartman, there's going to be a surge tank in there, so they'll be able to accommodate flows, large flows, and be able to meter them through. But the disposal field is going to have to be for the peak daily flow. Now, there was some comment, I wanted to answer Mr. Duncan's comment regarding the flow figures. I have a copy of the report of waste discharge, which was the application to the Regional Water Quality Control Board for this project. And in it states that the daily peak flow is 8,400 gallons, not 63. 63 is the weekly flow over varying occupancies throughout the day, but the system is going to be able to design the maximum flow. Now, if you look at, this is peak engineering flow. If you look at actual flows, because we've actually metered some that were similar, the actual flow is about 1/3 of the peak flow. I don't know that'll be the case here because we haven't metered anything yet, but the actual flow that occurs will be much less than the peak design flow.
Could you talk a little bit about how the disposal fields operate? Do you switch between them, or you have 3, right? And are 2 you switch back and forth regularly, or are the second and third simply backup if there's a failure of the first?
Well, in a standard system, you would have 3 independent fields, 2 fields in a set-aside area. But with this kind of system, you have like regions where part of the day it's in one field, part of the day it's in another field, part of the day, so that it circulates throughout. But there would be adequate area for a redundant field in there in the case of a failure. But it's not like a standard system that where you have a discrete field that sits there and works until you flip a valve until something else happens. These rotate throughout the day to different disposal areas.
So that would be including the one that would be under railway?
Yes, that's correct. Now, this is going to be tertiary level treated water. This is about as high a treatment as you can do with wastewater. So a lot of one of the things that both the regional board staff and myself insisted on is that there would be a lot of beneficial reuse, because if you're going to treat it to that level, then we need to utilize it. So a lot of it is going to be reused in landscape irrigation as opposed to just disposed of underneath railway. Just to clarify an issue that keeps coming up, the plumbing code requires 5-foot setback from structures. So, and it will be environmental health that are going to be reviewing the construction plans on this. So I can assure the commission that there will be nothing underneath any structures. It'll have to meet plumbing code standards, which is what environmental health reviews. So there will not be anything underneath any structures.
And does it function differently under grass than under pavement?
Well, the grass is beneficial reuse. It's irrigation. So they're using their wastewater to irrigate landscape. Underneath as a disposal area underneath the road, it's just a disposal area. It's just groundwater recharge at that moment. So it's significantly better to dispose of it as landscape irrigation.
One more. The nitrate standard. I gather that the recommendation or the recommended standard is 40 per acre. Is that
That's correct.
Okay, and this is a special problems area. What does that mean, and what does that mean in light of the required versus the recommended standard for nitrogen?
Well, there's first of all, there's no special conditions or special standards for special problems areas. So the regional board has two levels of oversight. One is a recommendation, and it's purely that. That's a better condition, but it's purely a recommendation. Then they have prohibitions. Now, the prohibitions state that these are shall not. You shall not exceed this, whatever the standard is. So while it may not meet the recommendation, it'll certainly meet the prohibition. So that's the clarification between the two.
And special problems area doesn't mean anything, and that's my last question.
Well, okay, the regional board just adopted the boundaries of the county special problems area. It's not a regional board designation. They consider the problem area the entire upper valley, upper San Ynez Valley. Now, the county board of supervisors has designated, they outline a boundary, and so when the regional board refers to the special problems area, it's a county boundary, not a regional board boundary. So yeah, it's so you can't. They're not the same. They're two different organizations talking about two different things.
Okay, let that sit for a minute, percolate, if you will, and we'll move on to Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I'm simple question. I've not installed this kind of sewage system before. I've done lots of septic tanks. And I think I heard you earlier say that this actual design is typical, like of a septic tank, where if you need a 1,000-gallon tank to service your property, you're required to put in a 3,000-gallon tank. So is this kind of the same deal where this design is 3 times what the typical normal usage would be? Did I hear those numbers about correctly? Or my question is it typical like a septic system that's way over-designed?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, this system would be way over-designed because it far exceeds the minimum standards. This kind of system, for the treatment to work properly, it far exceeds the plumbing code standards. So for the critters to do the treatment on the wastewater, the wastewater has to sit in the tank for a longer, the retention time has to be a lot longer than a standard septic tank. So from a peak flow point of view, it's going to be in the treatment train a lot longer than a standard septic system.
You answered my question. It's typical of sewage systems that are way over designed so that it's rare they ever fail. It's almost like you have to install them incorrectly for them to fail.
Well, or either that or do not maintain them, one or the other.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. And just sort of a follow-on is then what I hear you saying is there's sort of built-in redundancy to the system that's going to be installed because it's going to be over capacity. Maybe that's not the right way to ask a question.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, there will be a lot of redundancy in this. It is a requirement. The regional board standard is far in excess of the plumbing code standard. The plumbing code on every level is more permissive than the regional board standards. And since this is a regional board regulated site, it's going to meet the highest standard that they can apply to it.
And this process of the system is dependent upon electricity, or just thinking if power goes off? I know on the South Coast we have power go off 2 hours, 3 hours. Does it still function without electricity? Is it a chemical process?
Well, the retention time of the tank, the biologic processes will continue.
Okay.
Now there's going to be a surge tank, so even if the electric were to go out at least for a moderate amount of time, the surge tank would be able to just fill up.
Okay.
But eventually, power has to come back on for the pumps to work and for them to dispose of it.
But then there's alarms or something that would alert if
yes.
some other pumping has to occur?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's an interesting topic, but in terms of this project, a number of questions have been raised, and I don't feel that we can get all the answers today in spite of a lot of good information that we're getting. My own feeling is, and I'll defer to Commissioner Hartman about this, that we need to give some direction to staff as to areas we might want to have represented or presented in greater depth, and set a date early in the new year when we can come back and finish up on this project. How do you feel about that?
I still feel uncertain, so I think that's a good approach from my perspective. Are you asking me what the issues, what I see the issues being, or whether I would like to see it discussed some more in general?
Well, it may be premature to give your opinion of the pluses and minuses of the project. I think we're still trying to gather information. This Caltrans left turn lane, it sounds to me like the applicant hasn't had a chance to even consider that. The traffic engineer has said it would be safer, and there's a community concern about safety. Well, that's one issue that I think needs some more fleshing out. If it's a project description, it's a condition, staff can work with the applicant to come up with the preferred solution there. The septic system, the treatment system, the aerobic treatment system, while new, it sounds like environmental health at least is comfortable with it and will be overseeing the installation. So I'm not sure if I have any further questions there, but others of you may.
I would be very interested in hearing the Regional Water Quality Control Board's view on this system. And I'm still not entirely at ease with the parking, long-term parking adequacy in Los Olivos.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think it would be important, just from Commissioner Hartman's comments, is that there be some condition about an off-site parking agreement with the church, since they offered up, and staff can write that, or the applicant can come forth and they can work on that. But I think that would be important for us to see.
Commissioner Blau?
I meant to ask this question earlier and I didn't ask it, but what's the seating capacity of the restaurant? I don't want to try and look it up. Is somebody using what the seating capacity is?
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that.
Okay.
Commissioner Blau, it's 140 as redesigned.
It's 140. And do you know how many square feet is in there by chance?
In the redesign or the existing?
The redesign.
Mr. Chair, while they're finding that number, maybe I can comment on the Regional Water Quality Control Board issue. I just asked Mr. Jensen if he thought we would be able to get them to tell us anything about where they're at on that, and he said probably not. We can reach out to them and see if they will. Obviously, we don't have control over that board like we do on county departments, and so it's a bit different. But we can ask them to attend the next hearing if that would be helpful. But I don't want to set expectations too high because I can't really control that.
But as the project comes to us today, it is a condition that the Regional Water Quality Control Board has to approve it.
Absolutely, yes, Mr. Chair, absolutely.
While they're looking that up,
It's 7,440 is the total square foot of the building.
Okay.
But the dining area, according to Evans, is only, Mr. Jones, is only about 4,000.
Okay. I can tell you that from my experience in other jurisdictions, you are probably overparked for your hotel. I mean, typically what you would expect is one parking space per room. That's 65. One parking space per employee, and one parking place for every about 65 to 70 square feet of restaurant seating area. Not the whole restaurant. I mean, if you do the math and you figured you've got an average of 3 people per car in the restaurant, I mean, you've got more than enough parking for that, for your project. If anything, you're overparked. They have the reciprocal for the church, nice. The church would give it, it'd be all right, but it wouldn't cause me to not approve the project if you didn't get the church's parking. In respect to the wastewater system, trust me when I tell you that the HS and the Water Quality Control Board are not going to allow this project to go forward unless this system is more than adequate. I mean, I've been doing this for 30, 40 years. trust me, they're not going to allow that place to open up if that sewer system is not safe. In fact, I'll bet this one is safer than almost anything else you've done except for sewage plants, which the public maintains. It's clearly better than any septic system that you could put in, or any standard one. So I just don't, I mean, if you need another couple of weeks to get the questions ferreted out, that's great. But, you know, you've got people in this county that are in charge of those kind of things that don't let installations go forward that aren't correct. I just don't think it's a reason that we need to have more information about it. The technical experts, the people who approve this and approve the plans and approve the installation, are far more experts than we're ever going to be. And believe me, they don't make mistakes in that area.
Well, Commissioner Blau, I don't think you're the one up here that needs to be convinced that anything else needs to be done. I think my hesitance to support the project based on the system that's been proposed is my lack of understanding of how it works. And if we can get more information about it and get an indication from the Regional Water Quality Control Board that they support these types of systems, and this is plenty of ground, and you know they haven't run it by their board, but they're favorable, that would be great. I think that would help me. So, and Commissioner Hartman may be further away from comfort level than I am. I just mentioned that as one thing, but let's see if we can identify any other issues. We've obviously heard a great deal about the project today that is positive, and that we all support, and it would take a long time to emphasize any one of us, for any of us to emphasize all the aspects of the project that are positive, but there are these lingering doubts, and our responsibility is to the entire county, not just to the developers and those in the town who might benefit from the project going forward as is. Commissioner Valencia, you've been patiently waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this project has been around for a long time, and a lot of things are fixed one way and then something else pops up. And I understand commissioners have to be assured that what they are questioning is going to work. And there seem to be three minor issues. They're not major issues, but they need to be answered so that you feel comfortable with them. One is the regional water, the other is the parking, and the third seems to be the traffic. But they're not major things to stop the project. Even the people that are kind of against the project are not wholly against the project. Some wanted a diminished project. Some said I'd answer these questions first. So I was wondering, since I'm going off now and there'll be somebody coming in that has to come up to speed. It's a very important project for the community. It has community support, and I always look at, is there safety? Are the tech reports in? What is my technical evaluation of this? Not my personal likes or dislike, but my technical evaluation. Would I approve or disapprove this project? And I'm thinking that in the long term, I would probably approve this project. But I'm thinking, since it's my last meeting, would you consider, or would the commissioner of the district consider conceptual approval, so that you have a general idea and the developer who's working on the project has a concept of what's coming down? Yes, I have to correct these things. I have to give these answers to the public. I have to give them to the commissioners. But if I do those things, I probably will get approved instead of just being in limbo. That's my question.
Well, as the chair, I would say normally I'd accommodate your request for conceptual consideration, but the problem is, without the information that we have as far as how is this going to work in terms of minimizing the danger of the road. We've had testimony from everybody that it's a dangerous intersection there at Calkins. It's what the neighborhood apparently wants, and so we're going to have it. Is there a way to make it safer? You know, I could say to you today, I want that project to go forward, but I couldn't tell you exactly what the conditions are going to be today that are attached to it.
I understand, Mr. Chair, but do you think that continuing these things and continuing public hearings where 25 people come in and voice their concerns again over and over again, which are the same concerns that we've heard in the past before, because there was concerns before about the traffic, there were concerns about the water, you know. We've had those, when the Sarloos was doing their project, there were concerns about the sewer, you know, so it isn't something new, but it's something that has to be answered, and I agree. But yet, I don't think you want to go through all the public hearings again to be repetitious continually, and you, maybe the commissioner of the district would give some consideration to that aspect of it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Chair, just a procedural issue. I don't think there's a way you're going to have a second hearing on this and not have public comment. So whether you take conceptual action or not, if you're asking us to provide information and adjustments to conditions and things, then there will be public comment on those aspects.
Yes, and I certainly understand the applicant not wanting to open the whole project up, and I think we would be able to focus public comment on the new issues and the new information and these narrowed issues. So it's not going to be the same expansive hearing that today was, but there's enough out there that, and commissioners, please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sensing that Commissioners Blau and Valencia would go forward almost as is. Commissioners Brown and Hartman are hesitating to go forward perhaps at all, at least with the project in its present scope, and then speak for yourselves about that. And I'm on the boundary line as usual. There is a great deal to support in this project, and I'm not even at this point, I'm not considering cutting down the scope of it, but I want to be sure that we do the best job of reviewing it we can, and we just don't have enough time to do it justice in the hearing time we have today. So that's why I would support a continuance motion, and maybe ask you if you have a date to suggest based on our projection report.
Mr. Chair, I certainly wouldn't suggest a date earlier than January 30th, and I think February 6th would probably be just a bit more comfortable. So it just depends on how quickly you want it to return. I think we could probably accommodate either of those, but February 6th would probably be a little bit better, given the furlough.
Just on the date issue, Mr. Allen, is there a conflict that you're aware of if we were to continue to that date?
As the agent for the project, we always want to be here sooner, so I mean, and it sounds like we can do January 30th. Does anyone have? We'd prefer that date, obviously. To
January 30th?
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything that would preclude us from finishing up this project. It's not going to be a lengthy hearing like today. Are you're okay with that?
Mr. Chair, it just is going to depend on how quickly we can get information back from the applicant about what they're willing to do on the Caltrans left turn lane issue. I think we can address the other two issues as best we can in that time frame.
Well, I think what we can do is set a date, and if it turns out that you need to continue it again, we can do that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So why don't we set the continuance hearing date to January 30th, and know that if I tell you it can't go that day, why? I'll tell you why.
Commissioner Brown.
Thanks.
I just wanted to, I support this, and I took it that we weren't really quite through yet to make the continuance motion, and I don't know where Commissioner Hartman's going, but I just wanted to make one request of my fellow commissioners in that I like the project. I think it's well designed, well thought out. I think it's a bit much for the site, but I'm just wondering that one building, that one two-story building, as you're coming from the west, if there's anything you can do to make that appear not quite so bulky, size, bulk, and scale. Now, it may look different in 3D. I don't know. I haven't been I didn't go to the C-bar meeting, so I don't know, but just in looking at it in a 2D drawing, it just looks like it sort of fills up that particular edge, and I understand the visual resource issues, and I would like to be able to ameliorate that so it's less like it's just a project too big for the site, which I think you may be able to do through architecture, I don't know. But I'm wondering if anybody else has some of those, that particular issue or not. Maybe it's just me, but anyway.
Commissioner Hartman, on visual.
I appreciate that, and I think if it were possible, that would mitigate the Class 1 visual impacts.
I too was jolted by the photo simulation of the buildings as approached from the west. What I was told on Monday was that in the view of Mr. Jones, the having different heights with the first set of buildings closest to 154 was superior to having all one-story buildings along there and looking similar to a labor camp or something of the sort. By changing the height, it had a more pleasing appearance, but it certainly doesn't look positive on the photo simulation, and it does look bulky. So we can ask the architect and his team to look at that issue to see what can be done. Certainly, if you look at it without any screening, without any mature trees, it looks like one thing, and if you have the trees up, it softened it considerably. So that's an issue. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I don't think it's an issue for me, although this is one of those things where I really appreciate using when they use SketchUp to draw plans with and do them in 3D, and I can rotate them and fly over them. But I think the problem is actually the drawing, the fact it's drawn in 2D. It's hard to visualize what it looks like. And I know when they do, I do some photo simulations with the CAD programs I use, and you're right. If you take some of their standard buildings and plot them on there, they look like garbage. It's not what the building looks like. It's like, So I think it might be helpful if they could see a 3D rendering of the frontage. That might be really helpful because it would be much different. Anyway, that's all.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Brown? No, I'm glad you brought it up. I wanted to raise that issue too. So there isn't a lot for staff to do. I think the applicant and staff need to consult again, and there's a lot of good positive support in the record, so I think we're in a position to continue the item and move on with our agenda. So I'd turn to you, Commissioner Hartman, for the continuance motion.
I move that we continue until January 30th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on the continuance?
No, except I'd like to have a roll call.
Sure. Mr. Villalobos, please.
Commissioner Blau.
No.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Hartman.
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia.
No.
And Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right. Thank you all very much. Wonderful presentations all around. County consultant for the county and the applicant. So I really feel we've advanced a lot today, and we're within view of the finish line. We'll take a 7-minute break, and we'll be back with the inclusionary housing project ordinance. All right, we are back on the record. This is our Planning Commission for Santa Barbara County, and we are on our last meeting of 2012, December 19. And this is item 3 on our agenda. If you could read it into the record, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on request of the Planning and Development Department at the County Planning Commission to recommend to the Board of Supervisors that the board adopt a proposed amendment to the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan housing element. Recommend to the Board of Supervisors that the board adopt the proposed inclusionary housing ordinance as Chapter 46A of the County Code, and to submit proposed amendments to the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan housing element and proposed inclusionary housing ordinance to the State of California Housing and Community Development Department for statutory 60-day review and comment period per Government Code Section 65585.
Good job. Mr. Hunt, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Jeff Hunt, Deputy Director of Long Range Planning. With me today is Alan Bell, the Supervising Planner, and Erica Leachman, the Project Planner. We also have Margot Wagner from the Community Services Department, which administers the existing inclusionary housing program. The item today before you concerns two actions to two documents, amendments to the housing element, and then adoption of a new ordinance into the county code. The county housing element of the comprehensive plan directs staff to relocate the existing inclusionary housing program into a new separate ordinance, inclusionary housing ordinance. And as long as we're taking the time and the effort to consider revisions to the inclusionary housing requirements, staff interprets this direction to be to revise but not abolish the inclusionary housing requirements. The existing inclusionary housing program is one of several tools that the county uses to assure housing for our citizens and businesses, so this is not the only arrow in the quiver. And with that, I'll turn it over to Erica for the staff presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Right, thank you, Mr. Hunt. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to present the draft housing element amendments and the inclusionary housing ordinance project. To start out, we'll take an overview of what we're presenting today. Today's presentation has four components. Firstly, some background information to explain the county's existing inclusionary housing program and the origin of the project as a housing element program. Secondly, we'll talk about the outreach and the input generated to help staff determine what about the IHP, or inclusionary housing program, needs improvement. Third, we'll provide an explanation of what changes and what amendments are being proposed to the existing IHP. And then lastly, the next steps in the process, what you can expect coming up. The objective of this long-range project is to evaluate and update the provisions of the county's existing inclusionary housing program as implementation of Program 1.2 of the 2009-2014 housing element. It's one of many strategies and programs designed to facilitate the development of affordable housing units in high-cost residential markets that otherwise do not provide attainable housing options for lower-income households. Additionally, in addition to this, the housing element contains a wide range of other programs as part of Chapter 5, which address many types of affordable housing demands within the county, including special needs housing, emergency shelters, and agricultural employee housing. For the purposes of this project, we're addressing affordable housing units that are suitable to particular household income categories. To address inclusionary housing specifically, the scope of the project includes two components. Firstly, to amend Chapter 5 of the housing element with policies addressing the need for inclusionary housing requirements. And secondly, to transfer the inclusionary housing program as regulation from the housing element itself to an ordinance in the county code, as we've identified. And in doing so, address opportunities to enhance the transparency, the efficiency, and the consistency of the implementation of the program moving forward. More substantive revisions are also needed to respond to changes in law and apparent changes in the residential market locally in different housing market areas, or HMAs. And in doing so, we also intend to improve the program's public transparency and flexibility to respond to that market in the long term. So today, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission consider the proposed housing element amendment and the draft inclusionary housing ordinance, and recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt both of these as implementation of Program 1.2. Also, to comply with state housing law, staff recommends that the Planning Commission, as the county's planning agency, submit the project, the whole project, to State Housing and Community Development for a statutory 60-day review period prior to the adoption proceedings that we anticipate in the spring of next year with the Board of Supervisors. As a bit of background, inclusionary housing policies are housing programs that require the development of price-restricted housing units as part of new development, where a portion of the new units created are reserved for sale to qualified low, very low, and moderate income households, while the remaining units have no price restrictions at all. This approach distributes housing affordability throughout a jurisdiction to allow lower income residents to attain houses in neighborhoods that they otherwise would not be able to afford, and thereby promotes housing equity and deterring income segregation throughout an entire housing market area. The County of Santa Barbara has maintained an inclusionary housing program within the county, unincorporated area, since 1981, as one of many strategies to facilitate the development of affordable housing units in high-cost residential markets. Inclusionary housing requirements have been amended periodically over the years as part of housing element updates. The existing inclusionary housing program was amended last in 2004, requiring that projects proposed with 5 or more units that they price restrict a particular percentage of those units for very low, low, moderate, and or workforce income categories, as specified by housing market area within the county. A developer may satisfy the inclusionary housing program requirements by constructing the percentage required, or opt to either donate property in a commensurate amount or pay in lieu fees in lieu of constructing those units as required. Currently, the inclusionary housing program requires a unique percentage of the development to be price restricted to affordable levels for each housing market area. There are 5 total. While each housing income category requires between 5 and 10% in total, the projects in the South Coast and Santa Ynez housing market areas are required to restrict 30% of the units proposed, and projects in the Santa Maria and Lompoc housing market areas are required to price restrict 20% of the proposed units. You'll notice also that the Cuyama HMA is exempt from the requirements because home sale prices continue to be affordable without restriction. The 2004 inclusionary housing program also allowed for in lieu fees to be paid if a developer opted to not build the required percentage of affordable units. The in lieu fees were developed and adopted by resolution of the Board of Supervisors based on the Santa Barbara County in lieu fee update report prepared by the county by Bay Area Economics in 2004. This is provided as attachment 9 to the staff report. In 2004, the Board of Supervisors set the base in lieu fee and required the fees to be updated annually. The Board of Supervisors adopted 2 distinct fee types to implement this program. One, the cost to subsidize affordable units for very low and low income households, and 2, the cost to construct the affordable units for moderate and workforce income categories. The 2 fees are different both in definition and the amount, in that the subsidy fee calculates the fee based on the amount of money that the county typically contributes towards the construction of a unit. So it's a much lower amount of money. In contrast, the cost to construct the affordable units is an actual cost to build. So it's a much higher fee reflecting the full cost to build an entire unit without subsidy. This project, it should be noted, does not include an update to the current in lieu fee amounts, the methodology by which these fees are adjusted annually, or the research that established their basis. So there's no change being proposed to those fee amounts. So since 2004, a range of inputs have influenced how and where the inclusionary housing program is recommended to change today and moving forward. In 2007, reports from the County Auditor's Office and the Board-appointed Affordable Housing Committee made 13 recommendations for specific improvements to the inclusionary housing program, of which the Board of Supervisors supported 11 as part of the 2009 Housing Element Update. These recommendations are documented in Attachment 6 of your staff report, and also for each recommendation that was recommended by the Board of Supervisors, the county's action has been documented as well. In 2009, the county retained Economic and Planning Systems, or EPS, to evaluate the 2004 IHP. This report is provided as Attachment 10. The purpose of the EPS report was to provide the county with information to assist in continued program implementation and improvements. So during the development of this inclusionary housing ordinance, the county held a series of meetings between August 2011 and August 2012 to discuss the potential provisions of the IHO and the Housing Element Amendment with stakeholders, including representatives of our local home builders associations and housing advocacy agencies. Also, home sales data collected by the county assessor recorder between August 2011 and 2012 was analyzed to determine what types of homes and which affordability levels are being provided for in each HMA. Taken together, the input and outreach has resulted in some clear conclusions about the scope of the changes recommended for the existing program. Firstly, that the North County HMAs, Lompoc and Santa Maria, are meeting some affordable housing needs. Without restriction in the price or the sales price of the homes. In South County HMA, and to a certain extent the Santa Ynez HMA, there is a retained need for affordable housing in some income categories. Pardon me. Across the board, with program implementation, the issue of the timing of fee payment, so should a developer opt to pay fees rather than construct the units, the timing at which the developer is required to pay the fees is an issue. Currently in the IHP, the fee is required to be paid during map recordation, which is often an early stage in the process, and the input that we receive from many agencies recommends a change in that so the fees could be paid later in the process at building permit. Also, we heard that the overall requirements for the percentages are burdensome given the changing economy that we're experiencing right now for residential land uses, and also that the program overall could use some improved transparency and flexibility to adjust to economic conditions and also make sure that day to day those that are subject to the requirements could find out information easily. So based on these conclusions, we would like to summarize the amendments proposed for the housing element and the inclusionary housing ordinance. In terms of the housing element amendment, first of all, the amendment would delete the inclusionary housing program in its entirety. Currently, the inclusionary housing program lives in Appendix A of the housing element. This would be deleted as part of the amendment, and the provisions would now live in the IHO. I would also amend Program 1.2 to reflect that the IHO is a standalone ordinance rather than an amendment to the LUDC. The policies are also added to support inclusionary housing as a county policy for development and remove any rental housing price restrictions. A number of case law and proceedings have led many jurisdictions to remove this, the requirement to price restrict rental housing and only provide or require those restrictions to the for sale units. And last but not least, policies are proposed to address the design of affordable units to ensure they are compatible with the neighborhood. The IHO, Inclusionary Housing Ordinance, is proposed to continue to require affordable housing percentages by HMA. On the map here, you can see the 5 HMAs depicted throughout the county. However, given a shift in housing market conditions since 2007, the first change being considered is to reduce the inclusionary requirements to 20% affordable units for all HMAs except for Cuyama, which, as I mentioned, continues to be exempt from the program. The second change involves small projects. Those that propose between 5 and 9 units, where price restriction of 1 unit to a moderate level would be required. Small projects are treated differently for a couple reasons. Firstly, the changes to the rounding rules for fractional units that result from the percentage calculations would essentially eliminate the requirement for inclusionary units for those smaller projects, where if the percentage required would result in something less than 0.5, the number would round down and virtually eliminate it. Secondly, smaller projects have similar permitting and design costs spread over fewer units than large projects, where the economy of scale determines that the long-run average cost per unit it doesn't scale the same way as large projects. So based on this on these concepts, the reduced IHO requirements proposed for small projects between 5 and 9 to marginally eliminate the regulatory burden of the IHO for those types of projects. And this would be applicable to all parts of the county except for Cuyama as well. Additionally, the 2012 program builds flexibility back into the program with a self-adjusting provision to reduce or eliminate the inclusionary housing requirements for moderate and/or workforce income categories when the housing market area is providing affordable housing without deed restriction naturally as part of the market. This provision would be based on an annual assessment by the county, Community Services Department to be specific. In those situations where a year of home sales data demonstrates that the housing sales are affordable to workforce and or moderate income households, the requirements could be adjusted from 5% down to 0%, basically eliminating the requirement. This ensures the developer is only held accountable for the demand that is present at the time the project is proposed. So for example, for the 2012-13 fiscal year, you can see on the map here that the IHO requirements would be adjusted so that 5% very low and 5% low would be required in Santa Ynez, Lompoc, and Santa Maria for a total of 10%. And 5% very low, 5% low, and 5% moderate would be required for the South Coast HMA. Projects proposed and deemed complete by County Planning and Development under these market conditions would be held to these adjusted requirements through the course of the project development, so long as the proposed project does not significantly change. So it would be locked in at a particular point and processed under these regulations rather than the 20% across the board. This revision is intended to reduce the financial burden for development and its pro formas while also providing for the current demonstrated demand for those affordable units. Moving forward, we also have some alternatives proposed to the requirements to actually constructing the required affordable units. As alternatives to constructing the IHO requirements, a developer may pay in lieu fees as well. As I mentioned, no update is proposed to those actual numbers to fee out of the required units, but it's still an option. Alternately, for small projects, we mentioned that the requirements would change for those small projects, but also the way the fee is calculated for small projects is proposed to change as well, to be a less of a burden financially. And additionally, the county permits residential second units on single-family lots already and considers them a viable source of affordable housing for elderly and limited income households. And as such, a provision is being proposed to allow inclusionary housing requirements for workforce households only to be fulfilled when a development includes the construction of RSUs on the same percentage of lots being proposed. In terms of compliance, to comply with these regulations, an eligible project would be conditioned to fulfill the IHO requirements on a case-by-case basis, as it is right now, working with the applicant and county staff. Two new aspects to the process include a new method for rounding, as I mentioned. As it is right now, all fractions are rounded up for the purposes of construction. So if a calculation of requirements results in 1.1 units, you would round up to 2. We're suggesting a more mathematical approach where a fraction of under 0.5 would round down and a fraction of 0.5 and above would round up. If the fee payment is elected, however, this fractional unit would be prorated, so it would be rounded only in the case of construction of that unit. Also, to incentivize construction of the IHO requirements on site, a density bonus is proposed within the coastal zone because an in lieu fee alternative is not available because it's inconsistent with state law. An additional market rate unit may be constructed over base zoning density for any affordable unit being built on site. As it is currently, a density bonus is only afforded to a moderate or workforce unit that is constructed on site. So this extends that benefit in the coastal zone only. Also, to facilitate the density bonus, this is something, it's an incentive, but it also is paired with the density bonus. A zoning modification would be allowed to aid in the design of the site to allow for the density bonus, should that be an option to a developer. Also, in terms of the section 46A5, specifically incentives, there are two places where we wanted to draw your attention to minor adjustments that we'd like to make to the ordinance moving forward and recommend to the Board of Supervisors. First of all, in terms of the density bonus, we realized that a clear statement of what the density bonus is not currently in the section. I think it was assumed that it was clear, but in going back and reviewing that section, we wanted to be upfront about what a definition of what density bonus is. So the language you see here on the first bullet is the suggested additional sentence we'd like to add to this section. It reads simply, density bonus allows for additional units over the otherwise maximum allowable density authorized in the base zone district. And secondly, the second modification we'd like to make is an additional sentence to the second bullet, which is the zoning modifications, to clarify that the modification to open space is permissible to allow for the density bonus if it's consistent with the general plan, of course. And so the sentence that we're working with and would like to add to the ordinance reads, in addition, the total amount of common and or public open space may be reduced if it's paired with the density bonus to allow for it. Okay, in terms of implementation, this is actually a new section to the IHO. Currently, the IHP does not speak too much to implementation. It's something that is an internal process, and a section that we've added to the IHO is the section that addresses how the program is implemented. It addresses everything from how to adjust the inclusionary housing requirements year to year with the new provision, and then also how to adjust the in lieu fee amounts based on our index. It describes specifically how to set the maximum sales price of the affordable units based on target household incomes. It's essentially what we do right now, but it spells it out in county code, so moving forward it's clear and on the books. And also, last but not least, it addresses project approval. So for planners processing these types of projects, what steps to take in order to condition the project appropriately to ensure that the affordable housing requirements are addressed. So that's a quick overview of the changes being proposed to the program, and what we wanted to do also is to give you an idea of how mathematically it changes things for a project. What you see here first is a comparison of the inclusionary housing program requirements compared to the inclusionary housing ordinance requirements for a 5-unit project in the South Coast housing market area. You can see here on the left-hand side of the screen, under the 2004 IHP requirements, overall, the program would require 30% of the units to be deed restricted for affordable sales prices. That would mean either the project could construct four of the 5 units as price-restricted units, or fee out for a total of $460,000, either or in that situation. However, given the way that the program is designed, more often than not, we see a combination of the two. A developer will see, you know, oh, I'd like to build some of them and fee out of some of the others, depending on what pencils correctly. So what we can expect in this scenario is a developer to build the moderate and workforce units and fee out of the very low and low. And assuming that, a likely scenario would be the construction of 2 units, 1 workforce, 1 moderate, and a fee out of $54,300. If we compare that to the changes being proposed in the 2012 IHO requirements, the overall requirements would be reduced down to 20%. 20% of the units would be deed restricted. However, given the new rules for small projects, the developer could either build 1 moderate unit or fee out of that unit for $64,288. Likely what we'd see in this situation is a fee out of $64,288, just given the scenario. If we also take a look at a 20-unit project, this is, this isn't a small project. This is the other IHO requirements. Under the existing program, we would likely see 6 of those units constructed with price restriction, or a fee out of $1,840,000. Or a more likely scenario is a combination of the two, where 4 units are constructed and a fee out can be paid of $217,000. In 2012, we can expect a reduced affordable unit requirement, so a construction of either 4 units or a fee out of $1,028,600, or an expected scenario of a construction of 2 units price restricted and a fee out of $217,000. So you can see between the two programs, it's not eliminating any of the requirements, but it's reducing them, reflective of the new economy that we're living in these days. In terms of next steps, what you can expect to see and hear about in the coming months, after this hearing with the Planning Commission as planning agency, we will be processing the general plan amendment with the State Housing and Community Development. According to state law, they have 60 days to review the amendment and provide comments back to the county, and before we go to adoption hearings with the Board of Supervisors, which we anticipate occurring in spring of 2013. That concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your attention to these issues. As I mentioned, these are itemized the big changes in the ordinance, but we're happy to answer any questions about the details.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the MII figure now?
The area median income is 71,000. Oh, that's right, $73,300 countywide.
73,300? Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Brown?
So, Ms. Leachman, on either page, I guess, either page 20 or 21, so it would be expected that this ordinance would be revised periodically to reflect, to do a look back to a certain period to reflect whatever the particular conditions are at in that time, or does this just stand in good stead for X number of years? It is on. Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Hot mic. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, thank you. To clarify about the adjustments, it's actually not a change to the ordinance that happens annually. It's a self-adjusting provision where the actual requirements would be published publicly and posted online. I believe it's attachment number 5 of your packet that demonstrates a sample of what we expect to see is more of a schedule that would be published annually of both the inclusionary housing requirements and the fees that would be associated to fee out of those requirements. And that would be done automatically without a formal adjustment to the ordinance.
Okay, questions? Commissioner Blau?
Lots of them, unfortunately. I guess what I don't see in here, or maybe it's in here and I don't get it, is how I calculate the in lieu fee. And I know that's been a complaint from a lot of people in the community. They can't sit down and take a look at your charts or your program and calculate what their in lieu fee is. I'm also concerned about your comment that you say we didn't really change the in lieu fee calculation from prior. And if that's actually the case, then you didn't come close to implementing one of the goals of the Housing Committee and the direction from the board. The direction that the Housing Committee came up with, the one conclusion that we all agreed upon, and I know that the Board of Supervisors agreed upon, was to establish the fee so it was, there was an incentive for the developer to pay the in lieu fee as opposed to building the affordable housing. I don't see that in here yet. And maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see that. I mean, I expected to see, you know, a fee, for example, like in the $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 per unit basis, not the $60,000, $70,000, $100,000 fee, because I don't see where that's an incentive for the developer to pay the in lieu fee. The other thing that I need to see before I think we can go forward with this is I need you to give me some, if we're going to continue to do deed restricted housing, find me a lender who will make a loan to a borrower on a deed restricted property.
Mr. Chair, I think he turned down the wrong mic. I had a feeling he was doing the wrong mic because it wasn't getting rid of the feedback. Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, let me try and answer a couple of the questions. We did not adjust the fee. We absolutely did not adjust the fee. However, the fee is a two-pronged fee, one for very low and low, and there's a different formula for very low and low, and a separate formula for moderate and workforce housing. The very low and low incentivizes people paying that fee rather than building on site. The moderate and workforce incentivizes people building the units on site, not paying the fee. The Board of Supervisors did not direct us to revise the fee calculation. What they really directed us to do, and the Affordable Housing Task Force aside, is take this program and put it in an ordinance. And what we tried to do was put it into an ordinance in a format that is more active and reflective of market conditions, not a wholesale change. We didn't have consultant dollars, we didn't have the money to do a recalculation calculation of the fee. That being said, we've been meeting with a lot of housing developers, and some that I think you would respect fairly significantly think the fee isn't really the issue. It's the actual bottom line dollar amount that you come up with. And the way we tried to get at that is by adjusting the percentages and making those more reflective of market conditions.
Okay.
They also indicated that the 2004 study that we based the fee on really probably is pretty close to today's market, because remember, the market was climbing. It peaked in 2006-07, about when I bought my house, and then it went down, and so we're almost back to where we were. So that's the feedback we got, and we didn't get a lot of criticism about not updating the fee.
Okay. And I don't want to sit here today and argue with you, but I will tell you that is just not the case. And I think it was Ron Hunt was the
Ron Cortez.
Ron Cortez, thank you. I'll never forget when we had our conclusion just before we went to board. He said, "Look, this is a no-brainer." I said, "I can take this money that we collect, and I can go and I can service 1,000 people as opposed to doing workforce housing, which you only catch a few." And I know he made the same presentation to the board. So the issue was, look, we really want to come up with a program where the developers don't try and do deed restricted properties because of all the problems that HCD had in implementing it, and be able to use the money to leverage with nonprofits to help provide low-income rental housing. And so I'm not seeing in this change where we're accomplishing that. Now, I could be wrong, partly because I can't sit down and actually calculate, okay, I'm going to go build a $250,000 house in Santa Maria that's 2,000 square feet. How much is my in lieu fee going to be? I don't see that. And until I actually get that in front of me, then I can't really tell you whether I think you've incentivized the development community to pay the in lieu fees that you can leverage forward with other nonprofits.
Mr. Chair, we may not agree.
Okay.
On what the board told us to do. I think we did what the board told us to do. I guess the board will tell us whether we did what the board told us to do. The board did not say don't have any more inclusionary housing. What they said was don't have any more very low and low inclusionary housing. We want to get money and leverage funds for those types of housing. We don't get funds for moderate and workforce housing. That's not the kind of money, that's not the kind of housing we build. We build through leveraged funds, very low, critical shelters and low income housing. So there's still going to be a component of this that addresses the moderate and workforce. The board didn't tell us to get rid of that. And as to your second point about is the calculation, where's the calculation? It's actually in the ordinance. It's in the ordinance. It's in the implementation section of the ordinance. And that was one of the difficult things for us to really work through and get into the ordinance, because this is information that was really housed in
I may not have seen it in here. If it's in here, I'll go find it. I'm sorry.
It is. It's in the ordinance. And it concerns me if you didn't see it, because, I mean, that was a big piece of what we did, is try and put all those formulas in so that our work would be replicable and very obvious. So I will ask either Erica or Margot to point you to the right place.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, and the rest of the commission, to walk you through how the ordinance works, there's a number of sections, but the one that is newest and probably least familiar is section 46A6, which is implementation. It's page 10 of 16 in attachment 2A. It's the exhibit to the resolution of the Planning Commission.
Which page of 16?
Page 10 of 16.
10 or 16.
Beginning.
Got it.
As an overview, this section is titled Implementation, and it addresses a number of aspects associated with the existing program and a couple new ones that we're adding in. 46A, section 46A, or A6A, is the annual adjustment to the requirements themselves. That's the adjustment from 20% down to either 15 or 10, depending on the area and how the market is performing. It explains what factors to use, what to do, and also requires that those requirements are published by the Community Services Department online. To refer to you what that will look like, attachment 5 of the staff report packet is a single sheet, two-sided, that has a schedule that itemizes what the requirements would be for each housing market area for the different income category levels. So on that first page there, it's titled Inclusionary Housing Requirements per Chapter 46A of the County Code. That reflects what the percentage requirements would be for a project by housing market area.
Yeah, I saw that. But this is the one I have to. Okay. Great, I now have it, so I will go home and plug in the numbers and see how it works. But I can see that it's going to be dependent upon current mortgage rates, going to fluctuate, and then where do I, okay, let's see. And the in lieu fee, here I see what the purchase price is. How do I calculate the in lieu fee?
Okay. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, on page 11, which is starts with section B. This section addresses the fees themselves, not only how to collect and expend the fees that are collected from a project, but also how to adjust those fees. What you'll see reflected at the bottom of page 11 is the fees that were set by the Board of Supervisors in 2004 that have been subsequently updated annually based on the criteria that's itemized here. So using inputs, the percentage change in the median sales price over the years has adjusted those fees per unit that are reflected in attachment 5 as well. So the ordinance sets up and explains how those fees are updated, but essentially it's a schedule of fees that you pay in lieu of the required units that are required by the ordinance. It's not a fee that's calculated every single time a project is proposed. The calculation involves taking the number of units that are required and multiplying it by the fee per unit that is adopted in the ordinance and updated annually.
Okay, this is going to take a couple of hours to go through this for me, so I will do that and come back with it. But I got a feeling I'm not going to like it because I can't sit down and calculate what the fee is. I'm going to have to rely upon this county periodically changing that fee. Am I right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, the fees change each year. And then for that year, it's typically approximately the fiscal year, beginning in July of each year.
Mm-hmm.
The fee is adjusted based on the tax roll and the sales prices from the past year. So once that's locked in, those are the fee amounts that a developer can count on for a whole calendar year.
So, Mr. Chair, those are posted just like the changes in AMI are posted each year. The changes in affordability requirements are posted each year.
But do I have the formula here to calculate that fee given the AMA and the other data? It's in here in the ordinance. I'll find it. I'll be able to.
I can tell you that some of the, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, some of the affordable housing developers that we sat with actually did run through the formulas.
Okay.
So I think so, or they would have told us. And we've done it as well.
Then my second comment was, did you find me a lender that would make a loan to a moderate or workforce housing borrower with a deed restricted property?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, no, we have not gone out and tried to find a lender. I can tell you that that was not an issue that was raised with the affordable, not with just the affordable, with the housing developers in the South Coast. Nobody at our meetings, and there were North County people there as well, but they won't be subject to this fee, at least in the foreseeable future, or this income level. Nobody said, I can't find a lender.
Okay,
that issue did not come up.
Which doesn't surprise me because there hasn't been anything built in the past 3 years that met that criteria that you could sell to somebody. I mean, I think I'm right about that. Has there been any deed restricted housing that's been sold in the last 2 or 3 years?
No, sir. However, with our existing stock, we do resales and refinances. That's what I do. And as long as we use local lenders, we usually do not have any problems with securing financing.
Okay. And this is on refis?
Resales and refis.
Okay. I just need to get some proof of that to get comfortable with it, because I'm not finding that to be the case. I'm finding, for example, on the construction side, to do a new project, I'm not finding anybody that will make a loan to me as a builder if I've got deed restricted properties. They won't do it. I mean, it is, even so far where they're deed restricted based on age. Sometimes they won't do it. So I mean, I need to get not just a resale, but find me a construction lender that would make a loan to a developer to do that. I mean, I don't. There's no reason to have a program that nobody can implement. That just doesn't make any sense. And I agree with the concept that we need to provide some housing assistance, especially in South County. I mean, you know, if you're somebody that's sitting in Montecito and you're building a 20,000 square foot house for $30 million or whatever the price might be, sure, you're going to have house cleaners and gardeners and all kinds of people that need to work on that property. It's appropriate that you help provide them housing so they're not driving 60 miles to go to work every day. I get that. But I also don't want to try and have a program that we know doesn't work. I mean, we've had quite a few people come back to us in the past 2 or 3 years trying to amend their project because the restrictions we put on there for them to do restricted housing, they can't meet. They can't get anybody to finance, they can't sell them. So I just don't want to have a program that's going to not work in the future when things change.
Mr. Chair, I certainly appreciate that, and that's why we spent so much time with people who have projects on the ground now, people who have projects in the works, people who develop these kinds of projects. And I don't know how many speaker slips you have, but I know several of the housing developers in the North County felt like this was a huge step in the right direction.
Yeah,
well, let's ask them. We've got two from Jim LaLoggia and Lori Tamura. Assume they're in the North County. Hi up there. How is it? You look like you're in a closet.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jim LaLoggia with Rice Ranch Communities. I would like to acknowledge that Mr. Blau is not incorrect in stating the fact that we have struggled for a number of years attempting to get construction financing for our low and very low income product. They will not make the construction loan and also are having some difficulty in takeout. I still have standing inventory at our Woodlands project that is now 4 years old, completely empty, because we were unable to secure financing for deed-restricted takeout product. However, having said that, based on the ordinance that could be adopted and has been presented by staff, we are in full support of it the way it is written presently. So we are in support of that ordinance if adopted, and that would allow Rice Ranch to continue.
Mr. Blau.
And you're paying in lieu fees?
In paying the in lieu fees, correct.
So what's the typical in lieu fee for one of your $300,000 houses?
We will be required to pay approximately 74 units for that project at approximately slightly less than $60,000 a unit.
So you're paying $60,000 a unit for 70 units, is that right?
74, I believe, is correct.
Okay, and you know, you're a developer too. I have no clue how you do that and make it to where you even break even on zero land cost, but
6,000. It's almost $6,000 a unit.
Oh, 6,000. We heard 60,000.
Well, 60,000 for each. 60,000 for each affordable unit. The 74 units times the 60,000, roughly 60,000.
Oh, times 10% you're talking
which
about.
Which would be spread against our development.
Okay. So for each house you're building, because you have a 10% requirement, you're paying $6,000.
Little over $6,000, that's correct.
Okay, that's the calculation I couldn't get to in this, in my staff report, but I will work through it and get there, but I'm glad to hear you say that works good for you. Thanks.
Anything else, Mr. LaLoggia?
Oh, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in. Lori, is Lori up there with you? Lori Tamura?
Yes, this is Lori Tamura, and I would like to acknowledge the work that staff has done over the last, I think, 6 years in working with the changes to the housing element and making the ordinance version of this out of the housing element. I think it will make it much more adaptable to changes in the markets in the future. There are a number of improvements that have been done. The rental provision is a very good change. The calculations being bedded in the ordinance is a good change. The recognition of the market influencing the housing requirements is very important. As a matter of fact, that was in the housing element in the early 90s and it was pulled out. And so staff did listen to the Home Builders Association and agreed to embed that back into the ordinance so that as highs and lows occur in the market, it does reflect in the ordinance. So we're very pleased with the cooperative efforts that occurred through this process. It did take a long time, but I think we ended up with a product that will help the projects that have been struggling through this hard market and will encourage a couple of projects maybe to springboard and come back in line and come forward. A good illustration of the market changes that this ordinance is reflecting, as you see in the ordinance, it has that calculation for the North County of the low calculation at 80,000 as the in lieu fee. In about 2007, that in lieu fee for low went up to 110,000 a unit. So you can imagine Rice Ranch or any other project trying to pay an in lieu fee of every unit at 110. Now it's down based on that calculation, and it's in your packet here. The calculation now is at about just under about 56,000, 60,000. And it really does reflect that big bell curve of the market that we've been through. And so we appreciate that change. And it will be able to, this change will be able to be absorbed in the project as we move forward. So we'd like to thank staff, Diane, the department, and everyone working on this, including the Planning Commission. And I know Commissioner Blau has been very much involved in this over the years. And for the time being, we know it's not perfect, but we need to move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have speaker slips here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. This is item, wait, it says item 4. This is item 3. I think 1.
Jeff Nelson. I was hoping you'd come.
Yes, I have a handout too because I thought I was going to miss this because of a conflict. So everyone's starting in a different place on this. Okay, what's your starting point? And they're trapped in a project where they're just trying to get some relief, so it's better than it is now. My perspective is, having over the last, say, 25 years advocated a variety of infill projects in eastern Goleta. Essentially all of them had some inclusive elements, and if you were to ask, okay, is having this inclusionary component helpful on infill housing, neutral, or does it make it much harder? It makes it much harder. There's no question about it. And the county says, you go out and fight the battles, and it may make 10 years, it may take 4 years, whatever, but at the end, we're going to be sitting there, and we want you to give us 20 or 30% of the housing under the rules we set up. which is a good position for them to be in, but a bad position for the infill housing advocate to be in. And also, every project really is different in terms of how readily it can take inclusive elements and variety of housing types. At Tree Farm, we had a very big canvas, and at the beginning we said, okay, we're going to have the most inclusive project by design, regardless of what the rules are, that the county's ever seen. So we had really 6 different housing levels, and we said we don't know what the inclusionary requirements are going to be, but we have to do just a bang-up job of including housing for everyone, because I think that's the right thing to do at the site, and it was a big canvas. Other canvases are much different and much more limited. In Park Hill, it's 1 unit per acre, and the county was saying, okay, give us 30% of those 1 unit per acre houses as affordable. 5% low, 5% very low, 5% moderate, and it was more. And there's no way. So what were the alternatives? Okay, pay an in-lieu fee. Well, the in-lieu fees at that point had gone up to over $1 million from $97,000. So just as Commissioner Blau said, we fled from the in-lieu fee because it was not practical. So the neighbors have meeting with us time after time, you got to get rid of the affordable. And their vision of the affordable was different than my vision of the affordable, because I've lived through this, and hey guys, don't worry, it's going to be a beautiful little casita and there'll be nice people there. No buy-in. So we have a disaster all caused by the inclusionary requirement in that project. All. Tree Farm, everything worked out. And Sungate, everything worked out. Ultimately, appropriate density, you've got a canvas that allows you to work out the housing options. But it doesn't, everyone comes from a different perspective and experience, and it's one thing to say, yes, this is sustainable for 90 years because we've got 45 years plus 45 years and we've got formulas. That's not really true. It's not, I don't think it's sustainable. I was at a statewide conference, and the inclusionary may be on its way out. There was a Patterson case in 2009 raising the question of whether it's legal. There were pro and con people saying everything is up in the air on inclusionary and affordable, and we don't know where it's going to end up, and people are trying to strike deals project by project because it's hard to say where it's going to end up legally in 3-4 years. But I'm just saying everyone's got their own perspective. Santa Maria, they're just trying to get out of a tough situation, and I'm just giving our real life experience that it just it doesn't always work. It doesn't always work, and it's not caused by the project. The project is not causing this need. There's no nexus. It's just like, okay, how are we going to get some housing? Well, you have to come in through the door, so why don't you give it to us? So it's my perspective. Thank you.
Do you have a question of Mr. Nelson, Commissioner Blau?
Well, I was just reading your, thank God it's one page, we can accept it into the record. God bless you.
Yes, I gave you some shotgun thoughts, and here's my thought, is that this has to be passed on to the state for 60 days of review, and why not throw into the hopper a few things more to review by the time it gets to the Board of Supervisors. And this goes at it a couple of different ways. One is to clear up the problems of the low-density project. Another one is to spread it more widely for everyone and say everyone pays, say, $2 a square foot, whether it's just a one-home building permit or a big project. You don't have any thresholds. They did that in San Diego. You'd apply it to commercial also. Allow the moderate to have second units. That's the big hit on in-lieux. And I think your ordinance as written still requires a map to have all the fees paid up front at map clearance, unlike a project that has housings or development approval. So that's contrary to what the staff said. But I think there are some other solutions that merit attention here, because I'm on the ground and it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
Okay, thanks. I do have probably a question of my fellow commissioners and maybe staff too. One of the suggestions that the Affordable Housing Committee made to the board, which they did not adopt, and I will say it was because of the supervisor from my district that they didn't adopt it, and I thought it was wrong, was to have that it not apply to just 5 units or more. It applied to a single unit. And it didn't make any difference whether you, and for a single unit, obviously you would be forced to pay the in lieu fee, because how could you build 1/10 of a unit or 20% of a unit? And we suggested that it be done somewhat on a scale where if you were building a 1,000 square foot house in Lompoc, the in lieu fee is 10 cents a square foot. If you're building a 20,000 square foot house in Montecito, the in lieu housing fee was $10 a square foot. And you could actually do a graph where you could do the price on one line, the footage on the other, and draw a line, and you could just go to a chart and say, okay, there's my in lieu fee. And again, the thinking was, if you're a 1,000 square foot house in Lompoc, you don't hire a gardener, you don't hire a house cleaner, you don't hire anybody to do maintenance on your property. But if you've got that 20,000 square foot place in Montecito, you hired all that stuff. You probably have 3 or 4 gardeners. You got 2 or 3 house cleaners coming through there. You got constant maintenance people, and that's where that was the nexus, the justification to have the fee be on a per square foot basis. And it's a lot more easy to do that calculation than it is what I'm going to have to go through to figure out what the in lieu fee is for next year for Santa Maria or Santa Ynez. Again, it was, you could also do it based on the building permit fee. It can be a percentage of the building permit fee, because typically it calculates value. So if it's a $20 million house, it's a certain fee. If it's a $100,000 house, there would be practically no fee. So I would like to hear my fellow commissioners to see how they think of that. And maybe go back to have the staff take a look at that and see how those numbers might ferret out. That's a question for my fellow commissioners.
Well, it's hard to put the term radical together with you, Commissioner Blau, but it does seem a stretch from where we are with staff's proposal today. And while I have no idea whether that would be a more equitable, better legally based way of approaching it, whether it would work in the field and get the affordable housing either financed or built. It certainly raises the question, why do we exempt units or projects that have 4 or fewer units? That's an old concept. I think we've had it since we've had an inclusionary housing ordinance. So is there any policy that can be explained, that can explain that difference? Why do we start at 5 units?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think the key word is policy there. The policy has always been do a percentage of the development and construct it to be price restricted. And when you get down to those smaller projects, 4 units, and you're requiring a percentage of the project, you're talking about it's a more meaningful amount of the project as compared to, say, a 200-unit project. While it's the same percentage, 4 units, having one of them deed restricted and having to address all of the income categories with that 1 unit is a little bit different. So while I don't know the justification for the policy, it does pencil out that way in implementation that the numbers work for projects over 5 units rather than smaller projects. But really, when it comes down to it, it was the policy that was implemented years ago and has carried forward. And has never been, it wasn't built from the beginning to be addressed on a unit by unit basis.
Ms. Black.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair, it really was a policy that the Board of Supervisors adopted, I don't know how many years ago, back in the 80s, I think, not wanting to enter into this sort of fee program on very small projects, mom and pop kind of projects.
And it sounds, Commissioner Blau, like the board endorsed that the last time they had it before them as well.
I understand that, but again, it's been 7 years ago and things have significantly changed since then. I mean, housing prices have got cut in half since, but anyway, I think I'm asking for your consideration. If you guys don't agree that we should take a look at it, we don't look at it, but it seems to me it's a more equitable program.
Well, just to react to our present, the project as presented to us today, it seems to me that we would be looking at sort of fundamental study similar to what the committee did that you participated in several years ago. And, do we have the ability to do that? Is that something we want to recommend to the board? I think it's a very interesting question, but it seems to me like a lot of projects, we're limited in what we're being asked to recommend here.
Well, I think if I could respond to that, I think what I would suggest is that that's one of the options that we could give the board to look at. I think we could say, this. I think your 5 to 9, your percentage rounding and so forth kind of makes sense. Although the commission did look at this alternative for the in lieu fees. It's this chart, this scale, this is the money you pay. It would apply whether you did 1 houses or 100 houses. I think you could give them that alternate, because it seems to me inherently unfair to the home builder, the landowner, where the Montecito house, because it's a single house and it's $20 million, and that they're not participating in that fee, where you've got Rice Ranch building little 1,700 square foot houses, paying $6,000 or $7,000 a house. Don't quite get the equity there.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I thought it was fixed. Thank you, Erica. I'm a creature of habit. Mr. Chair, just a suggestion. The Planning Commission could certainly recommend that the board take a different approach. I don't think that staff can spend a lot of time developing a different approach. We could certainly go to the board and ask them if they want us to develop a different approach, but it's kind of a different work program item. And I can tell you, we've discussed this item with them and provided them briefing sheets every year since the task force did their work, and they've not changed the scope of our project. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't have, they just didn't. So we've been going on a track, and I think we owe it to everybody who's been participating to at least get this before the board, and the board can make a policy decision about whether they want to go forward with it or not. And if they want us to do something different, we're happy to do it. We just need to have that direction. So if there's a particular option or two that you think would be better to approach, we can certainly take that to the board.
What about the concern raised by Mr. Nelson, not in his memo today, but in one that he submitted a few days ago, raising the issue of the nexus between our ordinance and the evidence out there that it's contributing to the housing problem to build new houses?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that was a good point. I totally understand that perspective. The way that the county has approached this in the past and the way we've approached this ordinance is it's a policy decision to make. And it's not a mitigation fee, it's a policy decision to require a certain percentage of units be constructed on as part of a housing project, and in lieu fees are provided as an option. But the courts will ultimately likely decide this issue, and I think they're all over the map on it. So the way we've moved forward is from a policy perspective, not a mitigation perspective.
Well, if we have authority, though, that directs that our ordinance, the way it is right now, needs to have some nexus, and we don't have any evidence of nexus, not because it isn't out there, but because we just haven't documented it. It seems to me we're inviting legal action from an aggrieved developer, and if there's another solution, I'm not saying Commissioner Blau's solution is the only one, but it does seem to me that it's going right down to the roots and saying, if you're providing housing, we want you to contribute to the overall housing problem we have in our community. So I realize that the process is to pass through the Planning Commission on the way to the board for the policy issues as well as to the specifics, and maybe maybe it's our obligation to just lay out our concerns to the board and say this proposed ordinance amendment comes to you with our concern for these reasons. Mr. Blau.
Yeah, and the other thing that I think we need to take a look at, which I will, I'm hoping that we're going to continue this today, but to look at is even the 20%. Is that the right number now? Or should it be 10%? Should it be 2% very low and low and 5% something else, which for at least the immediate future keeps the program alive, will generate some money, can do some good, but maybe it will bring back the housing industry a little bit. It won't be doing what it's doing today. It's killing it. I mean, it killed Rice Ranch Road. We saw that. We think we kind of fixed it for them. If we do this, well, we also fixed it with their tract map amendment, I think, a little bit, where they, well, yeah, we
delayed it.
Yeah, we delayed it. Yeah, so that's the issue here. So I think we need to take a look at that. I think it's not just, do we do the 20%? Is that the right number, or should it be a lower number than that? And should we be adjusting the in-lieu fee? When I do the calculation, I'll come back next time and have some examples, I hope, and say, I think it should be this number, or it should be this program.
Well, I see the options today are to go forward with staff's recommendation or to continue the matter so Commissioner Blau can share his thoughts after he's had a chance to consider staff's recommendation. I don't have any objection to that personally. We have heard from Commissioner Blau himself as the lead cheerleader that we've got to get this going, and certainly from the public speakers we've heard that as well, at least in North County. So you know, that's the conflict. Do we continue it for a brief time for more input, or do we pass it along to the board in some form today, or not? Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've heard a lot of good solutions, but I think that we should continue this item. There's some unresolved opinions that County Council has given us, and I think that needs to be discussed, whether in closed session or whatever, in a very frank discussion with the Planning Commission.
Okay, we have two commissioners that believe we should continue the matter. How do the others feel?
I would support that.
Is there any opportunity to speak?
You know, I think, Mr. Murrow, we know that you would oppose a continuance. Is your offering any different than that?
Just out of a plead and request to approve it tonight?
Well, no, I think we understand that. We heard you before, but I appreciate all the input, and we want to get it right. You know, the easy thing here is to just say, okay, rubber stamp it and send it to the board, but I do think we can benefit from a little further review. We'll get it on as quickly as Ms. Black tells us we can.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I guess it depends on why you're continuing it. I mean, so far I haven't heard you ask me to do any work.
Do over?
No, I think
next year, a year.
I think I'll do all the work that's necessary. I'm going to bring back some recommendations for my fellow commissioners to look at. They'll be bulleted. They'll be relatively short. You can say yes or no. I don't think the next meeting will take half an hour. because it's not going to be that complicated, and I'm not going to go into that much detail. I just need a little time for me to make the calculations, come back with maybe some just changes in the percentages, and we'll get the vote. So the very next meeting is fine by me.
Commissioner Blau, you're going to share your ideas with staff so that
absolutely, yeah. You'll get yours from staff after I email to them.
Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Is January 9th a possibility?
Mr. Chair, sure. I mean, we will probably not be able to do anything with Commissioner Blau's comments until January 2nd, but we'll have a week to
all
work
you need
through
to
it.
do is email them back to them and put them in the record for anybody else to look at.
Just your questions. You don't have any questions from staff. Okay, that's fine. January 9th is fine.
Commissioner Blau?
I'll move that we continue this to January 9th.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. 5 minutes to set up. I'm sorry, I should have acknowledged you from State HCD. You are? No, from the county. Oh, the county HCD. I misunderstood. Okay, thank you. All right, we have, we'll set up for our last item. We'll be ready at 4:15. We are back on the record. This is a December 19, 2012 meeting of the Planning Commission. We've reached the last item on our agenda. If we could have that read into the record, we'll get started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission adopt a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors that the Board adopt an ordinance, case number 12 ORD 11, adopt a recommendation that the Board of Supervisors adopt an ordinance, case number 12 ORD 13, and to recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt the final negative declaration 11 NGD 4 pursuant to the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you, sir. Back to you, Mr. Hunt. We'll see if we can do better on this one.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Jeff Hunt, Deputy Director of Long Range Planning. With me is David Lackey, Supervising Planner, and Stephanie Stark, the Project Planner. This is the third review by the Planning Commission for this ordinance, and compared to the last item that you just had, this is a new ordinance, completely new, that is being proposed. Staff believes we've narrowed the issues concerning refinements to the ordinance, and with that, I'll turn it over to Stephanie for the staff presentation.
Great. Good afternoon, Ms. Stark.
Good afternoon again. I'm Stephanie Stark, and I'm the project manager for the Agricultural Buffer Ordinance. Today, staff's requesting that the County Planning Commission review and provide recommendations to the board regarding the Agricultural Buffer Ordinance. The ordinance would apply county-wide. Therefore, before you are two cases. One is to amend the County Land Use and Development Code, and the other is to amend Article 2, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. So in summary, as Jeff has indicated earlier, the Agricultural Buffer Ordinance was initially considered by your commission on October 15th, 2012, and was continued until a second hearing on November 14th, 2012. Today's hearing is the third hearing on the Agricultural Buffer Ordinance. At the November 14th hearing, staff presented revisions to the proposed Agricultural Buffer Ordinance as outlined in the November 2nd, 2012 memorandum. In addition to the proposed changes contained in the November 2nd memo, staff proposed minor revisions during staff's presentation. Following staff's presentation, your commission raised comments and questions and directed staff to propose some minor revisions to address those comments. The hearing was then continued to December to allow staff additional time to respond. With the exception of one revision, the December 6, 2012 memo before you contains all of the proposed minor revisions. For clarity, I'll be referring to them as previously discussed items, and the other group is the new items. So previously discussed items. These proposed revisions were discussed during the October 15th hearing and then continued to the November 14th hearing. These include added language to address when both types of agriculture are present, revised landowner consultation requirements, revised definition of rangeland or pasture land to include commercial horse operations. and new items. These proposed revisions were in response to comments made during the November 4th, 2012 hearing. These changes included added flexibility for changes to previously approved projects, added flexibility for minor lot line adjustments. We specified tall hedges and included fire-resistant plants in the language. We added other natural waterways as an unrestricted use within the buffer. And we added long-term maintenance requirements for elements within the agricultural buffer. The last bullet point indicates or includes a revision proposed by staff, and it's not contained in your December 6th memorandum. And the revision addresses the applicability of the ordinance to residential structures. And this gets at that last bullet point. We are adding language to Section A, the purpose and intent, and deleting language in Section C, exceptions to address when the buffer ordinance would apply to a single-family dwelling, residential second unit, or residential accessory structure. The purpose of this revision is to clarify the ordinance does not apply to permit applications for single-family dwellings, residential second units, and residential accessory structures. Most of these types of permits are ministerial permits that would be normally exempt from the ordinance, but some permits, such as coastal development permit, would require a discretionary process and would be subject to the buffer ordinance without the proposed revision that we're providing today. At the same time, we wanted to ensure that if a single-family dwelling, residential second unit, or residential accessory structure were proposed on a lot already encumbered by the buffer through a discretionary action such as a lot split or development plan, the single-family dwelling, residential second unit, or residential accessory structure would be subject to the buffer requirement. Staff's recommendation for amendments to the County Land Use Development Code is that your commission follow the recommendations and procedures outlined in Section 2 of your staff report. And these include the required findings for the project, including CEQA findings, included as Attachment A. The final negative declaration included as Attachment F of the staff report. Oop. Restart later. Thank you. And the resolution recommending the board adopt the case included as Attachment B. Staff's recommendation for amendments to Article 2, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, is that your commission follow the recommendations and procedures outlined in Section 2 of the staff report regarding the required findings for the project, including CEQA findings. These are included as Attachment C, the Notice of Exemption, Attachment D, and the resolution recommending the board adopt the case, Attachment E of the staff report. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Okay, Commissioners. Commissioner Brown.
Ms. Stark, thank you for all your work on this. Would you please, I've read this, but I can't picture it in my mind, so it's on page 5. It's the B about the common lot line where production ag is not immediately adjacent. Would you just describe to me what that would be like, what that means?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown. Yes, so you're referring to page 5, section D1.
B as in boy, up at the top of the page.
Okay. Yes. I'm going to explain that. I think a diagram might be a little bit.
Okay. Do you have a diagram?
Yes, I do. I
Good.
think that might
Thank
be
you.
helpful. Mm-hmm. Okay, pretty high-tech diagram.
Good diagram.
So this diagram helps to illustrate. Oh, I'm sorry. Of course.
Okay.
So this diagram helps to, hold on a second.
Yes. Not immediately.
So this helps to illustrate the language, proposed language for, revised language for section D1B, how to apply the agricultural buffer ordinance when the proposed projects is located adjacent to a lot that contains both rangeland and pasture land and production agriculture. In this scenario, the rangeland pasture land is immediately adjacent to agriculture, but the production agriculture is, you could say, close to the property line. So the property line is shown in black, and the non-agricultural lot is on one side of the line, property line, and the agricultural lot is on the other side. So we kind of went through a kind of a model or test that might help kind of explain this language. So step 1 would be to determine the buffer width for the rangeland pasture land. So that's indicated with the red line. So that would be somewhere between 100 and 150 feet. Then step 2 would to take that same distance and apply it to the agricultural side of the property, kind of like a mirror image. And this distance, we're not referring it to as a buffer, just a distance, that's shown in green. Then step 3, you would determine if the production agriculture, which is shown in the purple line, is within the distance, that green line that's shown in green. That was from step 2. And then step 4 is if the production agriculture is within the distance as indicated in the green line, then the new buffer, which is now orange, is the buffer that would be applied for the production agriculture. So for example, if the non-agricultural use is a sensitive use, the minimum buffer width range for production agriculture is 300 feet as opposed to 100 to 150 feet for the rangeland or pasture land.
So
does that help explain?
It does, but your diagram is very useful. And without that, I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, your ordinances are typically devoid of graphics. I'm wondering if a graphic here wouldn't be, maybe not, but, and maybe Ms. Black, your staff is so versed in explaining all of this to applicants that they'd get that. But I understand that now, and that's very helpful.
You know, one thing we could do is put it in the guidelines.
There you go.
Yeah, as opposed to
because you're going to do some
ordinance.
other things, I think, in the guidelines, are you not?
Well, the guidelines, yeah, they help to inform,
right.
Give a little clarity, not clarity, but explain a little bit about
That's
detail.
very useful, thank you.
Okay.
And then the other question I have is on page 6, 5.1, 2C, where you've added the fire resistant, and I think that's great, but what you've done here is you're saying you shall do both fire resistant and drought tolerant or low water use. Now, this may be so restrictive that you limit the plant palette. All you may end up is with succulents that meet this criteria. And I don't think that's your intent here. I think your intent is to get something, to have people think about this, to do fire resistant plants. So maybe some language that would be like to the maximum extent feasible, or something else, some wiggle room, because they may not, you may not be able to get both these qualities in the particular plant palette they're using for the project.
Commissioner Brown, good point. I was looking at that too. So you're saying that it would just be so restrictive to meet those criteria, fire resistant and drought tolerant or low. Okay.
Right. So maybe there's some other language that can be applied so that people know that you want both and you try to achieve both, but if you can't.
Commissioner Brown, I think what we could do is add to the maximum extent feasible.
Yeah, I think that would
might
be,
open it
I
up
think
a
that
little
would be
bit.
helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions, comments? Okay, let me just mention a couple. Ms. Stark, this is probably editorializing, but I'll just mention that I've had a lot of practice reading legal language, and I wasn't able to decipher what you meant in that paragraph B. So even though there might be a diagram, I'd take another look at it and just see perhaps Mr. Langle or Ms. Black would be able to break that down. It's very difficult to read and come to a conclusion as to what's being required. And I admit I didn't try and rewrite it myself because I wasn't sure what you were getting at. But I really think that's too vague to pass muster. Under 4.1E, you're referring there to the property owner using its best efforts. And I don't know, my own experience is that we don't use its in terms of property owners, particularly in a case like this where it may be an individual, a him or her, which would be fine, him, her, or its, or you could neutralize all that by saying to use the best efforts of the property owner to consult with the adjacent agricultural land, which would do the same thing. It uses property owner twice, but it then becomes clear, I think. And finally, in the list of exceptions, on page 6, since I raised the issue of water features, I just want to be sure that in subparagraph E, the use of the term lakes or ponds is modified by natural. That is, it's not a man-made lake or a man-made pond that would be accepted from consideration from the buffer, because these might have recreational uses or others that I think probably should be subject to the buffer. Was that your intent, that natural would modify all of those water features?
Mr. Chair, yes, that is, members of the commission, that is what we are intending here. We could say something such as natural waterways, including rivers, creeks, lakes, ponds.
I like that better.
Okay.
That's great. Those are my only comments. We have one speaker slip. I'd like to bring Ms. Petrovich back again. She's been hovering all day, and we appreciate her staying power.
Thank you, Mr.
By the
Chair.
way, your speaker slip indicates in favor, in opposition, and no position.
I hit them all?
You got them all.
Oh.
So we're excited to hear what you actually say.
Sorry about that. It's been a long day. Susan Petrovich here representing San Ynez Valley Properties. This is the property that we've introduced you to before that is in San Ynez Valley, adjacent to, it's residentially zoned and adjacent to an agricultural property, and it's long and narrow, so it has some unusual challenges. And we've been trying to apply this evolving ordinance to it. We think we have a pretty good idea of how it will impact the property, but we are proceeding in good faith belief that the staff will be reasonable, since I think our project for this property may be the first one to test drive this buffer. I do want to say that I have to give kudos to Stephanie and to the other staff members who've worked on this, because I think that they've come a long way since the first ordinance that was presented to you. The Ag Advisory Committee discussed this briefly at their last meeting last week, and although some people had some very strong feelings that it should be more rigid than it is, I think it does represent a compromise that is much better than having no ag buffer whatsoever, and does need to move forward. I think the staff's done a good job of addressing and exempting existing structures, and I think this language suggested today is an even clearer step in that direction. They've also addressed the modest or the minor lot line adjustment, which I think was important for taking care of those problems that have been already discussed. Appreciate their including horse facilities in the rangeland and pasture land, because that does address quite a few of our concerns. And they've made a good run at handling this buffer measurement where you've got both production ag and rangeland. We had presented to them an idea that was much more specific as to measuring this buffer, and I would suggest that they might want to revisit that language, because we tried to be very specific as to how you measure it, because it's so important to give people notice. I think we've seen with the winery ordinance, one of the problems is you don't really know going in what you're in for, and that's not really fair. We have to give people notice. So I would suggest maybe that have a little more attention. I think it's also great the way they've respected the approved projects while preserving the integrity and intent of this buffer ordinance. That's a plus. One of the things that I was a little bit concerned with as we started applying it to the San Ynez Valley Properties parcel is that in the buffer area, there's no provision for allowing ag. And I think that's an oversight. For instance, when you started talking about about drought resistant and fire tolerant, or drought tolerant and fire resistant. If they were to decide to plant hay or some other crop, it wouldn't be fire resistant, I promise you that, and it probably wouldn't be drought tolerant. In fact, most crops are not that drought tolerant unless they're dry farming. I think that that's an oversight. It hadn't dawned on us until we were looking at this, but certainly the Peterson family has farmed their parcel before and will probably farm it again. In fact, I think they're planning on having a tenant farmer come in and farm it this winter, so plant hay there. So just a suggestion that at least we ought to allow people that option. I also do believe that you still have a problem with your mitigated negative declaration. I've mentioned this before. I don't believe that it adequately addresses the water usage that will be an impact of this ordinance, because we have to be realistic. People are going to irrigate this buffer, and so it does create a different situation than might otherwise occur. Many people leave areas natural, for instance, and just mow them seasonally. I also am continue to be concerned that property owners like the Peterson family, who have no idea about this buffer ordinance, are going to discover it the hard way when they come in to do something with their property. I just don't think this has been properly noticed. I haven't seen any articles in the paper about it, for instance. We do support the ag buffer ordinance. It has been needed in this county for decades. And we're happy to see this moved forward, but I do think that these concerns do need to be addressed, and the noticing is only one of them. This little issue of maybe allowing agricultural crops in the buffer is a simple fix. I don't think it'll take a great deal of wordsmithing. Thank you very. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Stark, any reaction to the issue about inclusion of agricultural uses in the non-ag parcel?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I have seen that in other jurisdictions. We do not have it currently in ours, but I don't believe we've discussed that specifically. Any reason not to?
Commissioner Blau?
The only thing if you allow that, is that going to conflict with the fact that this has to be landscaped and bonded for and all that? I mean, you can't landscape it and bond for it if it's a crop you're going to put in every 60 or 90 days. I agree with Ms. Petrovich that needs to be added. I've adamantly disagreed about the bonding requirement and landscaping requirement, but I don't want you to have an ordinance that's got two competing provisions. So you need to, if you're going to fix the ag, then you need to fix or have an exemption for the landscaping and bonding requirement.
Commissioner Cooney, Commissioner Blau, I think it's a good point that Ms. Petrovich raised for us to look at. As written, the ordinance, we moved away from the bonding component, and landscaping is only, it's not a requirement. It may be associated with the project if landscaping is associated with the discretionary non-ag development, then you would look at those issues. But I think there's probably a way we can show that relationship, because agriculture isn't allowed use in all zone districts, even if it's a residential. So I think it's a good point. I think we can make it dovetail with the intent that you've tried to structure the current ordinance, so it doesn't get hung up by some of those other provisions that may be associated with a requirement from a discretionary project.
How do you propose to do that, to have us approve it today subject to that being changed, or to bring it back at a future time?
Commissioner Cooney, members of the commission, I think that's the direction that we would seek in terms of the main, looking at including agriculture as a allowable use within the buffer, and to identify how to achieve that within the original direction that you've given us.
Commissioners? All right. Does someone want to make a motion then?
I move staff's recommendation with the caveat that we have allowable ag uses within the buffer.
Mr. Hunt? Let's get a second first, if we have one. Commissioner Brown?
I'll second.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, there's also suggestions about to the extent, maximum extent feasible language, and then putting the natural waterways to the front of that clause. So we would include those as well.
So it would be all changes that we've discussed. Commissioner Hartman is confirming that that's her motion, and Commissioner Brown seconded those inclusions. Anything further from staff? Anything further from the commission?
Just to reiterate my position that I talked about at the last meeting. By the way, I want to commend staff. They've done an excellent job. If you were to call this a policy and not an ordinance, I'd be wildly in favor of it. But the fact that it is an ordinance and not a policy, I'm not going to support it, as I've told you before, for a fair number of reasons. But one is I think it takes away the discretion that the commission should have when a project comes before it, because now you've got an absolute minimum buffer, you've got an absolute maximum buffer, and they may not be appropriate for every property. I'm concerned that the noticing, as Ms. Petrovich pointed out, is not adequate. I don't think there's that many properties in the county that are going to be affected by this ordinance, and I don't think it would have been that difficult for the staff and for us to inventory all those properties, look at them, and see if we are actually adversely affecting someone's ability to develop the property, and doing it without doing it not knowing that we're doing it. That's the fair argument, and the reason we should have had a full EIR, which we. But for example, when we did San Ynez community plan, we did inventory almost every property that was affected by zone changes and by the community plan and by the rules that we were promoting, and that was appropriate. I hear that you took out the landscape bonding and the landscaping as a mandatory issue under the ordinance. If I heard that right, that's great. But even the ability to do that, I think, could be a problem. The other question I meant to ask is, I don't know who the easement's in favor of now. Is it in favor of the county? It's in favor of?
No easement.
No easement. Oh, that's gone now too? Okay, so that's great, because I would consider that to be a taking, although I think the buffer could be a taking as well. I'm not sure how you have a buffer in favor of an adjacent property owner and not consider that a taking. But those are my concerns. But again, I think you've done a good job doing it. It's just the wrong policy. It should be a policy and not an ordinance. So I'm going to vote no, but you did a good job developing it, despite that.
Commissioner Brown.
Well, notwithstanding Commissioner Blau's comments, I know the ag community worked long and hard on this, and that there were a lot of compromises made, and that staff, Ms. Stark in particular, worked diligently. Her life was involved with this, and you know, it's a great start. If you do any searching on the internet and you look at ag buffer ordinances, people will just come to County of Santa Barbara and pull what they want from here, because everything's in here. It's really very complete. I think it'll be interesting to see how many properties this really applies to. I'm thinking that probably not a lot, but I do think it's going to be helpful, and I'm really hopeful it's helpful to ag and to all the agriculturalists who put a lot of time and effort into this. I think the recent newspaper article about DJ Farms and the buffer on the property to adjacent ag just brings up the highlight how important these buffers are. And I would have thought, you know, if I were writing this and I were the ag guru, I would have made the buffers wider. I know some farmers wanted them wider as well, but it is about compromise, and I think the buffers are reasonable, and it'd be interesting to see if our first project and how this is applied. So thank you very much, staff. I think that's been good, and to the board as well. I know that it's been a long time in coming, so good. Thank you.
Commissioner Harmon.
I think the ordinance is a remarkable result of the stakeholder process, and I think the commissioners, even those not voting for it, I think were offered some very helpful suggestions and brought our thinking forward. I think there's general agreement that this is long overdue. I think it's not just in conformity with our general plan and other community plans, but significantly helps to implement and carry them forward. I think there's flexibility, and I think they're very much in the public interest, not just the ag interest. I think Santa Barbara County is defined by the mountains, the sea, and the confined urban development, and then agricultural lands. That's what makes the quality of life here so exceptional. So I think there's a clear public benefit by trying to make it easier for ag to flourish here. So I'm very supportive.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, from when the day we started to today, there is a big change in this ordinance. And while I didn't support it in the past, I still don't support it now. But I want to tell you that it will affect a lot of properties in Lompoc, especially along the Floridale corridor. Many of the properties there are adjacent to developed tracks all the way from 246 or what is Ocean Avenue down to Central Avenue, and it would affect a lot of properties that are not necessarily square. They're long, elongated rectangles, and those people stand to lose a lot of property. So while I think you're on the right approach of limiting agricultural products that prevent pesticides and fumigations and that type of thing, you're on the right track, and you're very close to solving this equation. I think what needs to be done still is that finding passive uses for that property. I mean, to take somebody who's got a piece of land that's say 1,000 feet wide and 10,000 feet long, and then take a strip from him, that's quite a bit. And so I think you're on the right track, and I think maybe by the time it gets implemented, they'll address those things of possible passive uses for that property that is, it's approaching there now, but I think you've got a little ways to go. So for that, I will not be supporting, but I also thank the staff for doing a good job. There is a big difference. Initially when it started, it was about pesticides and fungicides. Today it's about other things, and you've done a very good job of dealing with them. And I'm glad that you've gotten the ag committees to work with you and deal with these things. And who knows what will come from it, but I hope the best. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Valencia. Your comments are always very acute and on topic, and this is too. I too believe it's a compromise. We're adopting it as an ordinance. It will be far-reaching. I agree with Commissioner Blau and Ms. Petrovich that we should be trying to get the word out so that if anyone has a problem with it, they will have the opportunity at the Board of Supervisors to appear and oppose what the current version of the ordinance is. But in the end, I think it supports agriculture. It's one of the core policies of our community in Santa Barbara County. And if we don't support our agriculturalists, I think we will look a lot more like other communities in Southern California before very long. So that's in the end what tips me in favor of the project. I'll be voting to support the current version with these slight amendments, and look forward to another public discussion at the Board of Supervisors. So, Mr. Villalobos, it's your last act of the day. Will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Blau.
No.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Hartman.
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia.
No.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you all very much. This ends the meeting of December 19th. I hope everyone has healthy, happy holidays, and we'll see the commission together again on the 9th of January. And to staff, hope everybody benefits from the furlough in a very emotional way, if not financial. Meeting's adjourned.